The Phantom Regiment of Killiecrankie by Elliot O'Donnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nan Dodge. The Phantom Regiment of Killiecrankie by Elliot O'Donnell. Many are the stories that have from time to time been circulated with regard to the haunting of the pass of Killiecrankie by phantom soldiers, but I do not think there is any stranger story than that related to me some years ago by a lady who declared she had actually witnessed the phenomena. Her account of it I shall reproduce as far as possible in her own words. Let me commence by stating that I am not a spiritualist, and that I have the greatest possible aversion to convoking the earthbound souls of the dead. Neither do I lay any claim to mediumistic powers. Indeed, I've always regarded the term medium with the gravest suspicion. I am, on the contrary, a plain, practical, matter-of-fact woman, and with the exception of this one occasion, never witnessed any psychic phenomena. The incident I am about to relate took place the autumn before last. I was on a cycle tour in Scotland, and making Pitlochry my temporary headquarters, rode over one evening to view the historic pass of Killiecrankie. It was late when I arrived there, and the western sky was one great splash of crimson and gold. Such vivid coloring I had never seen before, and never have seen since. Indeed, I was so entranced at the sublimity of the spectacle that I perched myself on a rock at the foot of one of the great cliffs that form the walls of the pass, and throwing my head back, imagined myself in fairyland. Lost thus in a delicious luxury, I paid no heed to the time, nor did I think of stirring until the dark shadows of the night fell across my face. I then started up in a panic, and was about to pedal off in hot haste, when a strange notion suddenly seized me. I had a latchkey, plenty of sandwiches, a warm cape. Why should I not camp out there till early morning? I had long yearned to spend a night in the open. Now was my opportunity. The idea was no sooner conceived than put into operation. Selecting the most comfortable-looking boulder I could see, I scrambled on to the top of it, and with my cloak drawn tightly over my back and shoulders, commenced my vigil. The cold mountain air, sweet with the perfume of gorse and heather, intoxicated me, and I gradually sank into a heavenly torpor from which I was abruptly aroused by a dull boom that I at once associated with distant musketry. All was then still, still as the grave, and, on glancing at the watch I wore strapped on my wrist, I saw it was 2 o'clock. A species of nervous dread now lay hold of me, and 1,001 vague fancies, all the more distressing because of their vagueness, oppressed and disconcerted me. Moreover, I was impressed for the first time with the extraordinary solitude that seemed to belong to a period far other than the present, and, as I glanced around at the solitary pines and gleaming boulders, I more than half expected to see the wild, ferocious face of some robber chief, some fierce yet fascinating hero of Sir Walter Scott's, peering at me from behind them. This feeling at length became so acute that in a panic of fear, ridiculous puerile fear, I forcibly withdrew my gaze, and concentrated it abstractly on the ground at my feet. I then listened, and in the rustling of a leaf, the humming of some night insect, the whizzing of a bat, the whispering of the wind as it moaned softly past me, I fancied, nay, I felt sure, I detected something that was not ordinary. I blew my nose, and had barely ceased marveling at the loudness of its reverberations, before the piercing ghoulish shriek of an owl sent the blood in torrents to my heart. I then laughed, and my blood froze as I heard a chorus of what I tried to persuade myself could only be echoes, proceed from every crag and rock in the valley. For some seconds after this I sat still, hardly daring to breathe, and pretending to be extremely angry with myself for being such a fool. With a stupendous effort I turned my attention to the most material of things. One of the skirt buttons on my hip, They were much in vogue then. Being loose, I endeavoured to occupy myself in tightening it, and when I could no longer derive any employment from that, I set to work on my shoes, and tied knots in the laces merely to enjoy the task of untying them. But this, too, ceasing at last to attract me, I was desperately racking my mind for some other device, when there came again the queer booming noise I had heard before, but which I could now no longer doubt was the report of firearms. I looked in the direction of the sound, and my heart almost stopped. Racing towards me, as if not merely for his life but his soul, came the figure of a Highlander. The wind rustling through his long dishevelled hair blew it completely over his forehead, narrowly missing his eyes, which were fixed ahead of him in a ghastly, agonized stare. He had not a vestige of colour, and in the powerful glow of the moonbeams his skin shone livid. He ran with huge bounds, and what added to my terror, and made me double aware he was nothing mortal, was that each time his feet struck the hard, smooth road upon which I could well see there was no sign of a stone, there came the sound, the unmistakable sound of the scattering of gravel. On he came with cyclonic swiftness, his bare sweating elbows pressed into his panting sides, his great dirty coarse hairy fists screwed up in bony bunches in front of him, the foam flakes thick on his clenched grinning lips, the blood drops oozing down his sweating thighs. It was all real, infernally, hideously real, even to the most minute details. The flying up and down of his kilt, sporran, and swordless scabbard, the bursting of the seam of his coat near the shoulder, and the absence of one of his clumsy shoe buckles. I tried hard to shut my eyes, but was compelled to keep them open, and follow his every movement, as, darting past me, he left the roadway, and, leaping several of the smaller obstacles that barred his way, finally disappeared behind some of the bigger boulders. I then heard the loud rat-tat of drums, accompanied by the shrill voices of fifes and flutes, and at the farther end of the pass, their arms glittering brightly in the silvery moonbeams, appeared a regiment of scarlet-clad soldiers. At the head rode a mounted officer, after him came the band, and then, four abreast, a long line of warriors. In their centre 2 ensigns, and on their flanks officers and non-commissioned officers with swords and pikes, more mounted men bringing up the rear. On they came, the fifes and flutes ringing out with a weird clearness in the hushed mountain air. I could hear the ground vibrate, the gravel crunch and scatter, as they steadily and mechanically advanced. Tall men, enormously tall men, with set white faces and livid eyes. Every instant I expected they would see me, and I became sick with terror at the thought of meeting all those pale flashing eyes. But from this I was happily saved. No one appeared to notice me, and they all passed me by without as much as a twist or turn of the head, their feet keeping time to one everlasting and monotonous tramp, tramp, tramp. I got up and watched until the last of them had turned the bend of the pass, and the sheen of his weapons and trappings could no longer be seen. Then I remounted my boulder and wondered if anything further would happen. It was now 2:30, and blended with the moonbeams was a peculiar whiteness which rendered the whole aspect of my surroundings indescribably dreary and ghostly. Feeling cold and hungry, I set to work on my beef sandwiches, and was religiously separating the fat from the lean, for I am one of those foolish people who detest fat, when a loud rustling made me look up. Confronting me, on the opposite side of the road, was a tree, an ash, and to my surprise, despite the fact that the breeze had fallen and there was scarcely a breath of wind, the tree swayed violently to and fro, whilst there proceeded from it the most dreadful moanings and groanings. I was so terrified that I caught hold of my bicycle and tried to mount, but I was obliged to desist, as I had not a particle of strength in my limbs. Then, to assure myself the moving of the tree was not an illusion, I rubbed my eyes, pinched myself, called aloud, but it made no difference. The rustling, bending, and tossing still continued. Summing up courage, I stepped into the road to get a closer view, when, to my horror, my feet kicked against something, and on looking down I perceived the body of an English soldier with a ghastly wound in his chest. I gazed around, and there, on all sides of me, from one end of the valley to the other, lay dozens of bodies. Bodies of men and horses, Highlanders and English, white-cheeked, lurid eyes, and bloody-browed. A hotchpotch of livid, gory awfulness. Here was the writhing, wriggling figure of an officer with half his face shot away, and there a horse with no head, and there— but I cannot dwell on such horrors, the very memory of which makes me feel sick and faint. The air, that beautiful fresh mountain air, resounded with their moanings and groanings, and reeked with the smell of their blood. As I stood rooted to the ground with horror, not knowing which way to look or turn, I suddenly saw drop from the ash the form of a woman, a Highland girl with bold, handsome features, raven-black hair, and the whitest of arms and feet. In one hand she carried a wicker basket, in the other a knife, a broad-bladed, sharp-edged, horn-handled knife. A gleam of avarice and cruelty came into her large dark eyes as, wandering around her, they rested on the rich facings of the English officers' uniforms. I knew what was in her mind, and forgetting she was but a ghost, that they were all ghosts, I moved heaven and earth to stop her. I could not. Making straight for a wounded officer that lay moaning piteously on the ground some 10 feet away from me, she spurned with her slender, graceful feet the bodies of the dead and dying English that came in her way. Then, snatching the officer's sword and pistol from him, she knelt down, and with a look of devilish glee in her glorious eyes, calmly plunged her knife into his heart, working the blade backwards and forwards to assure herself she had made a thorough job of it. Anything more hellish I could not have imagined, and yet it fascinated me. The girl was so fair, so wickedly fair and shapely. Her act of cruelty over, she spoiled her victim of his rings, epaulets, buttons, and gold lacing, and having placed them in her basket, proceeded elsewhere. In some cases, unable to remove the rings easily, she chopped off the fingers, and popped them, just as they were, into her basket. Neither was her mode of dispatch always the same, for while she put some men out of their misery in the manner I have described, she cut the throats of others with as great a nonchalance as if she had been killing fowls, whilst others again she settled with the butt ends of their guns or pistols. In all she murdered a full half-score, and was decamping with her booty when her gloating eyes suddenly encountered mine, and with a shrill scream of rage she rushed towards me. I was an easy victim, for strain and pray how I could not move an inch. Raising her flashing blade high over her head, an expression of fiendish glee in her staring eyes, she made ready to strike me. This was the climax. My overstrained nerves could stand no more, and ere the blow had time to descend, I pitched heavily forward and fell at her feet. When I recovered, every phantom had vanished, and the pass glowed with all the cheerful freshness of the early morning sun. Not a whit the worse for my venture, I cycled swiftly home, and ate as only one can eat who has spent the night amid the banks and braes of bonny Scotland. End of The Phantom Regiment of Killiecrankie. Recording by Nan Dodge.
The Phantom Hag by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The Phantom Hag by Anonymous. The other evening in an old castle, the conversation turned upon apparitions, each one of the party telling a story. As the accounts grew more horrible, the young ladies drew closer together. "Have you ever had an adventure with a ghost?" said they to me. "Do you not know a story to make us shiver? Come, tell us something." "I am quite willing to do so," I replied. "I will tell you of an incident that happened to myself. Toward the close of the autumn of 1858, I visited one of my friends, sub-prefect of a little city in the center of France. Albert was an old companion of my youth, and I had been present at his wedding. His charming wife was full of goodness and grace. My friend wished to show me his happy home, and to introduce me to his two pretty little daughters. I was feted and taken great care of. 3 days after my arrival, I knew the entire city, curiosities, old castles, ruins, etc. Every day about 4 o'clock, Albert would order the phaeton, and we would take a long ride, returning home in the evening. One evening my friend said to me, "Tomorrow we will go further than usual. I want to take you to the Black Rocks. They are curious old druidical stones on a wild and desolate plain. They will interest you. My wife has not seen them yet, so we will take her." The following day we drove out at the usual hour. Albert's wife sat by his side. I occupied the back seat alone. The weather was gray and somber that afternoon, and the journey was not very pleasant. When we arrived at the Black Rocks, the sun was setting. We got out to the phaeton, and Albert took care of the horses. We walked some little distance through the fields before reaching the giant remains of the old Druid religion. Albert's wife wished to climb to the summit of the altar, and I assisted her. I can still see her graceful figure as she stood draped in a red shawl, her veil floating around her. "How beautiful it is! But does it not make you feel a little melancholy?" said she, extending her hand toward the dark horizon, which was lighted a little by the last rays of the sun. The afternoon wind blew violently, and sighed through the stunted trees that grew around the stone cromlechs. Not a dwelling nor a human being was in sight. We hastened to get down, and silently retraced our steps to the carriage. "We must hurry," said Albert. "The sky is threatening, and we shall have scarcely time to reach home before night." We carefully wrapped the robes around his wife. She tied the veil around her face, and the horses started into a rapid trot. It was growing dark. The scenery around us was bare and desolate. Clumps of fir trees here and there, and furze bushes formed the only vegetation. We began to feel the cold, for the wind blew with fury. The only sound we heard was the steady trot of the horses and the sharp, clear tinkle of their bells. Suddenly, I felt the heavy grasp of a hand upon my shoulder. I turned my head quickly. A horrible apparition presented itself before my eyes. In the empty place at my side sat a hideous woman. I tried to cry out. The phantom placed her fingers upon her lips to impose silence upon me. I could not utter a sound. The woman was clothed in white linen. Her head was cowled. Her face was overspread with a corpse-like pallor, and in place of eyes were ghastly black cavities. I sat motionless, overcome by terror. The ghost suddenly stood up and leaned over the young wife. She encircled her with her arms and lowered her hideous head as if to kiss her forehead. "What a wind!" cried Madame Albert, turning precipitately toward me. "My veil is torn." As she turned, I felt the same infernal pressure on my shoulder, and the place occupied by the phantom was empty. I looked out to the right and left. The road was deserted, not an object in sight. "What a dreadful gale!" said Madame Albert. "Did you feel it? I cannot explain the terror that seized me. My veil was torn by the wind, as if by an invisible hand. I am trembling still." "Never mind," said Albert, smiling. Wrap yourself up, my dear. We will soon be warming ourselves by a good fire at home. I am starving." A cold perspiration covered my forehead. A shiver ran through me. My tongue clove to the roof of my mouth, and I could not articulate a sound. A sharp pain in my shoulder was the only sensible evidence that I was not the victim of an hallucination. Putting my hand upon my aching shoulder, I felt a rent in the cloak that was wrapped around me. I looked at it. 5 perfectly distinct holes. Visible traces of the grip of the horrible phantom. I thought for a moment that I should die or that my reason should leave me. It was, I think, the most dreadful moment of my life. Finally, I became more calm. This nameless agony had lasted for some minutes. I do not think it is possible for a human being to suffer more than I did during that time. As soon as I had recovered my senses, I thought at first I would tell my friends all that had passed, but hesitated, and finally did not, fearing that my story would frighten Madame Albert, and feeling sure my friend would not believe me. The lights of the little city revived me, and gradually the oppression of terror that overwhelmed me became lighter. So soon as we reached home, Madame Albert untied her veil. It was literally in shreds. I hoped to find my clothes whole and prove to myself that it was all imagination, but no, the cloth was torn in 5 places, just where the fingers had seized my shoulder. There was no mark, however, upon my flesh, only a dull pain. I returned to Paris the next day, where I endeavored to forget the strange adventure, or at least, when I thought of it, I would force myself to think it an hallucination. The day after my return, I received a letter from my friend Albert. It was edged with black. I opened it with a vague fear. His wife had died the day of my return. End of The Phantom Hag.
The Hand by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Tony Scheinman. The Hand by Guy de Maupassant. All were crowding around Monsieur Bermutier, the judge who was giving his opinion about the Saint-Cloud mystery. For a month this inexplicable crime had been the talk of Paris. Nobody could make head or tail of it. Monsieur Bermutier, standing with his back to the fireplace, was talking, citing the evidence, discussing the various theories, but arriving at no conclusion. Some women had risen in order to get nearer to him, and were standing with their eyes fastened on the clean-shaven face of the judge, who was saying such weighty things. They were shaking and trembling, moved by fear and curiosity, and by the eager and insatiable desire for the horrible which haunts the soul of every woman. One of them, paler than the others, said during a pause, "It's terrible! It verges on the supernatural! The truth will never be known!" The judge turned to her. "True, madame. It is likely that the actual facts will never be discovered. As for the word supernatural, which you have just used, it has nothing to do with the matter. We are in the presence of a very cleverly conceived and executed crime, so well enshrouded in mystery that we cannot disentangle it from the involved circumstances which surround it. But once I had to take charge of an affair in which the uncanny seemed to play a part. In fact, the case became so confused that it had to be given up." Several women exclaimed at once, "Oh, tell us about it!" Monsieur Bermutier smiled in a dignified manner, as a judge should, and went on. "Do not think, however, that I for 1 minute ascribed anything in the case to supernatural influences. I believe only in normal causes. But if, instead of using the word supernatural to express what we do not understand, we were simply to make use of the word inexplicable, it would be much better. At any rate, in the affair of which I am about to tell you, It is especially the surrounding preliminary circumstances which impressed me. Here are the facts. I was, at that time, a judge in Ajaccio, a little white city on the edge of a bay which is surrounded by high mountains. The majority of the cases which came up before me concerned vendettas. There are some that are superb, dramatic, ferocious, heroic. We find there the most beautiful causes for revenge of which one could dream, enmities hundreds of years old, quieted for a time, but never extinguished, abominable stratagems, murders becoming massacres, and almost deeds of glory. For 2 years I heard of nothing but the price of blood, of this terrible Corsican prejudice which compels revenge for insults meted out to the offending person and all his descendants and relatives. I had seen old men, children, cousins murdered. My head was full of these stories. One day I learned that an Englishman had just hired a little villa at the end of the bay for several years. He had brought with him a French servant, whom he had engaged on the way at Marseille. Soon this peculiar person, living alone, only going out to hunt and fish, aroused a widespread interest. He never spoke to anyone, never went to the town, and every morning he would practice for an hour or so with his revolver and rifle. Legends were built up around him. It was said that he was some high personage fleeing from his fatherland for political reasons. Then it was affirmed that he was in hiding after having committed some abominable crime. Some particularly horrible circumstances were even mentioned. In my judicial position, I thought it necessary to get some information about this man, but it was impossible to learn anything. He called himself Sir John Rowell. I therefore had to be satisfied with watching him as closely as I could, but I could see nothing suspicious about his actions. However, as rumors about him were growing and becoming more widespread, I decided to try and see this stranger myself, and I began to hunt regularly in the neighborhood of his grounds. For a long time I watched without finding an opportunity. At last it came to me in the shape of a partridge, which I shot and killed right in front of the Englishman. My dog fetched it for me, but, taking the bird, I went at once to Sir John Rowell, and, begging his pardon, asked him to accept it. He was a big man, with red hair and beard, very tall, very broad, a kind of calm and polite Hercules. He had nothing of the so-called British stiffness, and, in a broad British accent, he thanked me warmly for my attention. At the end of a month, we had had 5 or 6 conversations. One night, at last, as I was passing before his door, I saw him in the garden, seated astride a chair, smoking his pipe. I bowed, and he invited me to come in and have a glass of beer. I needed no urging. He received me with the most punctilious English courtesy, sang the praises of France and of Corsica, and declared that he was quite in love with this country. Then, with great caution, and under the guise of a vivid interest, I asked him a few questions about his life and his plans. He answered without embarrassment, telling me that he had travelled a great deal in Africa, in the Indies, in America. He added, laughing, "I have had many adventures." Then I turned the conversation on hunting, and he gave me the most curious details on hunting the hippopotamus, the tiger, the elephant, and even the gorilla. I said, "Are all these animals dangerous?" He smiled. "Oh, no. Man is the worst." And he laughed a good broad laugh, the wholesome laugh of a contented Englishman. "I have also frequently been man-hunting." Then he began to talk about weapons, and he invited me to come in and see different makes of guns. His parlor was draped in black silk embroidered in gold. Big yellow flowers, as brilliant as fire, were worked on the dark material. He said, "It is a Japanese material." But in the middle of the widest panel, a strange thing attracted my attention. A black object stood out against a square of red velvet. I went up to it. It was a hand, a human hand. Not the clean white hand of a skeleton, but a dried black hand with yellow nails, the muscles exposed, and traces of old blood on the bones, which were cut off as clean as though it had been chopped off with an axe near the middle of the forearm. Around the wrist, an enormous iron chain, riveted and soldered to this unclean member, fastened it to the wall by a ring, strong enough to hold an elephant in leash. I asked, "What is that?" The Englishman answered quietly, "That is my best enemy. It comes from America, too. The bones were severed by a sword, and the skin cut off with a sharp stone and dried in the sun for a week." I touched these human remains, which must have belonged to a giant. The uncommonly long fingers were attached by enormous tendons, which still had pieces of skin hanging to them in places. This hand was terrible to see. It made one think of some savage vengeance. I said, "This man must have been very strong." The Englishman answered quietly, "Yes, but I was stronger than he. I put on this chain to hold him." I thought that he was joking. I said, "This chain is useless now. The hand won't run away." Sir John Rowell answered seriously, "It always wants to go away. This chain is needed." I glanced at him quickly, questioning his face, and I asked myself, is he an insane man or a practical joker? But his face remained inscrutable, calm and friendly. I turned to other subjects and admired his rifles. However, I noticed that he kept 3 loaded revolvers in the room, as though constantly in fear of some attack. I paid him several calls. Then I did not go any more. People had become used to his presence. Everybody had lost interest in him. A whole year rolled by. One morning, toward the end of November, my servant awoke me and announced that Sir John Rowell had been murdered during the night. Half an hour later, I entered the Englishman's house, together with the police commissioner and the captain of the gendarmes. The servant, bewildered and in despair, was crying before the door. At first I suspected this man, but he was innocent. The guilty party could never be found. On entering Sir John's parlour, I noticed the body stretched out on its back in the middle of the room. His vest was torn, the sleeve of his jacket had been pulled off. Everything pointed to a violent struggle. The Englishman had been strangled. His face was black, swollen and frightful, and seemed to express a terrible fear. He held something between his teeth, and his neck, pierced by 5 or 6 holes, which looked as though they had been made by some iron instrument, was covered with blood. A physician joined us. He examined the finger marks on the neck for a long time, and then made this strange announcement. "It looks as though he had been strangled by a skeleton." A cold chill seemed to run down my back, and I looked over to where I had formerly seen the terrible hand. It was no longer there. The chain was hanging down, broken. I bent over the dead man, and in his contracted mouth I found one of the fingers of this vanished hand, cut, or rather sawed off by the teeth, down to the second knuckle. Then the investigation began. Nothing could be discovered. No door, window, or piece of furniture had been forced. The 2 watchdogs had not been aroused from their sleep. Here, in a few words, is the testimony of the servant. For a month his master had seemed excited. He had received many letters, which he would immediately burn. Often, in a fit of passion which approached madness, he had taken a switch and struck wildly at this dried hand riveted to the wall, and which had disappeared, no one knows how, at the very hour of the crime. He would go to bed very late, and carefully lock himself in. He always kept weapons within reach. Often at night he would talk loudly, as though he were quarreling with someone. That night, somehow, he had made no noise, and it was only on going to open the windows that the servant had found Sir John murdered. He suspected no one. I communicated what I knew of the dead man to the judges and public officials. Throughout the whole island a minute investigation was carried on. Nothing could be found out. One night, about 3 months after the crime, I had a terrible nightmare. I seemed to see the horrible hand running over my curtains and walls like an immense scorpion or spider. 3 times I awoke. 3 times I went to sleep again. 3 times I saw the hideous object galloping round my room and moving its fingers like legs. The following day, the hand was brought me, found in the cemetery, on the grave of Sir John Rowell, who had been buried there because we had been unable to find his family. The first finger was missing. Ladies, there is my story. I know nothing more. The women, deeply stirred, were pale and trembling. One of them exclaimed, "But that is neither a climax nor an explanation. We will be unable to sleep unless you give us your opinion of what had happened." The judge smiled severely. "Oh, ladies, I shall certainly spoil your terrible dreams. I simply believe that the legitimate owner of the hand was not dead, that he came to get it with his remaining one. But I do not know how. It was a kind of vendetta." One of the women murmured, "No, it can't be that." And the judge, still smiling, said, "Didn't I tell you that my explanation would not satisfy you?" End of The Hand by Guy de Maupassant. Charon by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Tony Scheinman. Charon by Lord Dunsany. Charon leaned forward and rode. All things were one with his weariness. It was not with him a matter of years or of centuries, but of wide floods of time, and an old heaviness and a pain in the arms that had become for him part of the scheme that the gods had made, and was of a piece with eternity. If the gods had even sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time in his memory into 2 equal slabs. So grey were all things always where he was, that if any radiance lingered a moment among the dead, on the face of such a queen perhaps as Cleopatra, his eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that the dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands where they used to come in 50s. It was neither Charon's duty nor his wont to ponder in his grey soul why these things might be. Charon leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not usual for the gods to send no one down from earth for such a space. But the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and the little shade sat shivering on a lonely bench, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger. The gods knew best. And great and weary Charon rode on beside the little silent shivering ghost. And the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh that grief in the beginning had sighed among her sisters, and that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow failing on earthly hills, but was as old as time and the pain in Charon's arms. Then the boat from the slow grey river loomed up to the coast of Dis, and the little silent shade, still shivering, stepped ashore, and Charon turned the boat to go wearily back to the world. Then the little shadow spoke that had been a man. "I am the last," he said. No one had ever made Charon smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. End of Charon by Lord Dunsany. The Boarded Window by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Tony Scheinman. The Boarded Window by Ambrose Bierce. In 1830, only a few miles away from what is now the great city of Cincinnati, lay an immense and almost unbroken forest. The whole region was sparsely settled by people of the frontier, restless souls who no sooner had hewn fairly habitable homes out of the wilderness and attained to that degree of prosperity which today we should call indigence, than, impelled by some mysterious impulse of their nature, they abandoned all and pushed farther westward to encounter new perils and privations in the effort to regain the meagre comforts which they had voluntarily renounced. Many of them had already forsaken that region for the remoter settlements, but among those remaining was one who had been of those first arriving. He lived alone in a house of logs, surrounded on all sides by the great forest, of whose gloom and silence he seemed a part, for no one had ever known him to smile, nor speak a needless word. His simple wants were supplied by the sale or barter of skins of wild animals in the river town, for not a thing did he grow upon the land which, if needful, he might have claimed by right of undisturbed possession. There were evidences of improvement. A few acres of ground immediately about the house had once been cleared of its trees, the decayed stumps of which were half concealed by the new growth that had been suffered to repair the ravage wrought by the axe. Apparently the man's zeal for agriculture had burned with a failing flame, expiring in penitential ashes. The little log house, with its chimney of sticks, its roof of warping clapboards weighted with traversing poles, and its chinking of clay, had a single door, and directly opposite a window. The latter, however, was boarded up. Nobody could remember a time when it was not, and none knew why it was so closed. Certainly not because of the occupant's dislike of light and air, for on those rare occasions when a hunter had passed that lonely spot, the recluse had commonly been seen sunning himself on his doorstep, if heaven had provided sunshine for his need. I fancy there are few persons living today who ever knew the secret of that window, but I am one, as you shall see. The man's name was said to be Murlock. He was apparently 70 years old, actually about 50. Something besides years had had a hand in his aging. His hair and long full beard were white, his gray, lustreless eyes sunken, his face singularly seamed with wrinkles which appeared to belong to two intersecting systems. In figure he was tall and spare, with a stoop of the shoulders, a burden-bearer. I never saw him. These particulars I learned from my grandfather, from whom also I got the man's story when I was a lad. He had known him when living nearby in that early day. One day, Murlock was found in his cabin, dead. It was not a time and place for coroners and newspapers, and I suppose it was agreed that he had died from natural causes, or I should have been told, and should remember. I know only that with what was probably a sense of the fitness of things, the body was buried near the cabin, alongside the grave of his wife, who had preceded him by so many years that local tradition had retained hardly a hint of her existence. That closes the final chapter of this true story, excepting, indeed, the circumstance which many years afterward, in company with an equally intrepid spirit, I penetrated to the place, and ventured near enough to the ruined cabin to throw a stone against it, and ran away to avoid the ghost which every well-informed boy thereabout knew haunted the spot. But there is an earlier chapter, that supplied by my grandfather. When Murlock built his cabin and began laying sturdily about with his axe to hew out a farm, the rifle meanwhile his means of support, he was young, strong, and full of hope. In that eastern country whence he came, he had married, as was the fashion, a young woman in all ways worthy of his honest devotion, who shared the dangers and privations of his lot with a willing spirit and light heart. There is no known record of her name. Of her charms of mind and person tradition is silent, and the doubter is at liberty to entertain his doubt. But God forbid that I should share it. Of their affection and happiness there is abundant assurance in every added day of the man's widowed life. For what but the magnetism of a blessed memory could have chained that venturesome spirit to a lot like that? One day Murlock returned from gunning in a distant part of the forest to find his wife prostrate with fever and delirious. There was no physician within miles, no neighbor, nor was she in a condition to be left to summon help. So he set about the task of nursing her back to health. But at the end of the third day she fell into unconsciousness, and so passed away, apparently, with never a gleam of returning reason. From what we know of a nature like his, we may venture to sketch in some of the details of the outline picture drawn by my grandfather. When convinced that she was dead, Murlock had sense enough to remember that the dead must be prepared for burial. In performance of this sacred duty, he blundered now and again, did certain things incorrectly, and others which he did correctly were done over and over. His occasional failures to accomplish some simple and ordinary act filled him with astonishment, like that of a drunken man who wonders at the suspension of familiar natural laws. He was surprised, too, that he did not weep, surprised and a little ashamed. Surely it is unkind not to weep for the dead. "Tomorrow," he said aloud, "I shall have to make the coffin and dig the grave, and then I shall miss her when she is no longer in sight. But now, she is dead, of course, but it is all right. It must be all right somehow. Things cannot be so bad as they seem." He stood over the body in the fading light, adjusting the hair and putting the finishing touches to the simple toilet, doing all mechanically with soulless care. And still through his consciousness ran an undersense of conviction that all was right, that he should have her again as before, and everything explained. He had had no experience in grief. His capacity had not been enlarged by use. His heart could not contain it all, nor his imagination rightly conceive it. He did not know he was so hard struck. That knowledge would come later, and never grow. Grief is an artist of powers as various as the instruments upon which he plays his dirges for the dead, evoking from some the sharpest, shrillest notes, from others the low, grave chords that throb recurrent, like the slow beating of a distant drum. Some natures it startles, some it stupefies. To one it comes like the stroke of an arrow, stinging all the sensibilities to a keener life. To another as the blow of a bludgeon, which in crushing benumbs. We may conceive Murlock to have been that way affected, for, and here we are upon surer ground than that of conjecture, no sooner had he finished his pious work than, sinking into a chair by the side of the table upon which the body lay, and noting how white the profile showed in the deepening gloom, he laid his arms upon the table's edge, and dropped his face into them, tearless yet, and unutterably weary. At that moment came in through the open window a long wailing sound, like the cry of a lost child in the far deeps of the darkening wood. But the man did not move. Again, and nearer than before, sounded that unearthly cry upon his failing sense. Perhaps it was a wild beast, perhaps it was a dream, for Murlock was asleep. Some hours later, as it afterward appeared, this unfaithful watcher awoke, and, lifting his head from his arms, intently listened, he knew not why. There, in the black darkness by the side of the dead, recalling all without a shock, he strained his eyes to see, he knew not what. His senses were all alert, his breath was suspended, his blood had stilled its tides as if to assist the silence. Who, what had waked him, and where was it? Suddenly the table shook beneath his arms, and at the same moment he heard, or fancied that he heard, a light, soft step. Another. Sounds as of bare feet upon the floor. He was terrified beyond the power to cry out or move. Perforce he waited there in the darkness, through seeming centuries of such dread as one may know, yet live to tell. He tried vainly to speak the dead woman's name, vainly to stretch forth his hand across the table to learn if she were there. His throat was powerless, his arms and hands were like lead. Then occurred something most frightful. Some heavy body seemed hurled against the table with an impetus that pushed it against his breast so sharply as nearly to overthrow him, and at the same instant he heard and felt the fall of something upon the floor with so violent a thump that the whole house was shaken by the impact. A scuffling ensued, and a confusion of sounds impossible to describe. Murloc had risen to his feet. Fear had by excess forfeited control of his faculties. He flung his hands upon the table. Nothing was there. There is a point at which terror may turn to madness, and madness incites to action. With no definite intent, from no motive but the wayward impulse of a madman, Murloc sprang to the wall, with a little groping seized his loaded rifle, and without aim discharged it. By the flash which lit up the room with a vivid illumination, he saw an enormous panther dragging the dead woman toward the window, its teeth fixed in her throat. Then there were darkness blacker than before, and silence. And when he returned to consciousness, the sun was high, and the wood vocal with songs of birds. The body lay near the window, where the beast had left it when frightened away by the flash and report of the rifle. The clothing was deranged, the long hair in disorder, the limbs lay anyhow. From the throat, dreadfully lacerated, had issued a pool of blood not yet entirely coagulated. The ribbon with which he had bound the wrists was broken, the hands were tightly clenched. Between the teeth was a fragment of the animal's ear. End of The Boarded Window by Ambrose Bierce. The Music of Erich Zann by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Tony Scheinman. The Music of Erich Zann by H.P. Lovecraft. I have examined maps of the city with the greatest care, yet have never again found the Rue d'Orsay. These maps have not been modern maps alone, for I know that names change. I have, on the contrary, delved deeply into all the antiquities of the place, and have personally explored every region of whatever name which could possibly answer to the street I knew as the Rue d'Orsay. But despite all I have done, it remains a humiliating fact that I cannot find the house, the street, or even the locality where, during the last months of my impoverished life as a student of metaphysics at the university, I heard the music of Erich Zann. That my memory is broken, I do not wonder, for my health, physical and mental, was gravely disturbed throughout the period of my residence in the Rue d'Orsay, and I recall that I took none of my few acquaintances there. But that I cannot find the place again is both singular and perplexing, for it was within a half-hour's walk of the university, and was distinguished by peculiarities which could hardly be forgotten by anyone who had been there. I have never met a person who has seen the Rue d'Orsay. The Rue d'Orsay lay across a dark river, bordered by precipitous brick, blear-windowed warehouses, and spanned by a ponderous bridge of dark stone. It was always shadowy along that river, as if the smoke of neighboring factories shut out the sun perpetually. The river was also odorous with evil stenches which I have never smelled elsewhere, and which may some day help me to find it, since I should recognize them at once. Beyond the bridge were narrow cobbled streets with rails, and then came the ascent, at first gradual, but incredibly steep as the Rue d'Orsay was reached. I have never seen another street as narrow and steep as the Rue d'Orsay. It was almost a cliff, closed to all vehicles, consisting in several places of flights of steps, and ending at the top in a lofty ivied wall. Its paving was irregular, sometimes stone slabs, sometimes cobblestones, and sometimes bare earth with struggling greenish-gray vegetation. The houses were tall, peak-roofed, incredibly old, and crazily leaning backward, forward, and sideways. Occasionally an opposite pair, both leaning forward, almost met across the street like an arch, and certainly they kept most of the light from the ground below. There were a few overhead bridges from house to house across the street. The inhabitants of that street impressed me peculiarly. At first I thought it was because they were all silent and reticent, but later decided it was because they were all very old. I do not know how I came to live on such a street, but I was not myself when I moved there. I had been living in many poor places, always evicted for want of money, until at last I came upon that tottering house in the Rue d'Orsay kept by the paralytic Blandot. It was the third house from the top of the street, and by far the tallest of them all. My room was on the 5th story, the only inhabited room there, since the house was almost empty. On the night I arrived, I heard strange music from the peaked garret overhead, and the next day asked old Blandot about it. He told me it was an old German viol player, a strange dumb man who signed his name as Erich Zann, and who played evenings in a cheap theatre orchestra, adding that Zann's desire to play in the night after his return from the theatre was the reason he had chosen this lofty and isolated garret room, whose single gable window was the only point on the street from which one could look over the terminating wall at the declivity and panorama beyond. Thereafter I heard Zann every night, and although he kept me awake, I was haunted by the weirdness of his music. Knowing little of the art myself, I was yet certain that none of his harmonies had any relation to music I had heard before, and concluded that he was a composer of highly original genius. The longer I listened, the more I was fascinated, until, after a week, I resolved to make the old man's acquaintance. One night, as he was returning from his work, I intercepted Zann in the hallway, and told him that I would like to know him and be with him when he played. He was a small, lean, bent person, with shabby clothes, blue eyes, grotesque satyr-like face, and nearly bald head, and at my first words seemed both angered and frightened. My obvious friendliness, however, finally melted him, and he grudgingly motioned to me to follow him up the dark, creaking, and rickety attic stairs. His room, one of only 2 in the steeply pitched garret, was on the west side, toward the high wall that formed the upper end of the street. Its size was very great, and seemed the greater because of its extraordinary barrenness and neglect. Of furniture, there was only a narrow iron bedstead, a dingy washstand, a small table, a large bookcase, an iron music-rack, and 3 old-fashioned chairs. Sheets of music were piled in disorder about the floor. The walls were of bare boards, and had probably never known plaster, whilst the abundance of dust and cobwebs made the place seem more deserted than inhabited. Evidently Erich Zann's world of beauty lay in some far cosmos of the imagination. Motioning me to sit down, the dumb man closed the door, turned the large wooden bolt, and lighted a candle to augment the one he had brought with him. He now removed his veil from its moth-eaten covering, and taking it, seated himself in the least uncomfortable of the chairs. He did not employ the music-rack, but, offering no choice and playing from memory, enchanted me for over an hour with strains I had never heard before, strains which must have been of his own devising. To describe their exact nature is impossible for one unversed in music. They were a kind of fugue, with recurrent passages of the most captivating quality, but to me were notable for the absence of any of the weird notes I had overheard from my room below on other occasions. These haunting notes I had remembered, and had often hummed and whistled inaccurately to myself, so when the player at length laid down his bow, I asked him if he would render some of them. As I began my request, the wrinkled satyr-like face lost the bored placidity it had possessed during the playing, and seemed to show the same curious mixture of anger and fright which I had noticed when first I accosted the old man. For a moment I was inclined to use persuasion, regarding rather lightly the whims of senility, and even tried to awaken my host's weirder mood by whistling a few of the strains to which I had listened the night before. But I did not pursue this course for more than a moment, for when the dumb musician recognized the whistled air, his face grew suddenly distorted with an expression wholly beyond analysis, and his long, cold, bony right hand reached out to stop my mouth and silence the crude imitation. As he did this, he further demonstrated his eccentricity by casting a startled glance toward the lone curtained window, as if fearful of some intruder. A glance doubly absurd, since the garret stood high and inaccessible above all the adjacent roofs, this window being the only point on the steep street, as the concierge had told me, from which one could see over the wall at the summit. The old man's glance brought Blando's remark to my mind, and with a certain capriciousness, I felt a wish to look out over the wide and dizzying panorama of moonlit roofs and city lights beyond the hilltop, which of all the dwellers in the Rue d'Auseil only this crabbed musician could see. I moved toward the window, and would have drawn aside the nondescript curtains, when, with a frightened rage even greater than before, the dumb lodger was upon me again, this time motioning me with his head toward the door, as he nervously strove to drag me thither with both hands. Now thoroughly disgusted with my host, I ordered him to release me, and told him that I would go at once. His clutch relaxed, and as he saw my disgust and offense, his own anger seemed to subside. He tightened his relaxing grip, but this time in a friendly manner, forcing me into a chair. Then, with an appearance of wistfulness, crossing to the littered table, where he wrote many words with a pencil in the labored French of a foreigner. The note which he finally handed me was an appeal for tolerance and forgiveness. Zann said that he was old, lonely, and afflicted with strange fears and nervous disorders connected with his music, and with other things. He had enjoyed my listening to his music, and wished I would come again and not mind his eccentricities. But he could not play to another his weird harmonies, and could not bear hearing them from another, nor could he bear having anything in his room touched by another. He had not known until our hallway conversation that I could overhear his playing in my room, and now asked me if I would arrange with Blando to take a lower room, where I could not hear him in the night. He would, he wrote, defray the difference in rent. As I sat deciphering the execrable French, I felt more lenient toward the old man. He was a victim of physical and nervous suffering, as was I, and my metaphysical studies had taught me kindness. In the silence there came a slight sound from the window. The shutter must have rattled in the night wind, and for some reason I started almost as violently as did Erich Zann. So when I finished reading, I shook my host by the hand and departed as a friend. The next day Blando gave me a more expensive room on the 3rd floor, between the apartments of an aged moneylender and the room of a respectable upholsterer. There was no one on the 4th floor. It was not long before I found that Zann's eagerness for my company was not as great as it had seemed while he was persuading me to move down from the 5th story. He did not ask me to call on him, and when I did call, he appeared uneasy and played listlessly. This was always at night. In the day he slept and would admit no one. My liking for him did not grow, though the attic room and the weird music seemed to hold an odd fascination for me. I had a curious desire to look out of that window, over the wall, and down the unseen slope at the glittering roofs and spires which must lie outspread there. Once I went up to the garret during theatre hours when Zann was away, but the door was locked. What I did succeed in doing was to overhear the nocturnal playing of the dumb old man. At first I would tiptoe up to my old 5th floor. Then I grew bold enough to climb the last creaking staircase to the peaked garret. There, in the narrow hall, outside the bolted door with the covered keyhole, I often heard sounds which filled me with an indefinable dread, the dread of vague wonder and brooding mystery. It was not that the sounds were hideous, for they were not, but that they held vibrations suggesting nothing on this globe of earth, and that, at certain intervals, they assumed a symphonic quality which I could hardly conceive as produced by one player. Certainly Erich Zann was a genius of wild power. As the weeks passed, the playing grew wilder, whilst the old musician acquired an increasing haggardness and furtiveness pitiful to behold. He now refused to admit me at any time, and shunned me whenever we met on the stairs. Then one night, as I listened at the door, I heard the shrieking viol swell into an obscene babble of sound, a pandemonium which would have led me to doubt my own shaking sanity had there not come from behind that barred portal a piteous proof that the horror was real, the awful, inarticulate cry which only a mute can utter, and which rises only in moments of the most terrible fear or anguish. I knocked repeatedly at the door, but received no response. Afterward, I waited in the black hallway, shivering with cold and fear, till I heard the poor musician's feeble effort to rise from the floor by the aid of a chair. Believing him just conscious after a fainting fit, I renewed my rapping, at the same time calling out my name reassuringly. I heard Zann stumble to the window and close both shutter and sash, then stumble to the door, which he falteringly unfastened to admit me. This time his delight at having me present was real, for his distorted face gleamed with relief while he clutched at my coat as a child clutches at its mother's skirts. Shaking pathetically, the old man forced me into a chair whilst he sank into another, beside which his veil and bow lay carelessly on the floor. He sat for some time inactive, nodding oddly, but having a paradoxical suggestion of intense and frightened listening. Subsequently, he seemed to be satisfied, and crossing to a chair by the table, wrote a brief note, handed it to me, and returned to the table, where he began to write rapidly and incessantly. The note implored me in the name of mercy, and for the sake of my own curiosity, to wait where I was while he prepared a full account in German of all the marvels and terrors which beset him. I waited, and the dumb man's pencil flew. It was perhaps an hour later, while I still waited, and while the old musician's feverishly written sheets still continued to pile up, that I saw Zann start as from the hint of a horrible shock. Unmistakably, he was looking at the curtained window and listening shudderingly. Then I half fancied I heard a sound myself, though it was not a horrible sound, but rather an exquisitely low and infinitely distant musical note, suggesting a player in one of the neighbouring houses, or in some abode beyond the lofty wall over which I had never been able to look. Upon Zann the effect was terrible, for dropping his pencil, suddenly he rose, seized his viol, and commenced to rend the night with the wildest playing I had ever heard from his bow, save when listening at the barred door. It would be useless to describe the playing of Erich Zann on that dreadful night. It was more horrible than anything I had ever overheard, because I could now see the expression of his face, and could realize that this time the motive was stark fear. He was trying to make a noise, to ward something off or drown something out. What, I could not imagine, awesome though I felt it must be. The playing grew fantastic, delirious, and hysterical, yet kept to the last the qualities of supreme genius which I knew this strange old man possessed. I recognized the air. It was a wild Hungarian dance, popular in the theatres, and I reflected for a moment that this was the first time I had ever heard Zann play the work of another composer. Louder and louder, wilder and wilder mounted the shrieking and whining of that desperate viol. The player was dripping with an uncanny perspiration and twisted like a monkey, always looking frantically at the curtained window. In his frenzied strains, I could almost see shadowy satyrs and bacchanals dancing and whirling insanely through seething abysses of clouds and smoke and lightning. And then I thought I heard a shriller, steadier note that was not from the viol. A calm, deliberate, purposeful, mocking note from far away in the west. At this juncture, the shutter began to rattle in a howling night wind which had sprung up outside as if in answer to the mad playing within. Zann's screaming viol now outdid itself, emitting sounds I had never thought a viol could emit. The shutter rattled more loudly, unfastened, and commenced slamming against the window. Then the glass broke shiveringly under the persistent impacts, and the chill wind rushed in, making the candles sputter and rustling the sheets of paper on the table where Zann had begun to write out his horrible secret. I looked at Zann, and saw that he was past conscious observation. His blue eyes were bulging, glassy and sightless, and the frantic playing had become a blind, mechanical, unrecognizable orgy that no pen could even suggest. A sudden gust, stronger than the others, caught up the manuscript and bore it toward the window. I followed the flying sheets in desperation, but they were gone before I reached the demolished panes. Then I remembered my old wish to gaze from this window, the only window in the Rue d'Aussay, from which one might see the slope beyond the wall and the city outspread beneath. It was very dark, but the city's lights always burned, and I expected to see them there amidst the rain and wind. Yet when I looked from that highest of all gable windows, looked while the candles sputtered and the insane viol howled with the night wind, I saw no city spread below, and no friendly lights gleamed from remembered streets, but only the blackness of space illimitable, unimagined space alive with motion and music, and having no semblance of anything on earth. and as I stood there looking in terror, the wind blew out both the candles in that ancient peaked garret, leaving me in savage and impenetrable darkness, with chaos and pandemonium before me, and the demon madness of that night-baying viol behind me. I staggered back in the dark, without the means of striking a light, crashing against the table, overturning a chair, and finally groping my way to the place where the blackness screamed with shocking music. To save myself and Erich Zann, I could at least try, whatever the powers opposed to me. Once I felt some chill thing brushed me, and I screamed, but my scream could not be heard above that hideous viol. Suddenly, out of the blackness, the madly sawing bow struck me, and I knew I was close to the player. I felt ahead, touched the back of Zann's chair, and then found and shook his shoulder in an effort to bring him to his senses. He did not respond, and still the viol shrieked on without slackening. I moved my hand to his head, whose mechanical nodding I was able to stop, and shouted in his ear that we must both flee from the unknown things of the night. But he neither answered me, nor abated the frenzy of his unutterable music, while all through the garret strange currents of wind seemed to dance in the darkness and babble. When my hand touched his ear, I shuddered, though I knew not why, till I felt the still face, the ice-cold, stiffened, unbreathing face, whose glassy eyes bulged uselessly into the void. And then, by some miracle, finding the door and the large wooden bolt, I plunged wildly away from that glassy-eyed thing in the dark, and from the ghoulish howling of that accursed viol, whose fury increased even as I plunged. Leaping, floating, flying down those endless stairs through the dark house, racing mindlessly out into the narrow, steep, and ancient street of steps and tottering houses, clattering down steps and over cobbles to the lower streets and the putrid canyon-walled river, panting across the great dark bridge to the broader, healthier streets and boulevards we know. All these are terrible impressions that linger with me. And I recall that there was no wind, and that the moon was out, and that all the lights of the city twinkled. Despite my most careful searches and investigations, I have never since been able to find the Rue d'Orsay. But I am not wholly sorry, either for this or for the loss in undreamable abysses of the closely written sheets, which alone could have explained the music of Erich Zann. End of The Music of Erich Zann.
A Jug of Syrup by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Jug of Syrup by Ambrose Bierce. This narrative begins with the death of its hero. Silas Deemer died on the 16th day of July, 1863, and 2 days later his remains were buried. As he'd been personally known to every man, woman, and well-grown child in the village, the funeral, as the local newspaper phrased it, was largely attended. In accordance with a custom of the time and place, the coffin was opened at the graveside, and the entire assembly of friends and neighbors filed past, taking a last look at the face of the dead. And then, before the eyes of all, Silas Deemer was put into the ground. Some of the eyes were a trifle dim, but in a general way it may be said that at that interment, where there was lack of neither observance nor observation, Silence was indubitably dead, and none could have pointed out any ritual delinquency that would have justified him in coming back from the grave. Yet if human testimony is good for anything, and certainly it once put an end to witchcraft in and about Salem, he came back. I forgot to state that the death and burial of Silas Deemer occurred in the little village of Hillbrook, where he had lived for 31 years. He had been what is known in some parts of the Union, which is admittedly a free country, as a merchant. That is to say, he kept a retail shop for the sale of such things as are commonly sold in shops of that character. His honesty had never been questioned so far as is known, and he was held in high esteem by all. The only thing that could be urged against him by the most censorious was a too close attention to business. It was not urged against him, though many another who manifested it in no greater degree was less leniently judged. The business to which Silas was devoted was mostly his own. That possibly may have made a difference. At the time of Deemer's death, nobody could recollect a single day, Sundays excepted, that he had not passed in his store since he'd opened it more than a quarter century before. His health having been perfect during all that time, he'd been unable to discern any validity in whatever may or might have been urged to lure him astray from his counter. And it is related that once when he was summoned to the county seat as a witness in an important law case and did not attend, the lawyer who had the hardihood to move that he be admonished was solemnly informed that the court regarded the proposal with surprise. Judicial surprise being an emotion that attorneys are not commonly ambitious to arouse, the motion was hastily withdrawn, and an agreement with the other side effected as to what Mr. Deemer would have said if he had been there, the other side pushing its advantage to the extreme and making the supposititious testimony distinctly damaging to the interests of its proponents. In brief, it was the general feeling in all that region that Silas Deemer was the one immobile verity of Hillbrook, and that his translation in space would precipitate some dismal public ill or strenuous calamity. Mrs. Deemer and 2 grown daughters occupied the upper rooms of the building, but Silas had never been known to sleep elsewhere than on a cot behind the counter of the store. And there, quite by accident, he was found one night dying, and passed away just before the time for taking down the shutters. Though speechless, he appeared conscious, and it was thought by those who knew him best that if the end had unfortunately been delayed beyond the usual hour for opening the store, the effect upon him would have been deplorable. Such had been Silas Deemer, such the fixity and invariety of his life and habit that the village humorist, who had once attended college, was moved to bestow upon him the sobriquet of Old Ibidem, and in the first issue of the local newspaper after the death, to explain without offense that Silas had taken a day off. It was more than a day, but from the record it appears that well within a month, Mr. Deemer made it plain that he had not the leisure to be dead. One of Hillbrook's most respected citizens was Alvin Creed, a banker. He lived in the finest house in town, kept a carriage, and was a most estimable man variously. He knew something of the advantages of travel, too, having been frequently in Boston, and once, it was thought, in New York, though he modestly disclaimed that glittering distinction. The matter is mentioned here merely as a contribution to an understanding of Mr. Creed's worth, for either way it's creditable to him, to his intelligence if he had put himself even temporarily into contact with metropolitan culture, to his candor if he had not. One pleasant summer evening at about the hour of 10, Mr. Creed, entering at his garden gate, passed up the gravel walk, which looked very white in the moonlight, mounted the stone steps of his fine house, and pausing a moment, inserted his latchkey in the door. As he pushed this open, he met his wife, who was crossing the passage from the parlor to the library. She greeted him pleasantly, and pulling the door farther back, held it for him to enter. Instead, he turned, and looking about his feet in front of the threshold, uttered an exclamation of surprise. "Why, what the devil," he said, "has become of that jug?" "What jug, Alvin?" his wife inquired, not very sympathetically. "A jug of maple syrup. I brought it along from the store and set it down here to open the door. What the—" There, Alvin, please don't swear again," said the lady, interrupting. Hillbrook, by the way, is not the only place in Christendom where a vestigial polytheism forbids the taking in vain of the evil one's name. The jug of maple syrup, which the easy ways of village life had permitted Hillbrook's foremost citizen to carry home from the store, was not there. "Are you quite sure, Alvin?" "My dear, do you suppose a man does not know when he's carrying a jug? I bought that syrup at Deemer's as I was passing. Deemer himself drew it and lent me the jug, and I—" The sentence remains to this day unfinished. Mr. Creed staggered into the house entered the parlor and dropped into an armchair, trembling in every limb. He had suddenly remembered that Silas Deemer was 3 weeks dead. Mrs. Creede stood by her husband, regarding him with surprise and anxiety. "For heaven's sake," she said, "what ails you?" Mr. Creede's ailment having no obvious relation to the interests of the better land, he did not apparently deem it necessary to expound it on that demand. He said nothing, merely stared. There were long moments of silence, broken by nothing but the measured ticking of the clock, which seemed somewhat slower than usual, as if it were civilly granting them an extension of time in which to recover their wits. "Jane, I have gone mad. That is it." He spoke thickly and hurriedly. "You should have told me. You must have observed my symptoms before they became so pronounced that I've observed them myself. I thought I was passing Deemer's store. It was open and lit up. That is what I thought. Of course, it is never open now. Silas Deemer stood at his desk behind the counter. My God, Jane, I saw him as distinctly as I see you. Remembering that you had said you wanted some maple syrup, I went in and bought some. That is all. I bought 2 quarts of maple syrup from Silas Deemer, who is dead and underground, but nevertheless drew that syrup from a cask and handed it to me in a jug. He talked with me, too, rather gravely, I remember, even more so than was his way, but not a word of what he said can I now recall. But I saw him. Good Lord, I saw and talked with him, and he is dead. So I thought, but I'm mad, Jane. I'm as crazy as a beetle, and you've kept it from me." This monologue gave the woman time to collect what faculties she had. "Alvin," she said, "you've given no evidence of insanity, believe me. This was undoubtedly an illusion. How could it be anything else? That would be too terrible, but there's no insanity. You're working too hard at the bank. You should not have attended the meeting of directors this evening. Anyone could see that you were ill. I knew something would occur." It may have seemed to him that the prophecy had lagged a bit, awaiting the event, but he said nothing of that, being concerned with his own condition. He was calm now and could think coherently. Doubtless the phenomenon was subjective, he said, with a somewhat ludicrous transition to the slang of science. Granting the possibility of spiritual apparition and even materialization, yet the apparition and materialization of a half-gallon brown clay jug, a piece of coarse, heavy pottery evolved from nothing, that is hardly thinkable. As he finished speaking, a child ran into the room, his little daughter. She was clad in a bedgown. Hastening to her father, she threw her arms around his neck, saying, "You naughty papa, you forgot to come in and kiss me. We heard you open the gate and got up and looked out. And, Papa dear, Eddie says mayn't he have the little jug when it is empty?" As the full import of that revelation imparted itself to Alvin Creede's understanding, he visibly shuddered, for the child could not have heard a word of the conversation. The estate of Silas Deemer being in the hands of an administrator who had thought it best to dispose of the business, the store had been closed ever since the owner's death, the goods having been removed by another merchant who had purchased them en bloc. The rooms above were vacant as well, for the widow and daughters had gone to another town. On the evening immediately after Alvin Creede's adventure, which had somehow got out, a crowd of men, women, and children thronged the sidewalk opposite the store. That the place was haunted by the spirit of the late Silas Deemer was now well known to every resident of Hillbrook, though many affected disbelief. Of these, the hardiest, and in a general way the youngest, threw stones against the front of the building, the only part accessible, but carefully missed the unshuttered windows. Incredulity had not grown to malice. A few venturesome souls crossed the street and rattled the door in its frame, struck matches and held them near the window, attempted to view the black interior. Some of the spectators invited attention to their wit by shouting and groaning and challenging the ghost to a foot race. After a considerable time had elapsed without any manifestation, and many of the crowd had gone away, all those remaining began to observe that the interior of the store was suffused with a dim yellow light. At this, all demonstrations ceased. The intrepid souls about the door and windows fell back to the opposite side of the street and were merged in the crowd. The small boys ceased throwing stones. Nobody spoke above his breath. All whispered excitedly and pointed to the now steadily growing light. How long a time had passed since the first faint glow had been observed, none could have guessed, but eventually the illumination was bright enough to reveal the whole interior of the store, and there, standing at his desk behind the counter, Silas Deemer was distinctly visible. The effect upon the crowd was marvelous. It began rapidly to melt away at both flanks as the timid left the place. Many ran as fast as their legs would let them. Others moved off with greater dignity, turning occasionally to look backward over the shoulder. At last, a score or more, mostly men, remained where they were, speechless, staring, excited. The apparition inside gave them no attention. It was apparently occupied with a book of accounts. Presently, 3 men left the crowd on the sidewalk as if by a common impulse and crossed the street. One of them, a heavy man, was about to set his shoulder against the door when it opened, apparently without human agency, and the courageous investigators passed in. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than they were seen by the awed observers outside to be acting in the most unaccountable way. They thrust out their hands before them, pursued devious courses, came into violent collision with the counter, with boxes and barrels on the floor, and with one another. They turned awkwardly hither and thither and seemed trying to escape, but unable to retrace their steps. Their voices were heard in exclamations and curses. But in no way did the apparition of Silas Deemer manifest an interest in what was going on. By what impulse the crowd was moved, none ever recollected, but the entire mass, men, women, children, dogs, made a simultaneous and tumultuous rush for the entrance. They congested the doorway, pushing for precedence, resolving themselves at length into a line and moving up step by step. By some subtle spiritual or physical alchemy, observation had been transmuted into action. The sightseers had become participants in the spectacle. The audience had usurped the stage. To the only spectator remaining on the other side of the street, Alvin Creed, the banker, the interior of the store with its inpouring crowd continued in full illumination. All the strange things going on there were clearly visible. To those inside, all was black darkness. It was as if each person, as he was thrust in at the door, had been stricken blind and was maddened by the mischance. They groped with aimless imprecision, tried to force their way out against the current, pushed and elbowed, struck at random, fell and were trampled, rose and trampled in their turn. They seized one another by the garments, the hair, the beard, fought like animals, cursed, shouted, called one another opprobrious and obscene names. When finally Alvin Creed had seen the last person of the line pass into that awful tumult, the light that had illuminated it was suddenly quenched, and all was as black to him as to those within. He turned away and left the place. In the early morning, a curious crowd had gathered about Deemer's. It was composed partly of those who had run away the night before, but now had the courage of sunshine, partly of honest folk going to their daily toil. The door of the store stood open. The place was vacant, but on the walls, the floor, the furniture, were shreds of clothing and tangles of hair. Hillbrook militant had managed somehow to pull itself out and had gone home to medicine its hurts and swear that it had been all night in bed. On the dusty desk behind the counter was the sales book. The entries in it in Deemer's handwriting had ceased on the 16th day of July, the last of his life. There was no record of a later sale to Alvin Creed. That is the entire story, except that men's passions having subsided and reason having resumed its immemorial sway, it was confessed in Hillbrook that, considering the harmless and honorable character of his first commercial transaction under the new conditions, Silas Deemer, deceased, might properly have been suffered to resume business at the old stand without mobbing. In that judgment, the local historian from whose unpublished work these facts are compiled had the thoughtfulness to signify his concurrence. End of A Jug of Syrup.
The Derelict by William Hope Hodgson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe. The Derelict by William Hope Hodgson. "It's the material," said the old ship's doctor. "The material plus the conditions. And maybe," he added slowly, "a third factor. Yes, a third factor. But there. He broke off his half-meditative sentence and began to charge his pipe. "Go on, doctor," we said encouragingly, and with more than a little expectancy. We were in the smoke-room of the Sand Lee, running across the North Atlantic, and the doctor was a character. He concluded the charging of his pipe and lit it, then settled himself and began to express himself more fully. "The material," he said with conviction, "is inevitably the medium of expression of the life force, the fulcrum, as it were, lacking which it is unable to exert itself, or, indeed, to express itself in any form or fashion that would be intelligible or evident to us. So potent is the share of the material in the production of that thing which we name life, and so eager the life force to express itself, that I am convinced it would, if given the right conditions, make itself manifest even through so hopeless seeming a medium as a simple block of sawn wood. For I tell you, gentlemen, the life force is both fiercely urgent and as indiscriminate as fire, the destructor, yet which some are now growing to consider the very essence of life rampant. There is a quaint seeming paradox there," he concluded, nodding his old grey head. "Yes, doctor," I said. "In brief, your argument is that life is a thing, state, fact, or element, call it what you like, which requires the material through which to manifest itself, and that given the material, plus the conditions, the result is life. In other words, that life is an evolved product, manifested through matter and bred of conditions, eh?" "As we understand the word," said the old doctor. "Though, mind you, there may be a third factor. But, in my heart, I believe that it is a matter of chemistry, conditions and a suitable medium. But given the conditions, the brute is so almighty that it will seize upon anything through which to manifest itself. It is a force generated by conditions. But, nevertheless, this does not bring us one iota nearer to its explanation, any more than to the explanation of electricity or fire. They are, all three, of the outer forces, monsters of the void. Nothing we do will create any one of them. Our power is merely to be able, by providing the conditions, to make each one of them manifest to our physical senses. Am I clear?" "Yes, doctor. In a way you are," I said. "But I don't agree with you, though I think I understand you. Electricity and fire are both what I might call natural things, but life is an abstract something, a kind of all-permeating wakefulness. Oh, I can't explain it. Who could? But it's spiritual, not just a thing bred out of a condition, like fire, as you say, or electricity. It's a horrible thought of yours. Life's a kind of spiritual mystery." "Easy, my boy," said the old doctor, laughing gently to himself, "or else I may be asking you to demonstrate the spiritual mystery of life of the limpet, or the crab, shall we say?" He grinned at me with ineffable perverseness. "Anyway," he continued, "as I suppose you've all guessed, I've a yarn to tell you in support of my impression that life is no more a mystery or a miracle than fire or electricity. But please to remember, gentlemen, that because we've succeeded in naming and making good use of these two forces, they're just as much mysteries, fundamentally as ever. And anyway, the thing I'm going to tell you won't explain the mystery of life, but only give you one of my pegs on which I hang my feeling that life is, as I have said, a force made manifest through conditions. That is to say, natural chemistry, and that it can take for its purpose and need the most incredible and unlikely matter. For without matter it cannot come into existence, it cannot become manifest. I don't agree with you, Doctor, I interrupted. Your theory would destroy all belief in life after death. It would— Hush, sonny, said the old man, with a quiet smile of comprehension. Hark to what I have to say first. And anyway, what objection have you to material life after death? And if you object to a material framework, I would still have you remember that I am speaking of life, as we understand the word in this our life. Now do be quiet, lad, or I'll never be done. It was when I was a young man, and that is a good many years ago, gentlemen. I had passed my examinations, but was so run down with overwork that it was decided I had better take a trip to sea. I was by no means well off, and very glad in the end to secure a nominal post as doctor in the sailing passenger clipper running out to China. The name of the ship was the Beasties, and soon after I had got all my gear aboard she cast off, and we dropped down the Thames, and next day we were well away out in the Channel. The captain's name was Gannington, a very decent man, though quite illiterate. The first mate, Mr. Burleys, was a quiet, sternish, reserved man, very well read. The second mate, Mr. Selvern, was, perhaps, by birth and upbringing, the most socially cultured of the three, but he lacked the stamina and indomitable pluck of the two others. He was more of a sensitive, and emotionally and even mentally the most alert man of the three. On our way out we called at Madagascar, where we landed some of our passengers. Then we ran eastward, meaning to call at North-West Cape, but about 100 degrees east we encountered very dreadful weather, which carried away all our sails, and sprung the jibboom and foretopgallant-mast. The storm carried us northward for several hundred miles, and when it dropped us finally, we found ourselves in a very bad state. The ship had been strained, and had taken some 3 feet of water through her seams. The main topmast had been sprung, and in addition to the jibboom and foretopgallant-mast, 2 of our boats had gone, as also one of the pigsties with 3 fine pigs, these latter having been washed overboard but some half-hour before the wind began to ease, which it did very quickly, though a very ugly sea ran for some hours after. The wind left us just before dark, and when morning came it brought splendid weather, a calm, mildly undulating sea, and a brilliant sun, with no wind. It showed us also that we were not alone, for about 2 miles away to the westward was another vessel, which Mr. Selvern, the second mate, pointed out to me. "That's a pretty rum-looking packet, Doctor," he said, and handed me his glass. I looked through it at the other vessel, and saw what he meant. At least, I thought I did. "Yes, Mr. Selvern," I said. "She's got a pretty old-fashioned look about her." He laughed at me in his pleasant way. "It's easy to see you're not a sailor, Doctor," he remarked. "There's a dozen rum things about her. She's a derelict, and has been floating round, by the look of her, for many score of years. Look at the shape of her counter, and the bows, and cutwater. She's as old as the hills, as you might say, and ought to have gone down to Davy Jones a good while ago. Look at the growths on her, and the thickness of her standing rigging. That's all salt incrustations, I fancy, if you notice the white colour. She's been a small bark, but don't you see, she's not a yard left aloft. They've all dropped out of the slings. Everything rotted away. Wonder the standard rigging hasn't gone too. I wish the old man would let us take a boat and have a look at her. She'd be well worth it. There seemed little chance, however, of this, for all hands were turned to and kept hard at it all day long, repairing the damage to the masts and gear, and this took a long while, as you may think. Part of the time I gave a hand heaving on one of the deck capstans, for the exercise was good for my liver. Old Captain Gannington approved, and I persuaded him to come along and try some of the same medicine, which he did, and we got very chummy over the job. We got to talking about the Derelict, and he remarked how lucky we were not to have run full tilt onto her in the darkness, for she lay right away to the leeward of us, according to the way that we had been drifting in the storm. He was also of the opinion that she had a strange look about her, and that she was pretty old, but on this latter point he plainly had far less knowledge than the second mate, for he was, as I have said, an illiterate man, and knew nothing of seacraft beyond what experience had taught him. He lacked the book knowledge which the second mate had of vessels previous to his day, which it appeared the Derelict was. "She's an old 'un, Doctor," was the extent of observations in this direction. Yet, when I mentioned to him that it would be interesting to go aboard and give her a bit of an overhaul, he nodded his head as if the idea had already been in his mind, and accorded with his own inclinations. "When the work's over, Doctor," he said. "Can't spare the men now, you know. Got to get all shipshape and ready as smart as we can. But we'll take my gig, and go off in the second dog watch. The glass is steady, and it'll be a bit of gam for us." That evening, after tea, the captain gave orders to clear the gig and get her overboard. The second mate was to come with us, and the skipper gave him word to see that 2 or 3 lamps were put into the boat, as it would soon fall dark. A little later we were pulling across the calmness of the sea, with a crew of 6 at the oars, and making very good speed of it. Now, gentlemen, I have detailed to you with great exactness all the facts, both big and little, so that you can follow step by step each incident in this extraordinary affair, and I want you now to pay the closest attention. I was sitting in the stern sheets with the second mate and the captain, who was steering, and as we drew nearer and nearer to the stranger, I studied her with an ever-growing attention, as indeed did Captain Gannington and the second mate. She was, as you know, to the westward of us, and the sunset was making a great flame of red light to the back of her, so that she showed a little blurred and indistinct by reason of the halation of the light, which almost defeated the eye in any attempt to see her rotting spars and standing rigging submerged, as they were, in the fiery glory of the sunset. It was because of this effect of the sunset that we had come quite close, comparatively, to the Derelict before we saw that she was all surrounded by a sort of curious scum, the colour of which was difficult to decide upon by reason of the red light that was in the atmosphere, but which afterwards we discovered to be brown. This scum spread all about the old vessel for many hundreds of yards in a huge irregular patch, a great stretch of which reached out to the eastward, upon the starboard side of the boat, some score or so fathoms away. "Queer stuff," said Captain Gannington, leaning to the side and looking over. "Something in the cargo has gone rotten, and worked out through her seams." "Look at her bows and stern," said the second mate. "Just look at the growth on her. There were, as he said, great clumpings of strange-looking sea fungi under the bows and the short counter astern. From the stump of her jibboom and her cutwater, great beards of rime and marine growths hung downwards into the scum that held her. Her blank starboard side was presented to us, all a dead, dirtyish white, streaked and mottled vaguely with dull masses of heavier colour. "There's a steam or haze rising off her," said the second mate, speaking again. "You can see it against the light. It keeps coming and going. Look!" I saw then what he meant. A faint haze or steam, either suspended above the old vessel or rising from her, and Captain Gannington saw it also. "Spontaneous combustion!" he exclaimed. "We'll have to watch when we lift the hatches, unless it's some poor devil that's got aboard of her, but that ain't likely." We were now within a couple of 100 yards of the old derelict, and had entered into the brown scum. As it poured off the lifted oars, I heard one of the men mutter to himself, "Damn treacle!" And indeed it was not something unlike it. As the boat continued to forge nearer and nearer to the old ship, the scum grew thicker and thicker, so that, at last, it perceptibly slowed us. "Give way, lads! Put some beef into it!" sang out Captain Gannington, and thereafter there was no sound except the panting of the men and the faint, reiterated suck, suck of the sullen brown scum upon the oars as the boat was forced ahead. As we went, I was conscious of a peculiar smell in the evening air, and whilst I had no doubt that the puddling of the scum by the oars made it rise, I could give no name to it, yet, in a way, it was vaguely familiar. We were now very close to the old vessel, and presently she was high about us against the dying light. The captain called out then to "In with the bow oars and stand by with the boat hook," which was done. "Aboard there! Ahoy! Aboard there! Ahoy!" shouted Captain Gannington. But there came no answer, only the dull sound of his voice going lost into the open sea each time he sung out. "Ahoy! Aboard there! Ahoy!" he shouted time after time, but there was only the weary silence of the old hulk that answered us. And somehow, as he shouted, the while that I stared up half expectantly at her, a queer little sense of oppression that amounted almost to nervousness came upon me. It passed, but I remember how I was suddenly aware that it was growing dark. Darkness comes fairly rapidly in the tropics, though not so quickly as many fiction writers seem to think. But it was not that the coming dusk had perceptibly deepened in that brief time of only a few moments, but rather that my nerves had made me suddenly a little hypersensitive. I mention my state particularly, for I am not a nervy man normally, and my abrupt touch of nerves is significant in the light of what happened. "There's no one on board there," said Captain Gannington. "Give way, men!" For the boat's crew had instinctively rested on their oars as the captain hailed the old craft. The men gave way again, and then the second mate called out excitedly, "Why, look there! There's our pigsty! See, it's got Beosby painted on the end. It's drifted down here and the scum's caught it. What a blessed wonder!" It was, as he said, our pigsty that had been washed overboard in the storm, and most extraordinary to come across it there. "We'll tow it off with us when we go," said the captain, and shouted to the crew to get down to their oars, for they were hardly moving the boat, because the scum was so thick close in around the old ship that it literally clogged the boat from moving. I remember that it struck me, in a half-conscious sort of way, as curious that the pigsty, containing our 3 dead pigs, had managed to drift in so far unaided, whilst we could scarcely manage to force the boat in, now that we had come right into the scum. But the thought passed from my mind, for so many things happened within the next few minutes. The men managed to bring the boat in alongside, within a couple of feet of the derelict, and the man with the boat hook hooked on. "Have ye got hold there, for'ard?" asked Captain Gannington. "Yes, sir," said the bowman, and as he spoke there came a queer noise of tearing. "What's that?" asked the captain. "It's tore, sir, tore clean away," said the man, and his tone showed that he had received something of a shock. "Get a hold again, then," said Captain Gannington irritably. "You don't suppose this packet was built yesterday? Shove the hook into the main chains." The man did so gingerly, as you might say, for it seemed to me, in the growing dusk, that he put no strain on to the hook, though, of course, there was no need. You see, the boat could not go very far of herself, in the stuff in which she was embedded. I remember thinking this. Also, I looked up at the bulging side of the old vessel. Then I heard Captain Gannington's voice. "Lord, but she's old! And what a colour, Doctor! She don't half want to paint, do she? Now then, somebody, one of them oars!" An oar was passed to him, and he leant it up against the ancient bulging side. Then he paused, and called up to the second mate to light a couple of the lamps, and stand by to pass them up, for darkness had settled down now upon the sea. The second mate lit 2 of the lamps, and told one of the men to light a third, and keep it handy in the boat. Then he stepped across, with a lamp in each hand, to where Captain Gannington stood by the oar against the side of the ship. "Now, my lad," said the captain to the man who had pulled stroke, "up with you, and we'll pass ye up the lamps." The man jumped to obey, caught the oar, and put his weight upon it, and as he did so, something seemed to give way a little. "Look!" cried out the second mate, and pointed, lamp in hand. "It's sunk in!" This was true. The oar had made quite an indentation into the bulging, somewhat slimy side of the old vessel. "Mould, I reckon," said Captain Gannington, bending towards the derelict to look. Then, to the man, "Up you go, my lad! Be smart! Don't stand there waiting!" At that the man, who had paused a moment as he felt the oar give beneath his weight, began to shin up, and in a few seconds he was aboard, and leant out over the rail for the lamps. These were passed up to him, and the captain called to him to steady the oar. Then Captain Gannington went, calling to me to follow, and after me the second mate. As the captain put his face over the rail, he gave a cry of astonishment. "Mould, by gum! Mould! Tons of it! Good Lord!" As I heard him shout that, I scrambled the more eagerly after him, and in a moment or two I was able to see what he meant. Everywhere that the light from the 2 lamps struck, there was nothing but smooth, great masses and surfaces of a dirty, white-coloured mould. I climbed over the rail, with the second mate close behind, and stood upon the mould-covered decks. There might have been no planking beneath the mould, for all that our feet could feel. It gave under our tread with a spongy, puddingy feel. It covered the deck furniture of the old ship, so that the shape of each article and fitment was often no more than suggested through it. Captain Gannington snatched a lamp from the man, and the second mate reached for the other. They held the lamps high, and we all stared. It was most extraordinary, and somehow most abominable. I can think of no other word, gentlemen, that so much describes the predominant feeling that affected me at that moment. "Good Lord!" said Captain Gannington several times. "Good Lord!" But neither the second mate nor the man said anything, and, for my part, I just stared, and at the same time began to smell a little at the air, for there was a vague odour of something half familiar that somehow brought me to a sense of half-known fright. I turned this way and that, staring, as I have said. Here and there the mould was so heavy as to entirely disguise what lay beneath, converting the deck fittings into indistinguishable mounds of mould, all dirty white and blotched and veined with irregular dull purplish markings. There was a strange thing about the mould which Captain Gannington drew attention to. It was that our feet did not crush into it and break the surface, as might have been expected, but merely indented it. "Never seen nothing like it before, never," said the captain, after having stooped with his lamp to examine the mould under our feet. He stamped with his heel, and the mould gave out a dull, puddingy sound. He stooped again, with a quick movement, and stared, holding the lamp close to the deck. "Blest if it ain't got a reg'lar skin to it." The second mate and the man and I all stooped and looked at it. The second mate progged it with his forefinger, and I remember I rapped it several times with my knuckles, listening to the dead sound it gave out, and noticing the close, firm texture of the mould. "Dough," the second mate. "It's just like blessed dough. Poof!" He stood up with a quick movement. "I could fancy it stinks a bit," he said. As he said this, I knew suddenly what the familiar thing was in the vague odour that hung about us. It was that the smell had something animal-like in it. Something of the same smell, only heavier, that you would smell in any place that is infested with mice. I began to look about with a sudden, very real uneasiness. There might be vast numbers of hungry rats aboard. They might prove exceedingly dangerous, if in a starving condition. Yet, as you will understand, somehow I hesitated to put forward my idea as a reason for caution. It was too fanciful. Captain Gannington had begun to go aft, along the mould-covered main deck with the second mate, each of them holding their lamps high up, so as to cast a good light about the vessel. I turned quickly and followed them, the man with me keeping close to my heels, and plainly uneasy. As we went, I became aware that there was a feeling of moisture in the air, and I remembered the slight mist or smoke above the hulk, which had made Captain Gannington suggest spontaneous combustion in explanation. And always, as we went, there was that vague animal smell. Suddenly I found myself wishing we were well away from the old vessel. Abruptly, after a few paces, the captain stopped and pointed at a row of mould-hidden shapes on each side of the main deck. "Guns," he said. "Been a privateer in the old days, I guess. Maybe worse. We'll have a look below, Doctor. There may be something worth touching. She's older than I thought. Mr. Selvern thinks she's about 200 years old, but I scarce think it." We continued our way aft, and I remember that I found myself walking as lightly and gingerly as possible, as if I were subconsciously afraid of treading through the rotten mould-hid decks. I think the others had a touch of the same feeling, from the way that they walked. Occasionally the soft stuff would grip our heels, releasing them with a little sullen suck. The captain forged somewhat ahead of the second mate, and I know that the suggestion he had made himself, that perhaps there might be something below worth carrying away, had stimulated his imagination. The second mate was, however, beginning to feel somewhat the same way that I did. At least I have that impression. I think if it had not been for what I might truly describe as Captain Gannington's sturdy courage, we should all of us have just gone back over the side very soon, for there was most certainly an unwholesome feeling abroad that made one queerly lacking in pluck, and you will soon see that this feeling was justified. Just as the captain reached the few mould-covered steps leading up onto the short half-poop, I was suddenly aware that the feeling of moisture in the air had grown very much more definite. It was perceptible now, intermittently, as a sort of thin, moist, fog-like vapour that came and went oddly, and seemed to make the decks a little indistinct to the view this time and that. Once an odd puff of it beat up suddenly from somewhere, and caught me in the face, carrying a queer, sickly, heavy odour with it that somehow frightened me strangely with a suggestion of a waiting and half-comprehended danger. We had followed Captain Gannington up the 3 mould-covered steps, and now went slowly along the raised afterdeck. By the mizzenmast, Captain Gannington paused and held his lantern near to it. "My word, mister," he said to the second mate, "it's fair thickened up with mould. Why, I guarantee it's close on 4 foot thick." He shone the light down to where it met the deck. "Good Lord," he said, "look at the sea lice on it." I stepped up, and it was as he had said. The sea lice were thick upon it, some of them huge, not less than the size of large beetles, and all a clear, colourless shade, like water, except where there were little spots of grey on them. "I've never seen the like of them, except on a live cod," said Captain Gannington in an extremely puzzled voice. "My word, but they're whoppers." Then he passed on, but a few paces farther aft he stopped again, and held his lamp near to the mould-hidden deck. "Lord bless me, Doctor," he called out in a low voice, "did you ever see the like of that? Why, it's a foot long, if it's a hinch." I stooped over his shoulder, and saw what he meant. It was a clear, colourless creature, about a foot long, and about 8 inches high, with a curved back that was extraordinarily narrow. As we stared, all in a group, it gave a queer little flick, and was gone. "Jumped!" said the captain. "Well, if they ain't a giant of all the sea lice that ever I've seen. I guess it's jumped 20 foot clear." He straightened his back, and scratched his head a moment, swinging the lantern this way and that with the other hand, and staring about us. "What are they doing aboard here?" he said. "You'll see 'em, little things, on fat cod and such like. I'm blowed, Doctor, if I understand." He held his lamp towards a big mound of the mould that occupied part of the after portion of the low poop deck, a little foreside of where there came a 2-foot-high break to a kind of second and loftier poop that ran away aft to the taffrail. The mound was pretty big, several feet across, and more than a yard high. Captain Gannington walked up to it. "I reckon this is the scuttle," he remarked, and gave it a heavy kick. The only result was a deep indentation into the huge whitish hump of mould, as if he had driven his foot into a mass of some doughy substance. Yet I am not altogether correct in saying that this was the only result, for a certain other thing happened. From the place made by the captain's foot there came a sudden gush of a purplish fluid, accompanied by a peculiar smell that was and was not half familiar. Some of the mould-like substance had stuck to the toe of the captain's boot, and from this likewise there issued a sweat, as it were, of the same colour. "Well," said Captain Gannington in surprise, and drew back his foot to make another kick at the hump of mould. but he paused at an exclamation from the second mate. "Don't, sir," said the second mate. I glanced at him, and the light from Captain Gannington's lamp showed me that his face had a bewildered, half-frightened look, as if he were suddenly and unexpectedly half afraid of something, and as if his tongue had given away his sudden fright, without any intention on his part to speak. The captain also turned and stared at him. "Why, mister?" he asked in a somewhat puzzled voice, through which there sounded just the vaguest hint of annoyance. "We've got to shift this muck if we're to get below." I looked at the second mate, and it seemed to me that, curiously enough, he was listening less to the captain than to some other sound. Suddenly he said in a queer voice, "Listen, everybody!" Yet we heard nothing beyond the faint murmur of the men talking together in the boat alongside. "I don't hear nothing," said Captain Gannington, after a short pause. "Do you, Doctor?" "No," I said. "What was it you thought you heard?" the captain, turning again to the second mate. But the second mate shook his head in a curious, almost irritable way, as if the captain's question interrupted his listening. Captain Gannington stared a moment at him, then held his lantern up and glanced about him almost uneasily. I know I felt a queer sense of strain, but the light showed nothing beyond the greyish, dirty white of the mould in all directions. "Mr. Selvern," said the captain at last, looking at him, "don't get fancying things. Get hold of your blooming self. You know you heard nothing?" "I'm quite sure I heard something, sir," said the second mate. "I seem to hear—" He broke off sharply, and appeared to listen with an almost painful intensity. "What did it sound like?" I asked. "It's all right, Doctor," said Captain Gannington, laughing gently. "You can give him a tonic when we get back. I'm going to shift this stuff." He drew back and kicked for the second time at the ugly mass which he took to hide the companionway. The result of his kick was startling, for the whole thing wobbled sloppily, like a mound of unhealthy-looking jelly. He drew his foot out of it quickly and took a step backward, staring and holding his lamp towards it. "By gum!" he said, and it was plain that he was generally startled. "The blessed thing's gone soft!" The man had run back several steps from the suddenly flaccid mound, and looked horribly frightened, though of what I am sure he had not the least idea. The second mate stood where he was, and stared. For my part, I know I had a most hideous uneasiness upon me. The captain continued to hold his light toward the wobbling mound, and stare. "It's gone squishy all through," he said. "There's no scuttle there. There's no ballywood work inside that lot. Phew, what a rum smell!" He walked round to the after side of the strange mound, to see whether there might be some signs of an opening into the hull at the back of the great heap of mould stuff, and then— "Listen," said the second mate again, in the strangest sort of voice. Captain Gannington straightened himself upright, and there succeeded a pause of the most intense quietness, in which there was not even the hum of talk from the men alongside in the boat. We all heard it. A kind of dull, soft thud, 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 somewhere in the hull under us, yet so vague as to make me half doubtful I heard it, only that the others did so too. Captain Gannington turned suddenly to where the man stood. "Tell him," he began, but the fellow cried out something and pointed. There had come a strange intensity into his somewhat unemotional face, so that the captain's glance followed his action instantly. I stared also, as you may think. It was the great mound at which the man was pointing. I saw what he meant. From the two gapes made in the mould-like stuff by Captain Gannington's boot, the purple fluid was jetting out in a queerly regular fashion, almost as if it were being forced out by a pump. My word! But I stared, and even as I stared, a larger jet squirted out and splashed as far as the man, spattering his boots and trouser legs. The fellow had been pretty nervous before, in a stolid, ignorant sort of way, and his funk had been growing steadily, but at this he simply let out a yell and turned about to run. He paused an instant, as if a sudden fear of the darkness that held the decks between him and the boat had taken him. He snatched at the second mate's lantern, tore it out of his hand, and plunged heavily away over the vile stretch of mould. Mr. Selvin, the second mate, said not a word. He was just staring at the strange-smelling twin streams of dull purple that were jetting out from the wobbling mound. Captain Gannington, however, roared an order to the man to come back, but the man plunged on and on across the mould, his feet seeming to be clogged by the stuff, as if it had grown suddenly soft. He zigzagged as he ran, the lantern swaying in wild circles as he wrenched his feet free with a constant plop, plop, and I could hear his frightened gasps even from where I stood. "Come back with that lamp!" roared the captain again. But still the man took no notice, and Captain Gannington was silent an instant, his lips working in a queer, inarticulate fashion, as if he were stunned momentarily by the very violence of his anger at the man's insubordination. And in the silence I heard the sounds again. Thud, 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 quite distinctly now, beating, it seemed, suddenly to me, right down under my feet, but deep. I stared down at the mould on which I was standing, with a quick, disgusting sense of the terrible all about me. Then I looked at the captain and tried to say something, without appearing frightened. I saw that he had turned again to the mound, and all the anger had gone out of his face. He had his lamp out towards the mound, and was listening. There was another moment of absolute silence. At least, I knew that I was not conscious of any sound at all in the world, except that extraordinary thud, 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 down somewhere in the huge bulk under us. The captain shifted his feet with a sudden, nervous movement, and as he lifted them, the mould went plop, plop. He looked quickly at me, trying to smile, as if he were not thinking anything very much about it. "What do you make of it, Doctor?" he said. "I think—" I began, but the second mate interrupted with a single word, his voice pitched a little high, in a tone that made us both stare instantly at him. "Look!" he said, and pointed at the mound. The thing was all of a slow quiver. A strange ripple ran outward from it, along the deck, like you will see a ripple run inshore out of a calm sea. It reached a mound a little foreside of us, which I had supposed to be the cabin skylight, and in a moment the second mound sank nearly level with the surrounding decks, quivering floppily in a most extraordinary fashion. A sudden quick tremor took the mould right under the second mate, and he gave out a hoarse little cry, and held his arms out on each side of him to keep his balance. The tremor in the mould spread, and Captain Gannington swayed and spread out his feet with a sudden curse of fright. The second mate jumped across to him and caught him by the wrist. "The boat, sir!" he said, saying the very thing that I lacked the pluck to say. "For God's sake!" But he never finished, for a tremendous, hoarse scream cut off his words. They hove themselves round and looked. I could see without turning. The man who had run from us was standing in the waist of the ship, about a fathom from the starboard bulwarks. He was swaying from side to side, and screaming in a dreadful fashion. He appeared to be trying to lift his feet, and the light from his swaying lantern showed an almost incredible sight. All about him the mould was in active movement. His feet had sunk out of sight. The stuff appeared to be lapping at his legs, and abruptly his bare flesh showed. The hideous stuff had rent his trouser leg away, as if it were paper. He gave out a simply sickening scream, and, with a vast effort, wrenched one leg free. It was partly destroyed. The next instant he pitched face downward, and the stuff heaped itself upon him, as if it were actually alive with a dreadful, severe life. It was simply infernal. The man had gone from sight. Where he had fallen was now a writhing, elongated mound, in constant and horrible increase, as the mould appeared to move towards it in strange ripples from all sides. Captain Gannington and the second mate were stone silent, in amazed and incredulous horror, but I had begun to reach towards a grotesque and terrific conclusion, both helped and hindered by my professional training. From the men in the boat alongside there was a loud shouting, and I saw two of their faces appear suddenly above the rail. They showed clearly a moment in the light from the lamp which the man had snatched from Mr. Selvin, for, strangely enough, this lamp was standing upright and unharmed on the deck a little way foreside of that dreadful, elongated, growing mound that still swayed and writhed with an incredible horror. The lamp rose and fell on the passing ripples of the mould, just for all the world as you will see a boat rise and fall on little swells. It is of some interest to me now, psychologically, to remember how that rising and falling lantern brought home to me more than anything the incomprehensible, dreadful strangeness of it all. The men's faces disappeared with sudden yells, as if they had slipped or been suddenly hurt, and there was a fresh uproar of shouting from the boat. The men were calling to us to come away, to come away. In the same instant I felt my left boot drawn suddenly and forcibly downward, with a horrible, painful grip. I wrenched it free, with a yell of angry fear. For'ard of us I saw that the vile surface was all a-move, and abruptly I found myself shouting in a queer, frightened voice, "The boat, Captain! The boat, Captain!" Captain Gannington stared round at me over his right shoulder in a peculiar, dull way that told me he was utterly dazed with bewilderment and the incomprehensibleness of it all. I took a quick, clogged, nervous step towards him, and gripped his arm and shook it fiercely. "The boat!" I shouted at him. "The boat! For God's sake, tell the men to bring the boat aft!" Then the mound must have drawn his feet down, for abruptly he bellowed fiercely with terror, his momentary apathy giving place to furious energy. His thick-set, vastly muscular body doubled and writhed with his enormous effort, and he struck out madly, dropping the lantern. He tore his feet free, something ripping as he did so. The reality and necessity of the situation had come upon him brutishly real, and he was roaring to the men in the boat, "Bring the boat aft! Bring her aft! Bring her aft!" The second mate and I were shouting the same thing madly. "For God's sake, be smart, lads! roared the captain, and stooped quickly for his lamp, which still burned. His feet were gripped again, and he hove them out, blaspheming breathlessly and leaping a yard high with his effort. Then he made a run for the side, wrenching his feet free at each step. In the same instant the second mate cried out something and grabbed at the captain. "It's got hold of my feet! It's got hold of my feet!" he screamed. His feet had disappeared up to his boot tops, and Captain Gannington caught him round the waist with his powerful left arm and gave a mighty heave, and the next instant had him free, but both his boot soles had gone. For my part, I jumped madly from foot to foot to avoid the plucking of the mould, and suddenly I made a run for the ship's side. But before I could get there, a queer gape came in the mould between us and the side, at least a couple of feet wide, and how deep, I don't know. It closed up in an instant, and all the mould where the gape had been went into a sort of flurry of horrible ripplings, so that I ran back from it, for I did not dare to put my foot upon it. Then the captain was shouting to me, "Aft, doctor! Aft, doctor! This way, doctor! Run!" I saw then that he had passed me, and was up on the after-raised portion of the poop. He had the second mate thrown like a sack, all loose and quiet, over his left shoulder, for Mr. Selvern had fainted, and his long legs flopped limp and helpless against the captain's massive knees as he ran. I saw, with a queer, unconscious noting of minor details, how the torn soles of the second mate's boots flapped and jigged as the captain staggered aft. "Boat ahoy! Boat ahoy! Boat ahoy!" shouted the captain, and then I was beside him, shouting also. The men were answering with loud yells of encouragement, and it was plain they were working desperately to force the boat aft through the thick scum about the ship. We reached the ancient mould-hid taffrail, and slewed about breathlessly in the half-darkness to see what was happening. Captain Gannington had left his lantern by the big mound when he picked up the second mate, and as we stood, gasping, we discovered suddenly that all the mould between us and the light was full of movement, yet the part on which we stood, for about 6 or 8 feet forward of us, was still firm. Every couple of seconds we shouted to the men to hasten, and they kept on calling to us that they would be with us in an instant. And all the time we watched the deck of that dreadful hulk, feeling, for my part, literally sick with mad suspense, and ready to jump overboard into that filthy scum all about us. Down somewhere in the huge bulk of the ship there was all the time that extraordinary, dull, ponderous thud, 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 growing ever louder. I seemed to feel the whole hull of the Derelict beginning to quiver and thrill with each dull beat, and to me, with the grotesque and hideous suspicion of what made that noise, it was at once the most dreadful and incredible sound I have ever heard. As we waited desperately for the boat, I scanned incessantly so much of the grey-white bulk as the lamp showed. The whole of the decks seemed to be in strange movement. Forward of the lamp I could see indistinctly the moundings of the mould swaying and nodding hideously beyond the circle of the brightest rays. Nearer, and full in the glow of the lamp, the mound which should have indicated the skylight was swelling steadily. There were ugly purple veinings on it, and as it swelled, it seemed to me that the veinings and mottlings on it were becoming plainer, rising as though embossed upon it, like you will see the veins stand out on the body of a powerful, full-blooded horse. It was most extraordinary. The mound that we had supposed to cover the companionway had sunk flat with the surrounding mould, and I could not see that it jetted out any more of the purplish fluid. A quaking movement of the mound began away forward of the lamp, and came flurrying away aft towards us, and at the sight of that I climbed up onto the spongy-feeling taffrail and yelled afresh for the boat. The men answered with a shout, which told me they were nearer, but the beastly scum was so thick that it was evidently a fight to move the boat at all. Beside me, Captain Gannington was shaking the second mate furiously, and the man stirred and began to moan. The captain shook him again. Wake up, mister!" he shouted. The second mate staggered out of the captain's arms and collapsed suddenly, shrieking, "My feet! Oh God, my feet!" The captain and I lugged him off the mound and got him into a sitting position upon the taffrail, where he kept up a continual moaning. "Hold him, doctor," said the captain, and whilst I did so he ran forward a few yards and peered down over the starboard quarter rail. "For God's sake, be smart, lads! Be smart! Be smart!" he shouted down to the men, and they answered him, breathless, from close at hand, yet still too far away for the boat to be any use to us on the instant. I was holding the moaning, half-unconscious officer, and staring forward along the poop decks. The flurrying of the mould was coming aft, slowly and noiselessly. And then, suddenly, I saw something closer. "Look out, captain!" I shouted, and even as I shouted, the mould near to him gave a sudden, peculiar slobber. I had seen a ripple stealing towards him through the mould. He gave an enormous, clumsy leap and landed near to us on the sound part of the mould, but the movement followed him. He turned and faced it, swearing fiercely. All about his feet there came abruptly little gapings which made horrid sucking noises. "Come back, captain!" I yelled. "Come back, quick!" As I shouted, a ripple came at his feet, lipping at them, and he stamped insanely at it and leaped back, his boot torn half off his foot. He swore madly with pain and anger, and jumped swiftly for the taffrail. "Come on, doctor! Over we go!" he called. Then he remembered the filthy scum, and hesitated, and roared out desperately to the men to hurry. I stared down also. "The second mate?" I said. "I'll take charge, doctor," said Captain Gannington, and caught hold of Mr. Selvin. As he spoke, I thought I saw something beneath us, outlined against the scum. I leaned out over the stern and peered. There was something under the port quarter. "There's something down there, captain," I called, and pointed in the darkness. He stooped over and stared. "A boat, by gum! A boat!" he yelled, and began to wriggle swiftly along the taffrail, dragging the second mate after him. I followed. "A boat it is, sure!" he exclaimed a few moments later, and, picking up the second mate clear of the rail, he hove him down into the boat, where he fell with a crash into the bottom. "Over you go, doctor!" he yelled at me, and pulled me bodily off the rail and dropped me after the officer. As he did so, I felt the whole of the ancient spongy rail give a peculiar sickening quiver and begin to wobble. I fell onto the second mate, and the captain came after, almost in the same instant, but fortunately he landed clear of us onto the fore thwart, which broke under his weight with a loud crack and splintering of wood. "Thank God," I heard him mutter. "Thank God. I guess that was a mighty near thing to go into Hades." He struck a match just as I got to my feet, and between us we got the second mate straightened out on one of the after fore and aft thwarts. We shouted to the men in the boat, telling them where we were, and saw the light of their lanterns shining round the starboard counter of the Derelict. They called back to us to tell us that they were doing their best, and then, whilst we waited, Captain Gannington struck another match, and began to overhaul the boat we had dropped into. She was a modern 2-bowed boat, and on the stern there was painted Cyclone, Glasgow. She was in pretty fair condition, and had evidently drifted into the scum and been held by it. Captain Gannington struck several matches and went forward towards the Derelict. Suddenly he called to me, and I jumped over the thwarts to him. "Look, Doctor," he said, and I saw what he meant. A mass of bones up in the bows of the boat. I stooped over them and looked. There were the bones of at least 3 people, all mixed together in an extraordinary fashion, and quite clean and dry. I had a sudden thought concerning the bones, but I said nothing, for my thought was vague in some ways, and concerned the grotesque and incredible suggestion that had come to me as the cause of that ponderous, dull thud, 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 that beat on so infernally within the hull, and was plain to hear even now that we had got off the vessel herself. And all the while, I had a sick, horrible mental picture of that frightful, wriggling mound aboard the hulk. As Captain Gannington struck a final match, I saw something that sickened me, and the captain saw it in the same instant. The match went out, and he fumbled clumsily for another and struck it. We saw the thing again. We had not been mistaken. A great lip of grey-white was protruding in over the edge of the boat. A great lappet of the mould was coming stealthily towards us, a live mass of the very hull itself. And suddenly Captain Gannington yelled out in so many words the grotesque and incredible thing I was thinking. "She's alive!" I never heard such a sound of comprehension and terror in a man's voice. The very horrified assurance of it made actual to me the thing that before had only lurked in my subconscious mind. I knew he was right. I knew that the explanation my reason and my training both repelled and reached towards was the true one. Oh, I wonder whether anyone can possibly understand our feelings in that moment. The unmitigated horror of it, and the incredibleness. As the light of the match burned up fully, I saw that the mass of living matter coming towards us was streaked and veined with purple, the veins standing out, enormously distended. The whole thing quivered continuously to each ponderous thud, 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 thud of that gargantuan organ that pulsed within the huge grey-white bulk. The flame of the match reached the captain's fingers, and there came to me a little sickly whiff of burned flesh, but he seemed unconscious of any pain. Then the flame went out in a brief sizzle, yet at the last moment I had seen an extraordinary raw look become visible upon the end of that monstrous, protruding lappet. It had become dewed with a hideous purplish sweat, and with the darkness there came a sudden, charnel-like stench. I heard the matchbox split in Captain Gannington's hands as he wrenched it open. Then he swore, in a queer, frightened voice, for he had come to the end of his matches. He turned clumsily in the darkness, and tumbled over the nearest thwart in his eagerness to get to the stern of the boat, and I after him, for we knew that thing was coming towards us through the darkness, reaching over that piteous mingled heap of human bones all jumbled together in the bows. We shouted madly to the men, and for answer saw the bows of the boat emerge dimly into view round the starboard counter of the Derelict. "Thank God!" I gasped out, but Captain Gannington roared to them to show a light, yet this they could not do, for the lamp had just been stepped on in their desperate efforts to force the boat round to us. "Quick! Quick!" I shouted. "For God's sake, be smart, men!" roared the captain, and both of us faced the darkness under the port counter, out of which we knew, but could not see, the thing was coming to us. "An oar! Smart now! Pass me an oar!" shouted the captain, and reached out his hands through the gloom towards the oncoming boat. I saw a figure stand up in the bows and hold something out to us across the intervening yards of scum. Captain Gannington swept his hands through the darkness and encountered it. "I've got it! Let go there!" he said, in a quick, tense voice. In the same instant the boat we were in was pressed over suddenly to starboard by some tremendous weight. Then I heard the captain shout, "Duck your head, doctor!" and directly afterwards he swung the heavy 14-foot oar round his head and struck into the darkness. There came a sudden squelch, and he struck again with a savage grunt of fierce energy. At the second blow the boat righted with a slow movement, and directly afterwards the other boat bumped gently into ours. Captain Gannington dropped the oar, and, springing across to the second mate, hove him up off the thwart, and pitched him with knee and arms clear in over the bows among the men. Then he shouted to me to follow, which I did, and he came after me, bringing the oar with him. We carried the second mate aft, and the captain shouted to the men to back the boat a little. Then they got her bows clear of the boat we had just left, and so headed out through the scum for the open sea. "Where's Tom Harrison?" gasped one of the men, in the midst of his exertions. He happened to be Tom Harrison's particular chum, and Captain Gannington answered him briefly enough. "Dead! Pull! Don't talk!" Now, difficult as it had been to force the boat through the scum to our rescue, the difficulty to get clear seemed tenfold. After some 5 minutes pulling, the boat seemed hardly to have moved a fathom, if so much, and a quite dreadful fear took me afresh, which one of the panting men put suddenly into words. "It's got us! Same as poor Tom!" It was the man who had inquired where Harrison was. "Shut your mouth and pull!" roared the captain. And so another few minutes passed. Abruptly, it seemed to me that the dull, ponderous thud, 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 thud came more plainly through the dark, and I stared intently over the stern. I sickened a little, for I could almost swear that the dark mass of the monster was actually nearer, that it was coming nearer to us through the darkness. Captain Gannington must have had the same thought, for, after a brief look into the darkness, he jumped forward and began to double-bank the stroke oar. "Get forward under the oars, doctor," he said to me rather breathlessly. "Get in the bows, and see if you can't free the stuff a bit round the bows." I did as he told me, and a minute later I was in the bows of the boat, puddling the scum from side to side, and trying to break up the viscid, clinging muck. A heavy, almost animal-like smell rose off it, and all the air seemed full of the deadening, heavy smell. I shall never find words to tell anyone on earth the whole horror of it all. The threat that seemed to hang in the very air around us, and but a little astern, that incredible thing coming, as I firmly believed, nearer, and scum holding us like half-melted glue. The minutes passed in a deadly, eternal fashion, and I kept staring back astern into the darkness, but never ceasing to puddle that filthy scum, striking at it and switching it from side to side until I sweated. Abruptly, Captain Gannington sang out, "We're gaining, lads! Pull!" And I felt the boat forge ahead perceptibly as they gave way with renewed hope and energy. There was soon no doubt of it, for presently that hideous thud, 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 thud had grown quite dim and vague somewhere astern, and I could no longer see the derelict, for the night had come down tremendously dark, and all the sky was thick, overset with heavy clouds. As we drew nearer and nearer to the edge of the scum, the boat moved more and more perceptibly, until suddenly we emerged with a clean, sweet, fresh sound into the open sea. "Thank God," I said aloud, and drew in the boat hook and made my way aft again to where Captain Gannington now sat once more at the tiller. I saw him looking anxiously up at the sky and across to where the lights of our vessel burned, and again he would seem to listen intently, so that I found myself listening also. "What's that, Captain?" I said sharply, for it seemed to me that I heard a sound far astern, something between a queer whine and a low whistling. "What's that?" "It's the wind, Doctor," he said in a low voice. "I wish to God we were aboard." Then to the men, "Pull! Put your backs into it, or you'll never put your teeth through good bread again." The men obeyed nobly, and we reached the vessel safely, and had the boat safely stowed before the storm came, which it did in a furious white smother out of the west. I could see it for some minutes beforehand, tearing the sea in the gloom into a wall of phosphorescent foam, and as it came nearer, that peculiar whining, piping sound grew louder and louder, until it was like a vast steam whistle rushing towards us. And when it did come, we got it very heavy indeed, so that the morning showed us nothing but a welter of white seas, with that grim derelict many a score of miles away in the smother, lost as utterly as our hearts could wish to lose her. When I came to examine the second mate's feet, I found them in a very extraordinary condition. The soles of them had the appearance of having been partially digested. I know of no other word that so exactly describes their condition, and the agony the man suffered must have been dreadful. "Now," concluded the doctor, "that is what I call a case in point. If we could know exactly what the old vessel had been loaded with, and the juxtaposition of the various articles of her cargo, plus the heat and time she had endured, plus one or two other only guessable quantities, we should have solved the chemistry of the life force, gentlemen. Not necessarily the origin, mind you, but at least we should have taken a big step on the way. I've often regretted that gale, you know. In a way, that is, in a way. It was a most amazing discovery, but at the same time I had nothing but thankfulness to be rid of it. A most amazing chance. I often think of the way the monster woke out of its torpor, and that scum, the dead pigs caught in it. I fancy that was a grim kind of net, gentlemen. It caught many things. The old doctor sighed and nodded. "If I could have had her bill of lading," he said, his eyes full of regret. "If it might have told me something to help. But anyway," he began to fill his pipe again. "I suppose," he ended, looking round at us gravely, "I suppose we humans are an ungrateful lot of beggars at the best. But what a chance! What a chance, eh?" End of The Derelict. Recording by Rafe Ball.
Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by annehaviland. Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Young Goodman Brown came forth at sunset into the street at Salem Village, but put his head back after crossing the threshold to exchange a parting kiss with his young wife. And Faith, as the wife was aptly named, thrust her own pretty head into the street, letting the wind play with the pink ribbons of her cap while she called to Goodman Brown. "Dearest heart," whispered she softly and rather sadly, when her lips were close to his ear, "prithee put off your journey until sunrise, and sleep in your own bed to-night. A lone woman is troubled with such dreams and such thoughts that she's afeard of herself sometimes. Pray tarry with me this night, dear husband, of all nights in the year." "My love and my faith," replied young Goodman Brown, "of all nights in the year, this one night must I tarry away from thee. My journey, as thou call'st it, forth and back again, must needs be done 'twixt now and sunrise. What, my sweet pretty wife, dost thou doubt me already, and we but 3 months married?" "Then God bless you," said Faith with the pink ribbons, "and may you find all well when you come back." "Amen," cried Goodman Brown. "Say thy prayers, dear Faith, and go to bed at dusk, and no harm will come to thee." So they parted, and the young man pursued his way until, being about to turn the corner by the meeting-house, he looked back and saw the head of Faith still peeping after him with a melancholy air in spite of her pink ribbons. "Poor little Faith," thought he, for his heart smote him. "What a wretch am I to leave her on such an errand! She talks of dreams, too. Methought as she spoke there was trouble in her face, as if a dream had warned her what work is to be done tonight. But no, 'twould kill her to think it. Well, she's a blessed angel on earth, and after this one night I'll cling to her skirts and follow her to heaven." With this excellent resolve for the future, Goodman Brown felt himself justified in making more haste on his present evil purpose. He had taken a dreary road, darkened by all the gloomiest trees of the forest, which barely stood aside to let the narrow path creep through, and closed immediately behind. It was all as lonely as could be, and there is this peculiarity in such a solitude, that the traveler knows not who may be concealed by the innumerable trunks and thick boughs overhead, so that with lonely footsteps he may yet be passing through an unseen multitude. "There may be a devilish Indian behind every tree," said Goodman Brown to himself, and he glanced fearfully behind him as he added, "What if the devil himself should be at my very elbow?" His head turned back, he passed a crook of the road, and looking forward again beheld the figure of a man in grave and decent attire, seated at the foot of an old tree. He arose at Goodman Brown's approach, and walked onward side by side with him. "You're late, Goodman Brown," said he. "The clock of the Old South was striking as I came through Boston, and that is full 15 minutes agone." "Faith kept me back a while," replied the young man with a tremor in his voice, caused by the sudden appearance of his companion, though not wholly unexpected. It was now deep dusk in the forest, and deepest in that part of it where these two were journeying. As nearly as could be discerned, the second traveler was about 50 years old, apparently in the same rank of life as Goodman Brown, and bearing a considerable resemblance to him, though perhaps more in expression than features. Still, they might have been taken for father and son, and yet, though the elder person was as simply clad as the younger, and as simple in manner, too, he had an indescribable air of one who knew the world, and who would not have felt abashed at the governor's dinner-table, or in King William's court, were it possible that his affairs should call him thither. But the only thing about him that could be fixed upon as remarkable was his staff, which bore the likeness of a great black snake, so curiously wrought that it might almost be seen to twist and wriggle itself like a living serpent. This, of course, must have been an ocular deception, assisted by the uncertain light. "Come, Goodman Brown," said his fellow-traveler, "this is a dull pace for the beginning of a journey. Take my staff, if you are so soon weary." "Friend," said the other, exchanging his slow pace for a full stop, "having kept covenant by meeting thee here, it is my purpose now to return whence I came. I have scruples touching the matter thou wouldst of." "Sayest thou so?" replied he of the serpent, smiling apart. "Let us walk on, nevertheless, reasoning as we go, and if I convince thee not, thou shalt turn back. We are but a little way in the forest yet." Too far! Exclaimed the goodman, unconsciously resuming his walk. "My father never went into the woods on such an errand, nor his father before him. We have been a race of honest men and good Christians since the days of the martyrs, and shall I be the first of the name of Brown that ever took this path and kept—" "Such company, thou wouldst say," observed the elder person, interpreting his pause. "Well said, Goodman Brown. I have been as well acquainted with your family as with ever a one among the Puritans, and that's no trifle to say. I helped your grandfather, the constable, when he lashed the Quaker woman so smartly through the streets of Salem, and it was I that brought your father a pitch-pine knot, kindled at my own hearth, to set fire to an Indian village in King Philip's War. They were my good friends both, and many a pleasant walk have we had along this path, and returned merrily after midnight. I would fain be friends with you for their sake." "If it be as thou sayest," replied Goodman Brown, "I marvel they never spoke of these matters, or verily I marvel not, seeing that the least rumor of the sort would have driven them from New England. We are a people of prayer and good works to boot, and abide no such wickedness." "Wickedness or not," said the traveler with the twisted staff, "I have a very general acquaintance here in New England. The deacon of many a church have drunk the communion wine with me. The selectmen of divers towns make me their chairman, and a majority of the great and general court are firm supporters of my interest. The governor and I, too, but these are state secrets." "Can this be so?" cried Goodman Brown with a stare of amazement at his undisturbed companion. "Howbeit I have nothing to do with the governor and council. They have their own ways, and are no rule for a simple husbandman like me. But were I to go on with thee, how should I meet the eye of that good old man, our minister at Salem village? Oh, his voice would make me tremble both Sabbath day and lecture day." Thus far the elder traveler had listened with due gravity, but now burst into a fit of irrepressible mirth, shaking himself so violently that his snake-like staff actually seemed to wiggle in sympathy. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" shouted he again, then composing himself. "Well, go on, Goodman Brown, go on, but prithee don't kill me with laughing." "Well, then, to end the matter at once," said Goodman Brown, considerably nettled, "there is my wife Faith. It would break her dear little heart, and I'd rather break my own." "Nay, if that be the case," answered the other, "e'en go thy ways, Goodman Brown. I would not for 20 old women like the one hobbling before us that Faith should come to any harm." As he spoke, he pointed his staff at a female figure on the path, in whom Goodman Brown recognized a very pious and exemplary dame, who had taught him his catechism in youth, and was still his moral and spiritual adviser, jointly with the minister and Deacon Gookin. "A marvel, truly, that Goody Cloyes should be so far in the wilderness at nightfall," said he. "But with your leave, friend, I shall take a cut through the woods until we have left this Christian woman behind. Being a stranger to you, she might ask whom I was consorting with, and whither I was going." "Be it so," said the fellow traveler. "Betake you to the woods, and let me keep the path." Accordingly, the young man turned aside, but took care to watch his companion, who advanced softly along the road until he had come within a staff's length of the old dame. She, meanwhile, was making the best of her way, with singular speed for so aged a woman, and mumbling some indistinct words, a prayer doubtless, as she went. The traveler put forth his staff and touched her withered neck with what seemed the serpent's tail. "The devil!" screamed the pious old lady. "Then Goody Cloyes knows her old friend," observed the traveler, confronting her and leaning on his writhing stick. "Ah, forsooth, it is your worship indeed," cried the good dame. "Yes, truly it is, and in the very image of my old gossip, Goodman Brown, the grandfather of the silly fellow that is now. But, would your worship believe it? My broomstick hath strangely disappeared, stolen, as I suspect, by that unhanged witch, Goody Corey, and that too when I was all anointed with the juice of smallage and cinquefoil and wolfsbane." "Mingled with fine wheat and the fat of a newborn babe," said the shape of old Goodman Brown. "Ha! Your worship knows the recipe," cried the old lady, cackling aloud. "So, as I was saying, being all ready for the meeting, and no horse to ride on, I made up my mind to foot it. For they tell me there is a nice young man to be taken into communion tonight. But now your good worship will lend me your arm, and we shall be there in a twinkling." "That can hardly be," answered her friend. "I may not spare you my arm, Goody Cloyes, but here is my staff, if you will." So saying, he threw it down at her feet, where perhaps it assumed life, being one of the rods which its owner had formerly lent the Egyptian magi. Of this fact, however, Goodman Brown could not take cognizance. He had cast his eyes in astonishment, and looking back down, beheld neither Goody Cloyes nor the serpentine staff, but his fellow traveler alone, who waited for him as calmly as if nothing had happened. "That old woman taught me my catechism," said the young man, and there was a world of meaning in this simple comment. They continued to walk onward, while the elder traveler exhorted his companion to make good speed and persevere in the path, discoursing so aptly that his argument seemed rather to spring up in the bosom of his auditor than to be suggested by himself. As they went, he plucked a bunch of maple to serve for a walking stick, and began to strip it of the twigs and little boughs, which were wet with evening dew. The moment his fingers touched them, they became strangely withered and dried up as with a week's sunshine. Thus the pair proceeded at a good free pace, until suddenly in the gloomy hollow of the road, Goodman Brown sat himself down on the stump of a tree and refused to go any further. "Friend," said he stubbornly, "my mind is made up. Not another step will I budge on this errand. What if a wretched old woman do choose to go to the devil when I thought she was going to heaven? Is that any reason why I should quit my dear Faith and go after her?" "You will think better of this by and by," said his acquaintance composedly. "Sit here and rest yourself a while, and when you feel like moving again, there's my staff to help you along." Without more words, he threw his companion the maple stick, and was as speedily out of sight as if he had vanished into the deepening gloom. The young man sat a few moments by the roadside, applauding himself greatly, and thinking with how clear a conscience he should meet the minister in his morning walk, nor shrink from the eye of good old Deacon Gookin, and what calm sleep would be his that very night, which was to have been spent so wickedly, but so purely and sweetly now, in the arms of faith. Amidst these pleasant and praiseworthy meditations, Goodman Brown heard the tramp of horses along the road, and deemed it advisable to conceal himself within the verge of the forest, conscious of the guilty purpose that had brought him thither, though now so happily turned from it. On came the hoof-tramps and the voices of the riders, two grave old voices, conversing soberly as they drew near. These mingled sounds appeared to pass along the road within a few yards of the young man's hiding-place, but, owing doubtless to the depth of the gloom at that particular spot, neither the travelers nor their steeds were visible. Though their figures brushed the small boughs by the wayside, it could not be seen that they intercepted, even for a moment, the faint gleam from the strip of bright sky athwart which they must have passed. Goodman Brown alternately crouched and stood on tiptoe, pulling aside the branches and thrusting forth his head as far as he durst without discerning so much as a shadow. It vexed him the more because he could have sworn, were such a thing possible, that he recognized the voices of the minister and Deacon Gookin, jogging along quietly, as they were wont to do, when bound to some ordination or ecclesiastical council. While yet within hearing, one of the riders stopped to pluck a switch. "Of the two, reverend sir," said the voice like the deacon's, "I had rather miss an ordination dinner than tonight's meeting. They tell me that some of our community are to be here from Falmouth and beyond, and others from Connecticut and Rhode Island, besides several of the Indian powwows, who, after their fashion, know almost as much devilry as the best of us. Moreover, there is a goodly young woman to be taken into communion." "Mighty well, Deacon Gookin," replied the solemn old tones of the minister. "Spur up, or we shall be late. Nothing can be done, you know, until I get on the ground." The hoofs clattered again, and the voices talking so strangely in the empty air passed on through the forest where no church had ever been gathered or solitary Christian prayed. Whither, then, could these holy men be journeying so deep into the heathen wilderness? Young Goodman Brown caught hold of a tree for support, being ready to sink down on the ground, faint and overburdened with the heavy sickness of his heart. He looked up to the sky, doubting whether there really was a heaven above him, yet there was the blue arch, and the stars brightening in it. "With heaven above and faith below, I will yet stand firm against the devil," cried Goodman Brown. While he still gazed upward into the deep arch of the firmament, and had lifted his hands to pray, a cloud, though no wind was stirring, hurried across the zenith and hid the brightening stars. The blue sky was still visible, except directly overhead, where this black mass of cloud was sweeping swiftly northward. Aloft in the air, as if from the depths of the cloud, came a confused and doubtful sound of voices. Once the listener fancied that he could distinguish the accents of townspeople of his own, men and women, both pious and ungodly, many of whom he had met at the communion table, and had seen others rioting at the tavern. The next moment, so indistinct were the sounds, he doubted whether he had heard aught but the murmur of the old forest, whispering without a wind. Then came a stronger swell of those familiar tones, heard daily in the sunshine at Salem village, but never until now from a cloud of night. There was one voice of a young woman, uttering lamentations, yet with an uncertain sorrow, and entreating for some favor, which perhaps it would grieve her to obtain, and all the unseen multitude, both saints and sinners, seemed to encourage her onward. "Faith!" cried Goodman Brown in a voice of agony and desperation, and the echoes of the forest mocked him, crying, "Faith! Faith!" as if bewildered wretches were seeking her all through the wilderness. The cry of grief, rage, and terror was yet piercing the night, when the unhappy husband held his breath for a response. There was a scream, drowned immediately in a loud murmur of voices, fading into far-off laughter as the dark clouds swept away, leaving the clear and silent sky above Goodman Brown. But something fluttered lightly down through the air and caught on the branch of a tree. The young man seized it and beheld a pink ribbon. "My faith is gone," cried he, after one stupefied moment. "There is no good on earth, and sin is but a name. Come, devil, for to thee is this world given." And maddened with despair so that he laughed loud and long, did Goodman Brown grasp his staff and set forth again, at such a rate that he seemed to fly along the forest path rather than to walk or run. The road grew wilder and drearier and more faintly traced, and vanished at length, leaving him in the heart of the dark wilderness, still rushing onward with the instinct that guides mortal man to evil. The whole forest was peopled with frightful sounds, the creaking of the trees, the howling of wild beasts, and the yell of Indians, while sometimes the wind tolled like a distant church bell, and sometimes gave a broad roar around the traveler, as if all nature were laughing him to scorn. But he was himself the chief horror of the scene, and shrank not from its other horrors. "Ha, ha, ha!" roared Goodman Brown, when the wind laughed at him. "Let us hear which will laugh loudest. Think not to frighten me with your deviltry. Come, witch, Come wizard, come Indian powwow, come devil himself, and here comes Goodman Brown. You may as well fear him as he fear you." In truth, all through the haunted forest there could be nothing more frightful than the figure of Goodman Brown. On he flew among the path pines, brandishing his staff with frenzied gestures, now giving vent to an inspiration of horrid blasphemy, and now shouting forth such laughter as set all the echoes of the forest laughing like demons around him. The fiend in his own shape is less hideous than when he rages in the breast of a man. Thus sped the demoniac on his course, until quivering among the trees he saw a red light before him, as when the felled trunks and branches of a clearing have been set on fire, and throw up their lurid blaze against the sky at the hour of midnight. He paused, in a lull of the tempest that had driven him onward, and heard the swell of what seemed to him, rolling solemnly from a distance with the weight of many voices. He knew the tune. It was a familiar one in the choir of the village meeting-house. The verse died heavily away and was lengthened by a chorus not of human voices, but of all the sounds of the benighted wilderness pealing in awful harmony together. Goodman Brown cried out, and his cry was lost to his own ears by its unison with the cry of the desert. In the interval of silence he strode forward until the light glared full upon his eyes. At one extremity of an open space, hemmed in by the dark wall of the forest, arose a rock, bearing some rude natural resemblance either to an altar or a pulpit, and surrounded by 4 blazing pines, their tops aflame, their stems untouched, like candles at an evening meeting. The mass of foliage that had overgrown the summit of the rock was all on fire, blazing high into the night and fitfully illuminating the whole field. Each pendant twig and leafy festoon was in blaze. As the red light arose and fell, a numerous congregation alternately shone forth, then disappeared in shadow, and again grew, as it were, out of the darkness, peopling the heart of the solitary woods at once. "A grave and dark-clad company," quoth Goodman Brown. In truth they were such. Among them, quivering to and fro between gloom and splendor, appeared faces that would be seen next day at the council board of the province, and others which Sabbath after Sabbath looked devoutly heavenward and benignantly over the crowded pews from the holiest pulpits in the land. Some affirmed that the lady of the governor was there. At least there were high dames well known to her, and wives of honored husbands, and widows, a great multitude, and ancient maidens, all of excellent repute, and fair young girls, who trembled lest their mothers should espy them. Either the sudden gleams of light flashing over the obscure field bedazzled Goodman Brown, or he recognized the score of the church members of Salem village famous for their especial sanctity. Good old Deacon Gookin had arrived, and waited at the skirts of that venerable saint, his revered pastor. But irreverently consorting with these grave, reputable, and pious people, these elders of the church, these chaste dames and dewy virgins, there were men of dissolute lives and women of spotted fame, wretches given over to all mean and filthy vice, and suspected even of horrid crimes. It was strange to see that the good shrank not from the wicked, nor were the sinners abashed by the saints. Scattered also among their pale-faced enemies were the Indian priests or powwows, who had often scared their native forest with more hideous incantations than any known to English witchcraft. But where is faith? Thought Goodman Brown, and as hope came into his heart, he trembled. Another verse of the hymn arose, a slow and mournful strain, such as the pious love, but joined to words which expressed all that our nature can conceive of sin, and darkly hinted at far more. Unfathomable to mere mortals is the lore of fiends. Verse after verse was sung, and still the chorus of the desert swelled between like the deepest tone of a mighty organ, and with the final peal of that dreadful anthem there came a sound, as if the roaring wind, the rushing streams, the howling beasts, and every other voice of the unconcerted wilderness were mingling and according with the voice of guilty man in homage to the Prince of all. The 4 blazing pines threw up a loftier flame, and obscurely discovered shapes and visages of horror on the smoke wreaths above the impious assembly. At the same moment the fire on the rock shot redly forth and formed a glowing arch above its base, where now appeared a figure. With reverence be it spoken, the figure bore no slight similitude, both in garb and manner, to some grave divine of the New England churches. "Bring forth the converts!" cried a voice that echoed through the field and rolled into the forest. At the word, Goodman Brown stepped forth from the shadow of the trees and approached the congregation, with whom he felt a loathful brotherhood by the sympathy of all that was wicked in his heart. He could have well nigh sworn that the shape of his own dead father beckoned him to advance, looking downward from a smoke wreath, while a woman with dim features of despair threw out her hand to warn him back. Was it his mother? But he had no power to retreat one step, nor to resist, even in thought, when the minister and good old Deacon Gookin seized his arms and led him to the blazing rock. Thither came also the slender form of a veiled female, led between Goody Cloyes, that pious teacher of the catechism, and Martha Carrier, who had received the devil's promise to be queen of hell. A rampant hag was she, and there stood the proselytes beneath the canopy of fire. "Welcome, my children," said the dark figure, "to the communion of your race. Ye have found thus young your nature and your destiny. My children, look behind you." They turned, and flashing forth as it were in a sheet of flame, the fiend worshippers were seen. The smile of welcome gleamed darkly on every visage. "There," resumed the sable form, "are all whom ye have reverenced from youth. Ye deemed them holier than yourselves, and shrank from your own sin, contrasting it with their lives of righteousness and prayerful aspirations heavenward. Yet here they all are in my worshipping assembly. This night it shall be granted you to know their secret deeds, how hoary-bearded elders of the church have whispered wanton words to the young maids of their households, how many a woman, eager for widow's weeds, has given her husband a drink at bedtime and let him sleep his last sleep in her bosom, how beardless youths have made haste to inherit their father's wealth, and how fair damsels, blush not, sweet ones, have dug little graves in the garden and bidden me, the sole guest, to an infant's funeral. By the sympathy of your human hearts for sin ye shall scent out all the places, whether in church, bedchamber, street, field, or forest, where crime has been committed, and shall exult to behold the whole earth one stain of guilt, one mighty blood spot. Far more than this, it shall be yours to penetrate in every bosom the deep mystery of sin, the fountain of all wicked arts, and which inexhaustibly supplies more evil impulses than human power, than my power, at its utmost, can make manifest in deeds. And now, my children, look upon each other." They did so, and by the blaze of the hell-kindled torches the wretched man beheld his faith, and the wife her husband, trembling before that unhallowed altar. "Lo, there ye stand, my children," said the figure in a deep and solemn tone, almost sad with its despairing awfulness, as if his once angelic nature could yet mourn for one miserable race. "Depending on one another's hearts, ye had still hoped that virtue were not all a dream. Now are ye undeceived. Evil is the nature of mankind. Evil must be your only happiness. Welcome again, my children, to the communion of your race." "Welcome!" repeated the fiend worshippers in one cry of despair and triumph. And where they stood, the only pair, as it seemed, who were yet hesitating on the verge of wickedness in this dark world, a basin had hollowed naturally in the rock. Did it contain water, reddened by the lurid light, or was it blood, or perchance a liquid flame? Herein did the shape of evil dip his hand and prepare to lay the mark of baptism upon their foreheads, that they might be partakers of the mystery of sin, more conscious of the secret guilt of others, both in deed and thought, than they could now be of their own. The husband cast one look at his pale wife, and Faith at him. What polluted wretches would the next glance show them to each other, shuddering alike at what they disclosed and what they saw. "Faith, Faith," cried the husband, "look up to heaven, and resist the wicked one." Whether Faith obeyed he knew not. Hardly had he spoken when he found himself amid calm night and solitude, listening to a roar of the wind which died heavily away through the forest. He staggered against the rock and felt it chill and damp, while a hanging twig, that had been all on fire, besprinkled his cheek with the coldest dew. The next morning young Goodman Brown came slowly into the street of Salem village, staring around him like a bewildered man. The good old minister was taking a walk along the graveyard to get an appetite for breakfast and meditate his sermon, and bestowed a blessing as he passed on Goodman Brown. He shrank from the venerable saint, as if to avoid an anathema. Old Deacon Gookin was at domestic worship, and holy words of his prayer were heard through the open window. "What God doth the wizard pray to?" quoth Goodman Brown. Goody Cloyes, that excellent old Christian, stood in the early sunshine at her own lattice, catechizing a little girl who had brought her a pint of morning's milk. Goodman Brown snatched the child away as from the grasp of the fiend himself. Turning the corner by the meeting-house, he spied the head of Faith, with the pink ribbons, gazing anxiously forth, and bursting into such joy at the sight of him that she skipped along the street and almost kissed her husband before the whole village. But Goodman Brown looked sternly and sadly into her face, and passed on without a greeting. Had Goodman Brown fallen asleep in the forest and only dreamed a wild dream of a witch meeting? Be it so if you will, but alas! It was a dream of evil omen for young Goodman Brown. A stern, a sad, a darkly meditative, a distrustful, if not a desperate man did he become from the night of that fearful dream. On the Sabbath day, when the congregation was singing a holy psalm, he could not listen, because an anthem of sin rushed loudly upon his ear and drowned all the blessed strain. When the minister spoke from the pulpit with power and fervid eloquence, and with his hand on the open Bible, of the sacred truths of our religion, and of saint-like lives and triumphant deaths, and of future bliss or misery unutterable, then did Goodman Brown turn pale, dreading lest the roof should thunder down upon the grey blasphemer and his hearers. Often, waking suddenly at midnight, he shrank from the bosom of faith, and at morning or eventide, when the family knelt down at prayer, he scowled and muttered to himself, and gazed sternly at his wife, and turned away. And when he had lived long and was borne to his grave a hoary corpse, followed by Faith, an aged woman, and children and grandchildren, a goodly procession, besides neighbors not a few, they carved no hopeful verse upon his tombstone, for his dying hour was gloom. End of Young Goodman Brown. Recording by annehaviland.
The Black Reaper by Bernard Edward J. Capes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique Campbell, September 2018. The Black Reaper by Bernard Edward J. Capes. Now I am to tell you of a thing that befell in the year 1665 of the Great Plague, when the hearts of certain amongst men, grown callous in wickedness upon that rebound from an inhuman austerity, were open to the vision of a terror that moved and spoke not in the silent places of the fields. Forasmuch as, however, in the recovery from delirium a patient may marvel over the incredulity of neighbors who refuse to give credence to the presentiments that have been ipso facto to him, so, the nation being sound again, and its constitution hale, I expect little but a laugh for my piety in relating of the following incident, which, nevertheless, is as essential true as that he who shall look through the knot-hole in the plank of a coffin shall acquire the evil eye. For indeed, in those days of a wild fear and confusion, when every condition that maketh for reason was set wandering by a devious path, and all men sitting as in a theatre of death looked to see the curtain rise upon God knows what horrors, it was vouchsafed to many to witness sights and sounds beyond the compass of nature, and that as if the devil and his minions had profited by the anarchy to slip unobserved into the world. And I know that this is so, for all the insolence of a recovered skepticism. And, as to the unseen, we are like one that traverseth the dark with a lantern, himself the skipper of a little moving blot of light, but a positive mark for any secret foe without the circumference of its radiance. Be that as it may, and whether it was our particular ill fortune, or, as some asserted, our particular wickedness, that made of our village an inviting back door of entrance to the Prince of Darkness, I know not. But so it is that disease and contagion are ever inclined to penetrate by way of flaws or humours, where the veil of the flesh is already perforated, as a kite circleth round its quarry, looking for the weak place to strike. And, without doubt, in that land of corruption, we were a very foul blot indeed. How this came about it were idle to speculate, yet no man shall have the hardihood to affirm that it was otherwise. Nor do I seek to extenuate myself, who was in truth no better than my neighbors in most, that made us a community of drunkards, and forswearers both lewd and abominable. For in that village a depravity that was like madness had come to possess the heads of the people, and no man durst take his stand on honesty or even common decency, for fear he should be set upon by his comrades, and drummed out of his government on a pint-pot. Yet, for myself, I will say was one only redeeming quality, and that was the pure love I bore to my solitary orphan child, the little Marjorie. Now our vicar, a patient and God-fearing man, for all his predial tithes were appropriated by his lord, that was an absentee, and a sheriff in London, did little to stem that current of lewdness that had set in strong with the Restoration. And this was from no lack of virtue in himself, but rather from a natural invertebracy, as one may say, and an order of mind that, yet being no order, it made the sport of any sophister with a wit for paragram. Thus it always is that mere example is of little avail without a precept, of which, however, it is an important condition, and that the successful directors of men be not those who go to the van and lead, unconscious of the gibes and mockery in the rear, but such rather as drive the mob before them with a smiting hand and no infirmity of purpose. So, if a certain affection for our pastor dwelt in our hearts, no title of respect was there to leaven it and justify his high office before him that consigned the trust. And ever deeper and deeper we sank in the slough of corruption, until it was brought about this pass, but some scourging despotism of the church should acquit us of the fate of Sodom, that such, at the 11th hour, was vouchsafed us of God's mercy, it is my purpose to show. And doubtless, this offering of a loophole was to account by reason of the devil's having debarked his reserves, as it were, in our port, and so quartering upon us a soldiery that we were, had no invitation of our own to maintain, stood us a certain extenuation. It was late in the order of things before, in our village, so much as a rumor of the plague reached us. Newspapers were not in those days, and reports, being by word of mouth, travelled slowly, and were often spent bullets by the time they fell amongst us. Yet, by May, some gossip there was of the distemper having gotten a hold in certain quarters of London and increasing, and this alarmed our people, though it made no abatement of their profligacy. But presently the reports coming thicker, with confirmation of the terror and panic that was enlarging on all sides, we must take measures for our safety. Though into June and July, when the pestilence was raging, none infected had come our way, and that from our remote and isolated position. Yet it needs but fear for the crown to that wickedness that is self-indulgence. And forasmuch as this fear fattens like a toadstool on the decomposition it springs from, it grew with us to the proportions that we were set to kill or destroy any that should approach us from the stricken districts. And then suddenly there appeared in our midst he that was appointed to be our scourge and our cautery. Whence he came, or how, no man of us could say. Only one day we were a community of roisterers and scoffers, impious and abominable, and the next he was among us smiting and thundering. Some would have it that he was an old collegiate of our vicars, but at last one of those wandering dissenters that found never, as now, the times opportune to their teachings, a theory to which our minister's treatment of the stranger gave colour. For from the moment of his appearance he took the reins of government, as it were, appropriating the pulpit and launching his bolts therefrom, with the full consent and encouragement of the other. There were those, again, who were resolved that his commission from a high place, whither news of our infamy had reached, and that we had best give him a respectful hearing, lest we should run a chance of having our hearing stopped altogether. A few were convinced he was no man at all, but rather a fiend sent to thresh us with the scourge of our own contriving, that we might be tender like steak for the cooking. And yet other few regarded him with terror, as an actual figure or embodiment of the distemper. But generally, after the first surprise, the feeling of resentment at his intrusion woke and gained ground, and we were much put about that he should have thus assumed the pastorship without invitation, quartering with our vicar, who kept himself aloof and was little seen, and seeking to drive us by terror and amazement and a great menace of retribution. For in truth, this was not the method to which we were wont, and it both angered and disturbed us. This feeling would have enlarged the sooner, perhaps, were it not for a certain restraining influence possessed of the newcomer, which neighbored him with darkness and mystery, for he was above the common tall, and ever appeared in public with a slouched hat that concealed all the upper part of his face and showed little otherwise but the dense black beard that dropped upon his breast like a shadow. Now, with August came a fresh burst of panic, how the desolation increased, and the land was overrun with swarms of infected persons seeking an asylum from the city, and our anger rose higher against the stranger who yet dwelt with us and encouraged the distemper of our minds by furious denunciations of our guilt. Thus far, for all the corruption of our hearts, we had maintained the practice of church-going, thinking, maybe, poor fools, to hoodwink the Almighty with a show of reverence. But now, as by a common consent, we neglected the observances and loitered of a Sabbath in the fields, and thither at the last the strange man pursued us and ended the matter. For so it fell that at the time of the harvest ripening, a goodish body of us males, who gathered one Sunday for coolness about the neighborhood of the dripping well, whose waters were a tradition, for they had long gone dry. This well was situate in a sort of cave or deep scoop at the foot of a cliff of limestone, to which the cultivated ground that led up to it fell somewhat. High above, the cliff broke away into a wide stretch of pasture land, but at the face of the rock itself was all patched with bramble and little starved birch trees clutching for foothold, and in like manner the excavation beneath was half stifled and gloomed over with undergrowth, so that it looked a place very dismal and uninviting, save in the ardor of the dog days. Within, where had been the basin, was a great shattered hole going down to unknown depths, and this no man had thought to explore, for a mystery held about the spot that was doubtless the foster child of ignorance. But to the front of the well and of the cliff stretched a noble field of corn, and this field was of an uncommon shape, being, roughly, a vast circle and a little one joined by a neck, and in suggestion not unlike an hourglass, and into the crop thereof, which was of goodly weight and condition, were the first sickles to be put on the morrow. Now as we stood or lay around, idly discussing of the news, and congratulating ourselves that we were featly quit of our incubus, to us along the meadow path, his shadow jumping on the corn, came the very subject of our gossip. He strode up, looking neither to right nor left, and with the first word that fell, low and damnatory from his lips, we knew that the moment had come when, whether for good or evil, he intended to cast us from him and acquit himself of further responsibility in our direction. "Behold," he cried, pausing over against us, "I go from among ye. Behold, ye that have not obeyed nor inclined your ear, but have walked every one in the imagination of his evil heart. Saith the Lord, I will bring evil upon them, which they shall not be able to escape. And though they shall cry unto me, I will not hearken unto them." His voice rang out, and a dark silence fell among us. It was pregnant, but with little of humility. We had had enough of this interloper and his abuse. Then, like Jeremiah, he went to prophesy. "I read ye, men of Anathoth, and the murder in your hearts. Ye that have worshipped this shameful thing and burned incense to Baal, shall I cringe that ye devise against me, or not rather pray to the Lord of hosts? Let me see thy vengeance on them." And he answereth, "I will bring evil upon the men of Anathoth, even the year of their visitation." Now, though I was no participator in that direful thing that followed, I stood by, nor interfered, and so must share the blame. For there were men risen all about, and their faces lowering, and it seemed that it would go hard with the stranger were he not more particular. But he moved forward with a stately and commanding gesture, and stood with his back to the well scoop, and threatened us, and spoke. "Lo! Your hour is upon you. Ye shall be mowed down like ripe corn, and the shadow of your name shall be swept from the earth. The glass of your iniquity is turned, and when its sand is run through, not a man of ye shall be." He raised his arms aloft, and in a moment he was overborne. Even then, as all say, none got sight of his face, but he fought with lowered head and his black beard flapping like a wounded crow. But suddenly a boy-child ran forward of the bystanders, crying and screaming, "Hurt him not! They are hurting him! Oh me! Oh me!" And from the sweat and struggle came his voice, gasping, "I spare the little children." Then only I know of the surge and the crash towards the mouth-well, of an instant cessation of motion, and immediately of men toiling hither and thither with boulders and huge blocks which they piled over the rent, and so sealed it with a cromlech of stone. Part 2. That, in the heat of rage and of terror, we had gone further than we had at first designed, our gloom and our silence on the morrow attested. True, we were quit of our incubus, but on such terms as not even the severity of the times could excuse. For the man had but chastised us to our improvement, and to destroy the scourge is not to condone the offence. For myself, as I bore up the little Marjorie to my shoulder on my way to the reaping, I felt the burden of guilt so great as that I found myself muttering of an apology to the Lord that I darest put myself into touch with innocence. But the walk would fatigue her otherwise, I murmured, and when we came to the field, I took her and carried her into the upper or little meadow out of reach of the scythes, and placed her to sleep amongst the corn, and so left her with a groan. But when I came anew to my comrades, who stood at the lower extremity of the field, and this was the bottom of the hourglass, so to speak, I was aware of a stir amongst them, and advancing closer, that they were all intent upon the neighbourhood of the field I had left, staring like distraught creatures, and holding well together, as if in a panic. Therefore, following the direction of their eyes, and of one that pointed with rigid finger, I turned me about, and looked whence I had come, and my heart went with a somersault, and in a moment I was all sick and dazed, for I saw, at the upper curve of the meadow, where the well lay in gloom, that a man had sprung out of the earth, as it seemed, and was started reaping. And the face of this man was all in shadow, from which his beard ran out and down like a stream of gall. He reaped swiftly and steadily, swinging like a pendulum. But though the sheaths fell to him to the right and left, no swish of the scythe came to us, nor any sound but the beating of our own hearts. Now, from the first moment of my looking, no doubt was in my lost soul but that this was him we had destroyed, come back to verify his prophecy, and ministering to the vengeance of the Lord of hosts. And at the thought a deep groan rent my bosom, and was echoed by those about me. But scarcely was it issued when a second terror smote me as that I near reeled. Marjorie, my babe, put to sleep there in the path of the Black Reaper. At that, though they called to me, I sprang forward like a madman, and running along the meadow through the neck of the glass, reached the little thing, and stooped and snatched her into my arms. She was sound and unfrightened, as I felt with a burst of thankfulness. But, looking about me, as I turned again to fly, I had near dropped in my tracks for the sickness and horror I experienced in the nearer neighbourhood of the apparition. For, though it never raised its head or changed the steady swing of its shoulders. I knew that it was aware of and was reaping at me. Now I tell you, it was 10 yards away, yet the point of the scythe came gliding upon me silently like a snake through the stalks, and at that I screamed out and ran for my life. I escaped, sweating with terror. But when I was sped back to the men, there was all the village collected, and our vicar to the front, praying from a throat that rattled like a dead leaf in a draught. I know not what he said, for the low cries of the women filled the air, but his face was white as a smock, and his fingers writhed in one another like a knot of worms. "The plague is upon us," they wailed. "We shall be mowed down like ripe corn." And even as they shrieked, the Black Reaper paused, and putting away his scythe, stooped and gathered up a sheaf in his arms and stood it on end. And, with the very act, a man, one that had been forward in yesterday's business, fell down amongst us yelling and foaming, and rent his breast in his frenzy, revealing the purple blot thereon, and he passed blaspheming. And the Reaper stooped and stooped again, and with every sheaf he gathered together, one of us fell stricken and rolled in his agony, while the rest stood by, palsied. But when at length all that was cut was accounted for, and a dozen of us were gone each to his judgment, and he had taken up his scythe to reap anew, a wild fury woke in the breast of some of the more abandoned and reckless amongst us. "It is not to be tolerated," they cried. "Let us at once fire the corn and burn this sorcerer." And with that, some 5 or 6 of them, emboldened by despair, ran up into the little field, and separating, had out each his flint, and fired the crop in his own place, and retreated to the narrow part for safety. Now the Reaper rested on his scythe, as if unexpectedly acquitted of a part of his labor, but the corn flamed up in 5 or 6 directions, and was consumed in each of the compass of a single sheaf, whereat the fire died away, and with its dying the faces of those that had ventured went black as coal, and they flung up their arms screaming, and fell prone where they stood, and were hidden from our view. Then, indeed, despair seized upon all of us that survived, and we made no doubt but that we were to be exterminated and wiped from the earth for our sins, as were the men of Anathoth. And for an hour the Black Reaper mowed and trussed, till he had cut all from the little upper field, and was approached to the neck of juncture with the lower and larger. And before us that remained, and who were drawn back amongst the trees, weeping and praying, a 5th of our comrades lay foul and dead and sweltering, and all blotched over with the dreadful mark of the pestilence. Now, as I say, the Reaper was nearing the neck of juncture, and so we knew that if he should once pass into the great field towards us and continue his mowing, not one of us should be left to give earnest of our repentance. Then, as it seemed, our vicar came to a resolution, moving forward with a face all rapt and entranced, and he strode up the meadow path and approached the apparition, and stretched out his arms to it entreating, and we saw the other pause, awaiting him, and he came near, put forth his hand, and so gently on the good old head. But as we looked, catching at our breaths with a little pathos of hope, the priestly face was thrown back radiant, and the figure of him that would give his life for us sank among the yet standing corn and disappeared from our sight. So at last we yielded ourselves fully to our despair, for if our pastor should find no mercy, what possibility of it could be for us? It was in this moment of an uttermost grief and horror, when each stood apart from his neighbor, fearing the contamination of his presence, that there was vouchsafed to me, of God's pity, a wild and sudden inspiration. Still to my neck fastened the little Marjorie, not frightened, it seemed, but mazed. And other babes there were in plenty that clutched to their mother's skirts and peeped out, wondering at the strange show. I ran to the front and shrieked, "The children! The children! He will not touch the little children! Bring them and set them in his path!" And so crying, I sped to the neck of meadow and loosened the soft arms from my throat and put the little one down within the corn. Now at once the women saw what I would be at, and full a score of them snatched up their babes and followed me. And here we were reckless for ourselves, but we knelt the innocents in one close line across the neck of land, so that the Black Reaper should not find space between any of them to swing his scythe. And having done this, we fell back with our hearts bubbling in our breasts, and we stood panting and watched. He had paused over that one full sheaf of his reaping, but now, with the sound of the women's running, he seized his weapon up again and set to upon the narrow belt of corn that yet separated him from the children. But presently, coming out upon the tender array, his scythe stopped and trailed in his hand, and for a full minute he stood like a figure of stone. Then thrice he walked slowly backwards and forwards along the line, seeking for an interval whereby he might pass. And the children laughed at him like silver bells, showing no fear, and perchance meeting that of love in his eyes that was hidden from us. Then of a sudden he came to before the midmost of the line, and, while we drew our breath like dying souls, stooped and snapped his blade across his knee, and holding the two parts in his hand, turned and strode back into the shadow of the dripping well. There arrived, he paused once more and, twisting him about, waved his hand once to us, and vanished into the blackness. But there were those who affirmed that in that instant of his turning, his face was revealed, and that it was a face radiant and beautiful as an angel's. Such is the history of the wild judgment that befell us, and by the grace of the little children was foregone. And such was the stranger whose name no man ever heard tell, but whom many have since sought to identify with that spirit of the pestilence that entered into men's hearts and confounded them, so that they saw visions and were afterwards confused in their memories. And this I may say, that when at last our courage would fetch us to that little field of death, we found it to be all blackened and blasted, so as nothing would take root there then or ever since. And it was as if, after all the golden sand of the hourglass was run away, and the lives of the most impious with it, the destroyer saw fit to stay his hand for the sake of the babes that he had pronounced innocent, and for such as were spared to witness to his judgment. And this I do here, with a heart as contrite as if it were the morrow of the visitation, the which with me it ever has remained. End of The Black Reaper. Recording by Angelique G. Campbell. September 2018. Panhandle and the Ghosts, from All Men Are Ghosts by L.P. Jacks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique G. Campbell, October 2018. Our story is introduced with this header. Oh, di solo, ora sei tu ancora morto, ed egli e me. Come, il mio corpo, still ne mondo su, non lo senzo porto. From Dante, Inferno, Canto 33. Part 1. Panhandle lays down a principle. The first principle to guide us in the study of the subject, said Panhandle, is that no genuine ghost ever recognized itself as what you suppose it to be. The conception which the ghost has of its own being is fundamentally different from yours. Because it lacks solidity, you deem it less real than yourself. The ghost thinks the opposite. You imagine that its language is a squeak. From the ghost's point of view, the squeaker is yourself. In short, the attitude of mankind towards the realm of ghosts is regarded by them as a continual affront to the majesty of the spiritual world, perpetrated by beings who stand on a low level of intelligence. And for that reason they seldom appear or make any attempt at open communication, doing their work in secret and disclosing their identity only to selected souls. Far from admitting that they are less real than you, they regard themselves as possessed of reality vastly more intense than yours. Imagine what your own feelings would be if, at this moment, I were to treat you as a gibbering boogie, and you will then have some measure of the contempt which ghosts entertain for human beings. You must confess, my dear Panhandle, I answered, that you are flying in the face of the greatest authorities, and have the whole literature of this subject against you. You tell me that no genuine ghost ever recognized itself as such. I mean, of course, interrupted Panhandle, that it never recognized itself as a ghost in your inadequate sense of the term. Then, said I, what do you make of the ghost's words in Hamlet? I am thy father's spirit. This one, at all events, recognized itself as such. In attributing those words to the ghost, said Panhandle, Shakespeare was using him as a stage property, and as a means of playing to the gallery, which is incapable of right notions on this subject. But there is another passage in the same group of scenes which shows that Shakespeare was not wholly ignorant of the inner mind of ghosts. Listen to this. Enter Ghost. Horatio. What art thou, that usurpest this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven, I charge thee, speak. Marcellus. It is offended. Bernardo. See, it stalks away. Now, what does that mean? He continued. The words of Horatio imply that the ghost has usurped a reality which does not belong to him, that he is a wraith, a goblin, or some such absurdity, that, in short, he is going to be treated in the idiotic manner which is usual for men in the presence of such apparitions. Doubtless, the ghost saw that these men were afraid of him, that their hair was standing on end, and their knees knocking together. Disgusted at such an exhibition of what to him would appear as a mixture of stupidity and bad manners, he turned up his nose at the lot of them, and stalked away in wrath. No self-respecting ghost would ever consent to be so treated, and that may help you to understand why communications from the world of spirits are comparatively rare. Ghosts who believe in the existence of human beings often regard them as idiots. To communicate with such imbeciles is to court an insult, or at least to expose the communicating spirit to an exhibition of revolting antics and limited intelligence. From their point of view, men are a race of beings whose acquaintance is not worth cultivating. Your words imply, I said, that some of the ghosts do not believe in our existence at all. The majority are of that mind, he answered. Belief in the existence of beings like yourself is regarded among them as betokening a want of mental balance. A ghost who should venture to assert that you, for example, were real, would certainly risk his reputation, and if he held a scientific professorship or an ecclesiastical appointment, he would be sneered at by his juniors and made the victim of some persecution. I may tell you, incidentally, that the ghosts have among them a psychical research society, which has been occupied for many years in investigating the reality of the inhabitants of this planet. By the vast majority of ghosts, the proceedings of the society are viewed with indifference, and the claim, which is occasionally made, that communication has been established with the beings whom we know as men is treated with contempt. The critics point to the extreme triviality of the alleged communications from this world. They say that nothing of the least importance has ever come through from the human side, and are wont to make merry over the imbecility and disjointed nonsense of the messages reported by the mediums. For you must understand that there are mediums on that side as well as on this. I happen to know of 2 instances. Some time ago 2 questions, purporting to come from this world, reached the ghosts. One was, "What will be the price of Midland Preferred on January 1, 1915? The other, "Will it be a boy or a girl?" For months a committee of ghostly experts has been investigating these communications, the meaning of which proved at first sight utterly unintelligible in that world. The matter is still undecided, but the conclusion most favored at the moment is that the messages are garbled quotations from an eminent poet among the ghosts. Meanwhile, more than one great reputation has been sacrificed, and the skeptics are jubilant. "As you speak, Panhandle," I said, "it suddenly occurs to me, with a kind of shock, that at this moment these beings may be investigating the reality of my own existence. It would be interesting if I could find out what they suppose me to be." "I doubt if the knowledge would flatter you," he answered. "It is highly probable that you would hear yourself interpreted in lower terms than even the most malicious of your enemies would invent. A friend of mine, who is a doctor of science, and extremely scornful as to the existence of spirits, is actually undergoing that investigation by the ghost results of which, if applied to yourself, you would find so interesting. Some assert that he is a low form of mental energy which has managed to get astray in the universe. Others declare that he is a putrid emanation from some kind of matter which science has not yet identified, without consciousness, but by no means without odor. They allege that they have walked through him." At this point of the conversation I suddenly remembered a question which I had several times had on the tip of my tongue to ask. "Panhandle," I said, "you seem to be on a familiar footing with the ghosts. How did you acquire it?" "Ah, my friend, the answer to that is a long story. Come down to my house in the country, stay a fortnight, and I promise to give you abundant material for your next book." Part 2. Panhandle narrates his history and describes the haunted house. Panhandle's residence was situated in a remote part of the country, and at this moment I have no clear recollection of the complicated journey, with its many changes at little-known junctions, which I had to make in order to find my friend. The residence stood in the midst of elevated woodlands, and it was well hidden by the trees. An immense sky sign, standing out high above all other objects and plainly visible to the traveller from whatever side he made his approach, had been erected on the roof. The sky sign carried the legend, "No Psychologists." It turned with the wind, gyrating continually, and when darkness fell, the letters were outlined in electric lamps. Only a blind man could miss the warning. The legend was repeated over the main entrance to the grounds, with the addition of the word, "Beware." I thought of man-traps and ferocious dogs, and for some minutes I stood before the gates, wondering if it would be safe for me to enter. At last, remembering how several friends had assured me that I was no psychologist, I concluded that little harm awaited me, plucked up my courage, and boldly advanced. Beyond the gates I found the warning again repeated with a more emphatic truculence and a finer particularity. At intervals along the drive I saw notice boards projecting from the barberries and the laurels, each with some new version of the original theme. "Death to the Psychology of Religion" were the words inscribed on one. The next was even more precise in its application and ran as follows: "Investigative psychologists take notice. Panhandle has a gun and will not hesitate to shoot." Somewhat shaken, I approached the front door and was startled to see a long, glittering thing suddenly thrust through an open window in the upper story, and the man behind the weapon was unquestionably Panhandle himself. "Can it be," I said aloud, "that Panhandle has taken me for an inquisitive psychologist?" "Advance!" cried my host, who has a keen ear for such undertones. "Advance, and fear nothing." A moment later he grasped me warmly by the hand. "Welcome, dearest of friends," he was saying. "You have arrived at an opportune moment. The house is full of guests who are longing to meet you." "But Panhandle," I expostulated as we stood on the doorstep. "I understood we were to be alone. I have come for one purpose only, that you might explain your familiarity with those people." I used this expression rather than one more explicit because the footman was still present, knowing from long experience how dangerous it is to speak plainly about metaphysical realities in the hearing of the proletariat. "Those very people are now awaiting you," said Panhandle, as he drew me into the library. "I'll be quite frank with you at once. This house is haunted, and if on consideration you find your nerves unequal to an encounter with ghosts, you had better go back at once, or there is no telling how soon the apparitions will begin." "I have been longing to see a ghost all my life," I answered, "and now that the chance has come at last, I am not going to run away from it. But I confess that with the encounter so near at hand, my knees are not as steady as I could wish." "A turn in the open air will set that right," said he, "and we will take it at once, for I perceive an indication that the first ghost has already entered the room and is only waiting for your nerves to calm before presenting himself to your vision." I bolted into the garden, and Panhandle, with an irritating smile at the corners of his mouth, followed. As we walked among the lawns and shrubberies, we both fell silent. He, for a reason unknown to me; I, because something in his plan of gardening had absorbed my attention and filled me with wonder. Presently I said, "Panhandle, I cannot refrain from asking you a question. I observe that in your style of gardening you have embodied an ideal which I have long cherished but never dared to carry out lest people should think me morbid. You have planted cypress at the back of your roses, and the plan is so unusual and yet so entirely in accord with my own mind on the subject that I suspect telepathy between you and me." He looked at me closely for a few seconds and then said, "It may be. I, too, have often suspected that throughout the whole of my gardening operations I was under the control of an intelligence other than my own. But I would have never guessed that it was yours. Anyhow, this particular area, no matter what its origin may be, is admirable. No other background would compare with the cypress for bringing out the color of the roses. See how gorgeous they look at this moment." "And the cypress, too," I said, "are, thanks to the contrast, full of majesty. But though you and I understand one another so completely at this point, there is another at which I confess you bewilder me." And I indicated the sky sign which at that moment had turned its legend, "No Psychologist," full towards us. "You will not be surprised to learn," he answered, "that this house, like other haunted houses, has been the scene of a tragedy. The tragedy is the explanation of the sign, and it is essential you should know the story, as the ghosts are certain to refer to it. You remember that I once had a religion. I trust you have one still, I said. I prefer to be silent on that point, he answered. Whatever religion I may have at the present moment, I am resolved to protect from the disasters which befell the religion I had long ago. A certain psychologist got wind of it, and I, in my innocence, granted his request to submit my religious consciousness to a scientific investigation. I was highly flattered by the result. The man, having completed his investigation, came to the conclusion that my religion was destined to be the religion of the future, and went up and down the country announcing his prophecy. But the strange thing was that as soon as we all knew that this was going to be the religion of the future, it ceased to be the religion of the present. What followed? Why, in a couple of years, I and my followers had no religion at all. Incidentally, our minds had become a mass of self-complacency and conceit, and the public were coming to regard us as a set of intolerable windbags. Such was the tragedy, and ever since its occurrence I have led a haunted life. There may be compensations in that, I suggested. There are, and I am resolved to maintain them. This house and these grounds are kept as a strict preserve for spirits of every denomination, and you will understand the severity of my measures for their protection when I tell you that the slightest taint of an earth-born psychology in the atmosphere, or the footprint of one of its exponents on the greensward, would instantly cause a general exodus of my ghostly visitors, and thus deprive me of the company which is at once the solace and the inspiration of my declining years. On all such intrusions I decree the penalty of death, being fully determined that no psychology shall pollute this neighborhood until such time as the ghosts, having completed a psychology of their own, are able to protect themselves. I assure you that my intercourse with the spirits more than makes amends for all that I lost when my former religion was destroyed, which never became the religion of the future after all, I asked, more sarcastically perhaps than was quite decent. Of course not. And the same cause, if suffered to operate, will prevent anything else from becoming the religion of the future. It is one of the signs of decadence in the present age that livelihoods should be procurable by the scientific analysis of religion. Had I the power, I would make it a penal offense to publish the results of such inquiries. As it is, we must protect ourselves. Arm, therefore, my friend, arm yourself with the like of this. And whenever you see one of those marauders, do not hesitate to shoot. The only good psychologist is a dead one. As Panhandle said this, he drew from his pocket quite the most formidable 6-shooting pistol I have ever seen. I was about to protest against the atrocious obscurantism of this outburst, when my attention was caught by a strange sound of fluttering in the letters of the sky sign above the house. Looking up, I saw to my amazement that the former legend had disappeared and a new one was gradually forming. "Change the conversation," were the words I read when the swaying letters had settled down into a position of rest. Immediately afterwards the letters fluttered again, and the original legend reappeared. Certainly, I said to myself, this house is haunted. Obedient to the mandate of the fluttering letters, I began at once to cast about for an opening that would change the conversation. I could find none, and I was embarrassed by the pause. There was nothing for it but to break out suddenly on a new line, but in the sequel I was astonished to observe with what ease Panhandle, in spite of the violence of the transition, turned the conversation back to its original theme. "My dear Panhandle," I said, "you are doubtless familiar with the remark of Charles Dickens to the effect that writers of fiction seldom dream of the characters they have created, the reason being that they know those characters to be unreal. I am perfectly familiar with the passage, he replied, but I am astonished to hear it quoted by you. Have you not often insisted, in pursuance, I suppose, of the principles of your philosophy, that characters created by imaginative genius, such as Hamlet or Faust, possess a deeper reality than beings of flesh and blood? Did you not cite instances from Dickens himself, and say that Sam Weller and Mr. Micawber were more real to you than Louis XIV or George Washington? I certainly said so, and adhere to the statement. Then you will not hesitate to admit that a character who is more real than George Washington is at least as capable of being interested in the problem of his own creation as George Washington could have been. You are leading me into a trap, I replied. I am only requiring you to be in earnest. Like many persons who express the opinion you have just reiterated, you have never taken the trouble to realize what it implies. But I will now show you its implications. Nor could a better means be found of introducing the revelations I am about to make as to what you may expect in this haunted house. It was your good genius who led you to this topic. You will learn presently that the phenomenon peculiar to my house are entirely in harmony with your own philosophy on this point, that philosophy being, as I understand, some new brand of idealism. I desire you to proceed with the revelations immediately, I said. We live in an age which abhors introductions as fiercely as nature abhors a vacuum, and I beg you to leave it with me to adjust what you are about to deliver to the principles of my philosophy. Know, then, said Panhandle, with a readiness that marked his approval of my attitude, that your opinion as to the reality of these imaginary characters is entirely sound. Many of them are in the habit of haunting this very house, and I think it extremely probable that some will put in an appearance tonight. You have quoted Charles Dickens to the effect that their creators know them to be unreal. A remarkable error for so gifted a man. But it may astonish you to learn that they return the compliment by having no belief in the reality of their reputed creators. It is more than possible, after what you have said, that Mr. Micawber, who has now become a philosopher, will appear to you during your stay in the house. Tell him by way of experiment that his creator was a certain Charles Dickens. You will find that he wholly fails to understand what you mean. He regards himself as a fortuitous concourse of ideas. Only this morning I tried the same experiment on Colonel Newsom. I told him all about Thackeray, who, said I, was the author of his being. He looked utterly amazed, and just as incredulous as it is possible for so perfect a gentleman to be. He accused me of talking metaphysics. My long acquaintance with Panhandle had schooled me to betray no astonishment at anything he might say. So, assuming as cool an air as I could command, I merely asked, "Would you mind telling me, Panhandle, by what means you have managed to ascertain the views of these gentlemen concerning their Creator?" "Like yourself," he answered, "I was convinced long ago that the creations of genius, Hamlet and the rest, are more real than the Johns, Toms, and Marys who seem to walk the earth. But unlike you, I have not been content that so important a truth should remain at the level of a mere elegant opinion. By a course of spiritual exercises carefully devised, into which I shall presently initiate you, I have placed myself in direct communication with these personalities, and so successful has the discipline proved that intelligent intercourse has become possible between them and me. I frequently invite them to haunt the house, and the response is always favorable. I am on terms of intimacy with the principal characters of the classic drama, of Shakespeare, Goethe, and many eminent novelists of modern times. On hearing this, all my efforts to keep cool broke down. "Panhandle," I cried, "you must initiate me into those exercises without a moment's delay." "Be patient," he replied, "until you have heard the further results to which they will lead. I have not yet told you the half, and it may be that when you have heard the rest, you will prefer to have no part in these mysteries. The realm to which they will lead you has an immense population of ghosts. It is vastly more populous than our planet, and notwithstanding that my exercises have brought me abundant knowledge of them and their doings, I have not been able to classify more than a small portion of the inhabitants. The characters created by imaginative genius are only one among the orders of ghosts to whom you will presently be introduced. You will be haunted by ideas in every variety, all of them living organisms of high complexity, and all more or less ignorant of whence they come or whose they are. Possibly you will encounter your own ideas among them, and I must warn you against claiming to be the author of any of them, even the most original. There is nothing that offends them more deeply. They have their own notions as to their origin, which they conceive to lie in something infinitely superior to the brain of a being like yourself. By many of them their reputed authors are treated with contempt. Some deny the existence of these authors in any capacity whatsoever. Others regard them as mere phrases, metaphors, or abstractions. A notable instance is that of your friend Professor Gunn, who wrote the famous treatise to prove the non-existence of God. The potent ideas projected in the course of that work had long enjoyed an independent being of their own in the spiritual world, and it may interest you, and Professor Gunn also, if you will be kind enough to tell him what I am now saying, to learn that these ideas of his have formed themselves into a congregation or society whose principal tenet is that there is no such being as Professor Gunn. They regard him alternatively as a sun myth or an exploded fiction. "How absurd!" I cried. "In your present darkness," he answered, "the exclamation is to be excused. But I assure you that after passing one night in this house, you will find that nothing in heaven or earth is less absurd than the statement you have just heard. As to your own ideas," he continued, "know that their relation to yourself is, in their eyes, widely different from what you conceive it to be. Between yourself and them there is the utmost divergence of view on this matter. Under no circumstances whatsoever will they consent to regard themselves as your property, and no claim of that kind, not even the semblance of a claim, must ever be suffered to appear in your dealings with these ghosts. Remember that your common sense is their metaphysic, and their metaphysic your common sense. What you dream of, they see. What you see, they dream of. And the consequence is that many truths, which appear to you as the least certain of your conclusions, are used by them as the familiar axioms of thought. On the other hand, what are axioms to you are often problems to them. Your cogito ergo sum, for example, will not go down in the spiritual world. For just as you, on your side of the theory of knowledge, are busy in trying to account for your ideas, so they, on theirs, have much ado in their efforts to account for you. All of them find you the most elusive of beings, while some, as I have already hinted, deny your existence altogether, or treat you as a highly questionable hypothesis. With several of your leading ideas, I hope to make you personally acquainted this very night. To convince them of your identity will be no easy matter, and the most vigilant circumspection will be necessary on your part. I counsel an attitude of utmost modesty. Anything else is certain to give them the impression that you are an impostor. Betray then not the least surprise on finding yourself treated by your own ideas as a being of little importance to their concerns. Above all, you must not expect them to take more than a passing interest in your brain. The best course is to avoid all reference to that topic. The brain is seldom, if ever, mentioned in the best circles of the spiritual world, to which circles I assume your leading ideas belong. You must never forget that in the realm of ideas, class distinctions are rigidly observed. There is an aristocracy and a proletariat, with all the intermediate grades, and many topics which may be safely mentioned among the commons are an offence when introduced to the nobility. The brain is one of these. Its use among the ghosts is confined exclusively to the working class, and you will commit a breach of good manners by flaunting its functions in the presence of august society. Were you, for example, in the course of some conversation with a noble principal, to offer him the use of your own brain, or to suggest that he was in need of such an implement, or in the habit of using it, you would commit an indiscretion of the first magnitude, and it is certain the offended spirits would strike you off his visiting list, and decline to haunt you any more. Pardon my insistence on this point, knowing, as I do, how apt you are to talk about your brain. I am naturally apprehensive lest, in an unguarded moment, you should thrust that organ under the nose of some great idea. Believe me, it would be a fatal mistake. Remember, I implore you what I have already said, that in the spiritual world the brain habit is strictly confined to the working class. Before you can persuade me of all this, I said, you will have to turn my intelligence clean inside out. That is precisely what I intend doing, and the first step shall be taken this very instant. Begin the exercises by repeating the formula of initiation. It runs as follows. Till another speaks to me, I am nothing. Why, Panhandle, I said, laughing. This is the very formula they taught me when I first entered a public school, and they enforced it with kicks. The universe enforces it in the same manner. But let us keep to the matter in hand. Repeat the formula at once. Wait, I said. The situation is growing ominous, and I will not embark upon this enterprise till I know more of what it will lead to. Take your own time, said Panhandle. The rules of my system forbid me to hurry the neophyte. If what I have told you already is not enough, you shall hear more. Among the ghosts who haunt this house are beings far mightier than any I have so far described. For a long time their identification baffled me, until one night I overheard them in high debate, and found that they were occupied in an attempt to account for their own existence in the scheme of things. Then I knew who they were. These, I said, catching him up, most assuredly be the ghosts of the great philosophies, or system of thought, which in their earthly state accounted for the existence of everything else, but left the problem of their own existence untouched. A most happy anticipation, and one that augurs well for your future success as an entertainer of ghosts. Have we not heard on high authority that no philosophy is complete until it has explained its own presence in the universe? having neglected this at the first stage of their existence. The systems exercise their wits at the second in attempts to make good the oversight. Do many of them succeed? I asked. Most of them fail, and for that reason their ghosts linger for ages in the neighborhood of houses which, like my own, are hospitable to their presence. For it is a rule of the realm to which they now belong, that so soon as any system succeeds in explaining its own origin, it vanishes and passes on to a higher state of existence. Panhandle, I said, you have identified these ghosts beyond the possibility of cavil. A more conclusive proof could not be given. Beware, then, how you proceed, he said. It is possible that you will be haunted tonight not only by your own ideas and their severality, but by your whole system of thought organized as one synthetic ghost. It will certainly question you on the subject of its creator, that being, as I have said, the central and absorbing interest of all these spirits. But again, let me implore you to be on your guard against claiming to be its author. To inform such a ghost that it originates in a human intelligence, and that intelligence your own, would be treated as an outbreak of impudence deserving the highest resentment, and it is more than likely that the indignant phantom would put a lasting blight on your intellect, or punish your presumption in ways yet more fearful to contemplate. The flow of Panhandle's speech had now become extremely rapid, and my intelligence was beginning to lag in the rear. "Give me a breathing space," I cried. "I need an interval for silent meditation." Then, in a voice so low that he could not hear me, I repeated to myself the formula of initiation, and, after musing for a few minutes, begged him to proceed. "A light is breaking," I said, "and your warnings are taking hold. In this connection," he resumed, "I could relate many things that would surprise you. Just as the personalities created by genius are apt to repudiate their creators, so the great philosophies, when translated to the higher state, are apt to disown all connection with the persons to whom their origin is humanly attributed. The philosophy of Spencer, for example, believes its author to be absolutely inscrutable. That of von Hartmann suspects a professor, but declares him to have been unconscious of what he was doing. Pessimism, again, ascribes its beginning to a desire on the part of the primal power to give away the secret of its conspiracies against its own subjects. The doctrine that mind is mechanism believes itself the outcome of a non-mechanical principle, and has become in consequence the most superstitious of all the ghosts. And a group of materialistic systems have concluded, after long debate, that all philosophies originate from ink and a tendency in the ink to get itself transferred to paper. It is evident, I interposed, that even in their higher existence, the systems are by no means free from illusions. "Be cautious how you judge them," said Panhandle, "for it may be that in accounting for their origin they are less astray than yourself. None the less, you are right in declaring them defective. Fallacies perpetrated in a system at the first stage of its existence become diseases when translated to the second, and some of the ghosts in consequence live the life of invalids. The ghost of evolution, for example, will appear before you in a deplorable condition. This ghost has recently learnt that it is suffering from an undistributed middle, a disease unamenable to treatment, being proof even against the method of eloquence, which, as you know, is a potent specific for most logical defects. You may easily identify the spirit by remembering what I have told you. If you encounter an apparition walking about with its hands pressed hard on its middle and groaning heavily, know that the spectre of evolution is before you." "Panhandle," I said, "your revelations have awakened my uttermost curiosity, and every nerve in my body is tense with eagerness to encounter an apparition. Heaven grant that the ghost of my own philosophy may appear, and yet, in a sense, I am disappointed. You promised that you would furnish me with material for my next book, but the public has no interest in the phantoms you have described, and will not believe in their existence." "That remains to be seen," he answered. "Meanwhile, I give you my solemn pledge that you shall see a ghost before the night is out." He said this in a tone so ominous that I could not refrain from starting. What could he mean? A sudden thought flashed upon me, and I cried out, "My dear friend, you fill me with alarm, and I am on the point of giving way. I begin to suspect that I shall never see the ghost until I have passed to another world. I believe that I am doomed to die in this house tonight. It was indicated in the tone of your voice." With a quick motion, Panhandle swung round in his chair and looked me full in the face. "How do you know," he said, "that you are not dead now, and already passed to the existence of which you speak?" The effort to answer his question revived my courage, but in all my life I have never found a problem half so difficult. To prove that I was not dead already and become a ghost? 40 or 50 times did I lay down a new set of premises, only to be reminded by Panhandle that I begged the question in every one. My ingenuity was taxed to breaking point, my voice was exhausted, the sweat was pouring from my brows, when, once again, from the upper airs where the sky sign was swinging, I heard the same fluttering and rustling which had arrested my attention at a former crisis. It was growing dark, and the arc lamps which outlined the letters were all aglow. I watched the transformation and suddenly saw, flashed out for a moment into the gathering darkness, these words, "Give it up." Part 3. Panhandle's Remarkable Adventure. The Ghost Appears. Dinner was now served. We dined alone, and in the intervals when the footman was out of the room, I seized the opportunity to probe further into the mystery of the haunted house. The ghosts, I said, have not appeared. Neither in my own apartment, nor in the corridors, nor in the various empty rooms which I have visited, have I seen or heard anything to suggest that this house is haunted. "May I ask," said my companion, "for the grounds of your statement that so far the ghost has failed to appear?" "Save for yourself," I answered, "the only person I have seen since entering is the footman." "And how do you know the footman is not a ghost?" "Why," said I, "he carried my bag upstairs, and pocketed the balance of half-a-crown I gave him to pay for a telegram." "I have never heard a feebler argument," he replied. "It is obvious that you resemble the majority of mankind who, if they were to see 1,000 ghosts every day, would never recognize one of them for what it was. Now, as to the footman—" But at that moment the individual in question entered the room bringing coffee and cigars. When he had gone, Panhandle resumed. "We were speaking of the footman. But perhaps it would be wiser to deal with the matter in general terms. I have already said enough to satisfy any reasonable judge of evidence that this is a genuinely haunted house. I have now to add that a doubt may be raised as to who is the haunter and who the haunted." I sat silent, staring at Panhandle with eyes wide of astonishment, for I had no universe of discourse to which I could relate the strange things I was hearing. He went on. "From what I have told you already, you have no doubt drawn the inference that the ghosts are haunting me. But the ghosts themselves are not of that mind. In their opinion, it is I who am haunting them. My first discovery of this, which is destined to revolutionize the whole theory of ghosts, was made under circumstances which I will now relate. Many years ago, I was seated in the library late one night, engaged in writing a report of certain mysterious phenomena which have been observed in this house. I had just completed a copy of the signed evidence of the cook, the gardener, and the housemaid, all of whom had left that day without notice in consequence of something they alleged they had seen. Suddenly, I thought I heard a whispered voice from the further side of the room, and looking up, I saw seated at a table 2 beings of human semblance who were gazing intently in my direction. "Do you not see something on the yonder chair?" asked one. "Yes," answered the other. "I certainly see something, probably a gleam of light. Observe, the curtains are not quite closed, and this is about the time when they turn on the searchlight at the barracks. Draw the curtain close, and it will instantly disappear." The speaker went to the window, leaving the other still staring fearfully in my direction. Having closed the curtains, the man returned to his place. By heaven, the thing is still there, and I could see the pallor creeping over his face. A moment later, I heard one of them say, "It has gone." "Well, whatever it was, I have had a shock. I'm trembling all over." And with that, he rang the bell. Presently, a footman appeared with a bottle of spirits and a siphon. Having deposited the tray, he chanced to look towards the place where I had been sitting. A piercing cry followed, and the man ran screaming out of the room. The 2 men also started to their feet and began shouting something I could not hear. I suppose they were calling to some person in the house, for their shouts were quickly followed by the entry of a young fellow of athletic build and truculent countenance. "Show me your damned ghost," he said, "and I'll soon settle him." "He's right over there, in that seat," cried one. "For heaven's sakes, go up to him, Reginald, and see what he's made of." The truculent youth darted forward, but suddenly came to a dead stop, with a face as white as a sheet. Then, with a trembling hand, he whipped a revolver out of his pocket, and at 5 paces fired all 6 barrels point blank at my body. At each shot, I was aware of a painful feeling in the penumbra of my consciousness, like the sudden awakening of a buried sorrow. At this point, Panhandle paused to relight his cigar, and I took the opportunity to make a remark. "Count it no grievance," I said, "if one who shoots at psychologists is himself occasionally shot at." I surmised that the truculent youth was the ghost of a promising psychologist, foully murdered by your nefarious gun. "Name it a righteous execution, and I shall agree," he answered. "Or it may be," I added, "that many of the sudden and inexplicable pains that break out in our minds and in our bodies are caused by ghosts, or whatever you call them, shooting at us or stabbing at us to test our reality." Panhandle turned a keen glance at my face to see if I was serious, and being satisfied that I was, continued, "I have heard more unlikely explanations of such pains, and your theory is precisely one of those which medical science will have to investigate when these discoveries of mine are made public. But let me resume the narrative. At the sound of the firing, the whole household seemed to be aroused, and what a household it was! In a few moments the room was crowded with beings of reverend countenance and stately carriage. Looking round with slow, grave eyes, they conversed in whispers. "Science must investigate this," one of them said. "We will arrange that a committee of the society shall make a thorough examination of the house and test the phenomena. Don't forget to engage 2 shorthand writers and an expert in spirit photography, and let the room be sealed up till the experts arrive. During the whole of the proceedings, I remained absolutely still, my acquaintance with the other world having taught me the wisdom of reticence. At this point, however, I resolved to attempt communication with my visitors, and looking round for a person to whom I might address myself, I observed a bright little fellow of 12 years old staring about him in an absent-minded way, quite inattentive to all that was going on. As I walked over to where he was standing, he saw me plainly, and showed not the least surprise on being addressed. "What is your name, my little man?" I asked. "Billy Burst," said he. "And what are you thinking about while all those people are making such a fuss?" "I am wondering how people weigh the planets," he answered. "Come along with me," said I, "and I will show you just what you want to know." Then, taking him by the hand, I led him across the room to the seat I had just left, but though the sages who were present saw him cross the room, not one of them saw me, who was leading him by the hand. I took out a sheet of paper and began to draw figures and work formulae, the boy meanwhile standing by the side of my chair and saying not a word. When I had finished, I said, "Do you understand?" "Perfectly," he answered. "I see it at last. Thank you ever so much." "Now, Billy," I said, "there is something you can do for me. I want you to stand on that chair and tell the people that the person they are making the fuss about is named Panhandle, that you know him, and that he is real and quite harmless, and that he hopes they won't shoot at him any more because it hurts. Say you are quite certain he is real, because he has just told you how the planets are weighed." "Dear Pan," said Billy, "don't ask me to do that. I never tell people about you. They would only laugh at me if I did. Let us keep just as we are, old fellow, and not tell our secret to anybody." Unprepared for a style of address so familiar, "Why, Billy," I said, "I have never seen you before." "Are you quite sure you see me now?" he replied. Our positions had become reversed. Billy sitting in my study chair that he might read over what I had written about the planets, I standing by his side. I looked down to answer his last question, and for the briefest fraction of a second, a vision passed before me. The object beneath me was not my study chair, but a small iron bedstead on which there lay a boy, fast asleep. It passed in the twinkling of an eye, and I found myself seated as before at my desk. The half-finished report was before me, and save myself, not a soul was in the room. It is certain, thought I, that I am haunting somebody. In the name of all the secret powers that guide the fates of men, who am I haunting? "A marvelous story," I cried, "and more significant than even you, Panhandle, are aware." I knew Billy Burst. He and I were schoolmates, and practiced magic together under the guidance of a mysterious power whose name Billy would never disclose. "You knew Billy Burst?" exclaimed Panhandle. "My friend, you fill me with astonishment and delight. Did I not say we were on the eve of great discoveries? Tell me all you know about Billy, for the matter is of the utmost importance." "You are making me wait for the appearance of the ghost," said I, "and must not be aggrieved if I make you wait for information about Billy." "I again pledge my word to you," he answered, "that you shall see a ghost this very night." "And I pledge mine to you that you shall hear all about Billy as soon as the ghost appears. But it is my turn first. Let us make it a covenant," he said. "Agreed," I answered. "Then shake hands over the bargain." As he said this, he stood up and extended his hand. With the utmost eagerness, I sprang to my feet and made the reciprocating gesture. For an instant, I thought that excitement had unsteadied me, for my hand, seeking his, seemed to move at random in the vacant air. Then I made a second attempt, carefully noting the position of his extended palm, and this time the truth dawned upon me in a flash. My hand, indeed, grasped what seemed to be his, but there was no substance to resist my closing fingers, no hardness of interior bones, no softness of enveloping tissues, no pressure, no contact, no warmth. "Panhandle!" I cried. "You are a ghost!" "Hush," he answered. "We never use that term in addressing one another. Whatever I am, you are also in the process of becoming. You have been slow in making the discovery. I thought you had found me out when we stood among the cypress in the garden." I was trembling all over and had no control over the next words that came to my tongue. What they were I cannot remember, but Panhandle's reply seemed to indicate that I had been imploring him to tell me what kind of ghost he was. "Certainly not a character taken out of a novel," he was saying. "Think of the other orders of spirits who I told you were haunting the house, and place me in the last and highest." "You are a ghost of a philosophy," I said. "I am." "Whose philosophy are you?" I shouted, for the figure of Panhandle was rapidly sliding away into the distance. "Your own," was the answer. "Come back, beloved Panhandle," I called after the retreating figure. "Come back, and let me fulfill my part of the compact before you go. I have yet to tell you the story of Billy Burst." "I shall read it in the next chapter of your book," was the reply, now almost inaudible, so great was the distance from which it came. I called yet louder. "I have a ghost story to tell you, dear Panhandle, very important, about the ghost of a novelist, far better than yours about the novelist's characters. I shall read about it in the next chapter but one." Such, I am fain to believe, was the answer. But the voice had now become so faint that this rendering of the words is given with reserve. My first impression was that Panhandle said simply, "Pooh, pooh." I was determined not to let him go. Raising my voice to the uttermost, I continued to call him. "Come back," I kept shouting, "and arm me with one more word of wisdom for the battle of life. Without you, Panhandle, I have no protector, and the psychologist will surely devour me." At the sound of the word psychologist, Panhandle's flight was suddenly arrested. In one swoop, he retraversed the vast space that now lay between us, and returned to his original position. "Hear then my last word," he said. "The chief errors of mankind issue from the notion that thinking is a solitary process, and the thinker an isolated being. In writing their works or monologues, the thinkers, with few exceptions, have mistaken the form which is proper to philosophy, and thereby done violence to the true nature of thought. All thinking is the work of a community. Its form is conversational, and, in the highest stages, dramatic. For want of this knowledge many philosophers have gone astray, ignorant of the other minds with which their own are in communion, deaf to the voices which mingle with theirs in the eternal dialogue of thought. They have uttered their message as a weird monologue, and the vivid interplay of mind with mind, the quick debate of reacting spirits, which is the very life of thought, has fallen dead. In the course of your education, which has properly begun today, you will become acquainted with a multitude of interlocutors whose existence you have never suspected, though they have been addressing you from the first moment you began to think, and contributing much of what you consider most original in your thought. These are the ghosts by whom you will henceforth be haunted, until finally they make you one of themselves and carry you to heaven in a whirlwind of fire. Farewell." Having said this, he instantly vanished, leaving behind him a faint odor of Havana cigars. At the same moment, a marvelous change, the stages of which have left no record on my memory, passed over me. I found myself in the place where I am at this moment. This identical sheet of paper was under my hand. This pen was writing, and the ink of the last paragraph was still wet. End of Panhandle and the Ghosts by L.P. Jacks. Recording by Angelique G. Campbell. October 2018. Panhandle and the Ghosts from All Men Are Ghosts by L.P. Jacks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique G. Campbell. October 2018. Part 1. Panhandle lays down a principle. Header. Oh, di solo, ora sei tu ancora morto, ed egli e me. Come, il mio corpo, still ne mondo su, nullo senso porto. From Dante, Inferno, Canto 33. The first principle to guide us in the study of the subject, said Panhandle, is that no genuine ghost ever recognized itself as what you suppose it to be. The conception which the ghost has of its own being is fundamentally different from yours. Because it lacks solidity, you deem it less real than yourself. The ghost thinks the opposite. You imagine that its language is a squeak. From the ghost's point of view, the squeaker is yourself. In short, the attitude of mankind towards the realm of ghosts is regarded by them as a continual affront to the majesty of the spiritual world, perpetrated by beings who stand on a low level of intelligence. And for that reason they seldom appear or make any attempt at open communication, doing their work in secret and disclosing their identity only to selected souls. Far from admitting that they are less real than you, they regard themselves as possessed of reality vastly more intense than yours. Imagine what your own feelings would be if, at this moment, I were to treat you as a gibbering boogie, and you will then have some measure of the contempt which ghosts entertain for human beings. You must confess, my dear Panhandle, I answered, that you are flying in the face of the greatest authorities, and have the whole literature of this subject against you. You tell me that no genuine ghost ever recognized itself as such. I mean, of course, interrupted Panhandle, that it never recognized itself as a ghost in your inadequate sense of the term. Then, said I, what do you make of the ghost words in Hamlet? I am thy father's spirit. This one, at all events, recognized itself as such. In attributing those words to the ghost, said Panhandle, Shakespeare was using him as a stage property, and as a means of playing to the gallery, which is incapable of right notions on this subject. But there is another passage in the same group of scenes which shows that Shakespeare was not wholly ignorant of the inner mind of ghosts. Listen to this. Enter Ghost. Horatio. What art thou, that usurpest this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven, I charge thee, speak. Marcellus. It is offended. Bernardo. See, it stalks away. Now, "What does that mean?" he continued. "The words of Horatio imply that the ghost has usurped a reality which does not belong to him, that he is a wraith, a goblin, or some such absurdity, that, in short, he is going to be treated in the idiotic manner which is usual for men in the presence of such apparitions. Doubtless, the ghost saw that these men were afraid of him, that their hair was standing on end and their knees knocking together. Disgusted at such an exhibition of what to him would appear as a mixture of stupidity and bad manners, he turned up his nose at the lot of them and stalked away in wrath. No self-respecting ghost would ever consent to be so treated, and that may help you to understand why communications from the world of spirits are comparatively rare. Ghosts who believe in the existence of human beings often regard them as idiots. To communicate with such imbeciles is to court an insult, or at least to expose the communicating spirit to an exhibition of revolting antics and limited intelligence. From their point of view, men are a race of beings whose acquaintance is not worth cultivating. "Your words imply," I said, "that some of the ghosts do not believe in our existence at all." "The majority are of that mind," he answered. "Belief in the existence of beings like yourself is regarded among them as betokening a want of mental balance. A ghost who should venture to assert that you, for example, were real, would certainly risk his reputation, and if he held a scientific professorship or an ecclesiastical appointment, he would be sneered at by his juniors and made the victim of some persecution. I may tell you, incidentally, that the ghosts have among them a psychical research society, which has been occupied for many years in investigating the reality of the inhabitants of this planet. By the vast majority of ghosts, the proceedings of the society are viewed with indifference, and the claim, which is occasionally made, that communication has been established with the beings whom we know as men is treated with contempt. The critics point to the extreme triviality of the alleged communications from this world. They say that nothing of the least importance has ever come through from the human side, and are wont to make merry over the imbecility and disjointed nonsense of the messages reported by the mediums. For you must understand that there are mediums on that side as well as on this. I happen to know of 2 instances. Some time ago 2 questions, purporting to come from this world, reached the ghosts. One was, "What will be the price of Midland Preferred on January 1, 1915? The other, "Will it be a boy or a girl?" For months a committee of ghostly experts has been investigating these communications, the meaning of which proved at first sight utterly unintelligible in that world. The matter is still undecided, but the conclusion most favored at the moment is that the messages are garbled quotations from an eminent poet among the ghosts. Meanwhile, more than one great reputation has been sacrificed, and the skeptics are jubilant. "As you speak, Panhandle," I said, "it suddenly occurs to me, with a kind of shock, that at this moment these beings may be investigating the reality of my own existence. It would be interesting if I could find out what they suppose me to be." "I doubt if the knowledge would flatter you," he answered. "It is highly probable that you would hear yourself interpreted in lower terms than even the most malicious of your enemies would invent. A friend of mine, who is a doctor of science, and extremely scornful as to the existence of spirits, is actually undergoing that investigation by the ghost results of which, if applied to yourself, you would find so interesting. Some assert that he is a low form of mental energy which has managed to get astray in the universe. Others declare that he is a putrid emanation from some kind of matter which science has not yet identified, without consciousness, but by no means without odor. They allege that they have walked through him. At this point of the conversation, I suddenly remembered a question which I had several times had on the tip of my tongue to ask. "Panhandle," I said, "you seem to be on a familiar footing with the ghosts. How did you acquire it?" "Ah, my friend, the answer to that is a long story. Come down to my house in the country, stay a fortnight, and I promise to give you abundant material for your next book." Part 2. Panhandle narrates his history and describes the haunted house. Panhandle's residence was situated in a remote part of the country, and at this moment I have no clear recollection of the complicated journey, with its many changes at little-known junctions, which I had to make in order to find my friend. The residence stood in the midst of elevated woodlands, and it was well hidden by the trees. An immense sky sign, standing out high above all other objects and plainly visible to the traveller from whatever side he made his approach, had been erected on the roof. The sky sign carried the legend, "No Psychologists." It turned with the wind, gyrating continually, and when darkness fell, the letters were outlined in electric lamps. Only a blind man could miss the warning. The legend was repeated over the main entrance to the grounds, with the addition of the word, "Beware." I thought of man-traps and ferocious dogs, and for some minutes I stood before the gates, wondering if it would be safe for me to enter. At last, remembering how several friends had assured me that I was no psychologist, I concluded that little harm awaited me, plucked up my courage, and boldly advanced. Beyond the gates I found the warning again repeated with a more emphatic truculence and a finer particularity. At intervals along the drive I saw notice boards projecting from the barberries and the laurels, each with some new version of the original theme. "Death to the psychology of religion" were the words inscribed on one. The next was even more precise in its application and ran as follows: "Investigative psychologists take notice. Panhandle has a gun and will not hesitate to shoot." Somewhat shaken, I approached the front door and was startled to see a long, glittering thing suddenly thrust through an open window in the upper story, and the man behind the weapon was unquestionably Panhandle himself. "Can it be," I said aloud, "that Panhandle has taken me for an inquisitive psychologist?" "Advance!" cried my host, who has a keen ear for such undertones. "Advance, and fear nothing." A moment later he grasped me warmly by the hand. "Welcome, dearest of friends," he was saying. "You have arrived at an opportune moment. The house is full of guests who are longing to meet you." "But, Panhandle," I expostulated as we stood on the doorstep, "I understood we were to be alone. I have come for one purpose only, that you might explain your familiarity with those people." I used this expression rather than one more explicit because the footman was still present, knowing from long experience how dangerous it is to speak plainly about metaphysical realities in the hearing of the proletariat. "Those very people are now awaiting you," said Panhandle, as he drew me into the library. "I'll be quite frank with you at once. This house is haunted, and if on consideration you find your nerves unequal to an encounter with ghosts, you had better go back at once, or there is no telling how soon the apparitions will begin." "I have been longing to see a ghost all my life," I answered, "and now that the chance has come at last, I am not going to run away from it. But I confess that with the encounter so near at hand, my knees are not as steady as I could wish." "A turn in the open air will set that right," said he, "and we will take it at once, for I perceive an indication that the first ghost has already entered the room and is only waiting for your nerves to calm before presenting himself to your vision." I bolted into the garden, and Panhandle, with an irritating smile at the corners of his mouth, followed. As we walked among the lawns and shrubberies, we both fell silent. He, for a reason unknown to me, I, because something in his plan of gardening had absorbed my attention and filled me with wonder. Presently I said, "Panhandle, I cannot refrain from asking you a question. I observe that in your style of gardening you have embodied an idea which I have long cherished but never dared to carry out lest people should think me morbid. You have planted cypress at the back of your roses, and the plan is so unusual and yet so entirely in accord with my own mind on the subject that I suspect telepathy between you and me." He looked at me closely for a few seconds and then said, "It may be. I, too, have often suspected that throughout the whole of my gardening operations I was under the control of an intelligence other than my own. But I would have never guessed that it was yours. Anyhow, this particular area, no matter what its origin may be, is admirable. No other background would compare with the cypress for bringing out the color of the roses. See how gorgeous they look at this moment." "And the cypress, too," I said, "are, thanks to the contrast, full of majesty. But that you and I understand one another so completely at this point, there is another at which I confess you bewilder me." And I indicated the sky sign which at that moment had turned its legend, "No Psychologist," full towards us. "You will not be surprised to learn," he answered, "that this house, like other haunted houses, has been the scene of a tragedy. The tragedy is the explanation of the sign, and it is essential you should know the story, as the ghosts are certain to refer to it. You remember that I once had a religion." "I trust you have one still," I said. "I prefer to be silent on that point," he answered. "Whatever religion I may have at the present moment, I am resolved to protect from the disasters which befell the religion I had long ago. A certain psychologist got wind of it, and I, in my innocence, granted his request to submit my religious consciousness to a scientific investigation. I was highly flattered by the result. The man, having completed his investigation, came to the conclusion that my religion was destined to be the religion of the future, and went up and down the country announcing his prophecy. But the strange thing was that as soon as we all knew that this was going to be the religion of the future, it ceased to be the religion of the present. What followed? Why, in a couple of years I and my followers had no religion at all. Incidentally, our minds had become a mass of self-complacency and conceit, and the public were coming to regard us as a set of intolerable windbags. Such was the tragedy, and ever since its occurrence I have led a haunted life." "There may be compensations in that," I suggested. "There are, and I am resolved to maintain them. This house and these grounds are kept as a strict preserve for spirits of every denomination, and you will understand the severity of my measures for their protection when I tell you that the slightest taint of an earth-born psychology in the atmosphere, or the footprint of one of its exponents on the greensward, would instantly cause a general exodus of my ghostly visitors, and thus deprive me of the company which is at once the solace and the inspiration of my declining years. On all such intrusions I decree the penalty of death, being fully determined that no psychology shall pollute this neighborhood until such time as the ghosts, having completed a psychology of their own, are able to protect themselves. I assure you that my intercourse with the spirits more than makes amends for all that I lost when my former religion was destroyed, which never became the religion of the future after all," I asked, more sarcastically perhaps than was quite decent. "Of course not. And the same cause, if suffered to operate, will prevent anything else from becoming the religion of the future. It is one of the signs of decadence in the present age that livelihoods should be procurable by the scientific analysis of religion. Had I the power, I would make it a penal offense to publish the results of such inquiries. As it is, we must protect ourselves. Arm, therefore, my friend, arm yourself with the like of this, and whenever you see one of those marauders, do not hesitate to shoot. The only good psychologist is a dead one. As Panhandle said this, he drew from his pocket quite the most formidable 6-shooting pistol I have ever seen. I was about to protest against the atrocious obscurantism of this outburst, when my attention was caught by a strange sound of fluttering in the letters of the sky sign above the house. Looking up, I saw to my amazement that the former legend had disappeared and a new one was gradually forming. "Change the conversation," were the words I read when the swaying letters had settled down into a position of rest. Immediately afterwards the letters fluttered again, and the original legend reappeared. "Certainly," I said to myself, "this house is haunted." Obedient to the mandate of the fluttering letters, I began at once to cast about for an opening that would change the conversation. I could find none, and I was embarrassed by the pause. There was nothing for it but to break out suddenly on a new line, but in the sequel I was astonished to observe with what ease Panhandle, in spite of the violence of the transition, turned the conversation back to its original theme. "My dear Panhandle," I said, "you are doubtless familiar with the remark of Charles Dickens to the effect that writers of fiction seldom dream of the characters they have created, the reason being that they know those characters to be unreal." "I am perfectly familiar with the passage," he replied, "but I am astonished to hear it quoted by you. Have you not often insisted, in pursuance, I suppose, of the principles of your philosophy, that characters created by imaginative genius, such as Hamlet or Faust, possess a deeper reality than beings of flesh and blood? Did you not cite instances from Dickens himself, and say that Sam Weller and Mr. Micawber were more real to you than Louis XIV or George Washington?" "I certainly said so, and adhere to the statement." "Then you will not hesitate to admit that a character who is more real than George Washington is at least as capable of being interested in the problem of his own creation as George Washington could have been." "You are leading me into a trap," I replied. "I am only requiring you to be in earnest. Like many persons who express the opinion you have just reiterated, you have never taken the trouble to realize what it implies. But I will now show you its implications. Nor could a better means be found of introducing the revelations I am about to make as to what you may expect in this haunted house. It was your good genius who led you to this topic. You will learn presently that the phenomena peculiar to my house are entirely in harmony with your own philosophy on this point, that philosophy being, as I understand, some new brand of idealism. I desire you to proceed with the revelations immediately," I said. "We live in an age which abhors introductions as fiercely as nature abhors a vacuum, and I beg you to leave it with me to adjust what you are about to deliver to the principles of my philosophy." "Know, then," said Panhandle, with a readiness that marked his approval of my attitude, "that your opinion as to the reality of these imaginary characters is entirely sound. Many of them are in the habit of haunting this very house, and I think it extremely probable that some will put in an appearance tonight. You have quoted Charles Dickens to the effect that their creators know them to be unreal. A remarkable error for so gifted a man. But it may astonish you to learn that they return the compliment by having no belief in the reality of their reputed creators. It is more than possible, after what you have said, that Mr. Micawber, who has now become a philosopher, will appear to you during your stay in the house. Tell him by way of experiment that his creator was a certain Charles Dickens. You will find that he wholly fails to understand what you mean. He regards himself as a fortuitous concourse of ideas. Only this morning I tried the same experiment on Colonel Newsome. I told him all about Thackeray, who, said I, was the author of his being. He looked utterly amazed, and just as incredulous as it is possible for so perfect a gentleman to be. He accused me of talking metaphysics. My long acquaintance with Panhandle had schooled me to betray no astonishment at anything he might say. So, assuming as cool an air as I could command, I merely asked, "Would you mind telling me, Panhandle, by what means you have managed to ascertain the views of these gentlemen concerning their Creator?" "Like yourself," he answered, "I was convinced long ago that the creations of genius, Hamlet and the rest, are more real than the Johns, Toms, and Marys who seem to walk the earth. But unlike you, I have not been content that so important a truth should remain at the level of a mere elegant opinion. By a course of spiritual exercises carefully devised, into which I shall presently initiate you, I have placed myself in direct communication with these personalities, and so successful has the discipline proved that intelligent intercourse has become possible between them and me. I frequently invite them to haunt the house, and the response is always favorable. I am on terms of intimacy with the principal characters of the classic drama, of Shakespeare, Goethe, and many eminent novelists of modern times." On hearing this, all my efforts to keep cool broke down. "Panhandle," I cried, "you must initiate me into those exercises without a moment's delay." "Be patient," he replied, "until you have heard the further results to which they will lead. I have not yet told you the half, and it may be that when you have heard the rest, you will prefer to have no part in these mysteries. The realm to which they will lead you has an immense population of ghosts. It is vastly more populous than our planet, and notwithstanding that my exercises have brought me abundant knowledge of them and their doings, I have not been able to classify more than a small portion of the inhabitants. The characters created by imaginative genius are only one among the orders of ghosts to whom you will presently be introduced. You will be haunted by ideas in every variety, all of them living organisms of high complexity, and all more or less ignorant of whence they come or whose they are. Possibly you will encounter your own ideas among them, and I must warn you against claiming to be the author of any of them, even the most original. There is nothing that offends them more deeply. They have their own notions as to their origin, which they conceive to lie in something infinitely superior to the brain of a being like yourself. By many of them their reputed authors are treated with contempt. Some deny the existence of these authors in any capacity whatsoever. Others regard them as mere phrases, metaphors, or abstractions. A notable instance is that of your friend Professor Gunn, who wrote the famous treatise to prove the non-existence of God. The potent ideas projected in the course of that work had long enjoyed an independent being of their own in the spiritual world, and it may interest you, and Professor Gunn also, if you will be kind enough to tell him what I am now saying, to learn that these ideas of his have formed themselves into a congregation or society whose principal tenet is that there is no such being as Professor Gunn. They regard him alternatively as a sun myth or an exploded fiction. How absurd! I cried. In your present darkness, he answered, the exclamation is to be excused. But I assure you that after passing one night in this house, you will find that nothing in heaven or earth is less absurd than the statement you have just heard. As to your own ideas, he continued, know that their relation to yourself is, in their eyes, widely different from what you conceive it to be. Between yourself and them, there is the utmost divergence of view on this matter. Under no circumstances whatsoever will they consent to regard themselves as your property, and no claim of that kind, not even the semblance of a claim, must ever be suffered to appear in your dealings with these ghosts. Remember that your common sense is their metaphysic, and their metaphysic your common sense. What you dream of, they see. What you see, they dream of. And the consequence is that many truths, which appear to you as the least certain of your conclusions, are used by them as the familiar axioms of thought. On the other hand, what are axioms to you are often problems to them. Your cogito ergo sum, for example, will not go down in the spiritual world. For just as you, on your side of the theory of knowledge, are busy in trying to account for your ideas, so they, on theirs, have much ado in their efforts to account for you. All of them find you the most elusive of beings, while some, as I have already hinted, deny your existence altogether, or treat you as a highly questionable hypothesis. With several of your leading ideas, I hope to make you personally acquainted this very night. To convince them of your identity will be no easy matter, and the most vigilant circumspection will be necessary on your part. I counsel an attitude of utmost modesty. Anything else is certain to give them the impression that you are an impostor. Betray then not the least surprise on finding yourself treated by your own ideas as a being of little importance to their concerns. Above all, you must not expect them to take more than a passing interest in your brain. The best course is to avoid all reference to that topic. The brain is seldom, if ever, mentioned in the best circles of the spiritual world, to which circles I assume your leading ideas belong. You must never forget that in the realm of ideas, class distinctions are rigidly observed. There is an aristocracy and a proletariat, with all the intermediate grades, and many topics which may be safely mentioned among the commons are an offence when introduced to the nobility. The brain is one of these. Its use among the ghosts is confined exclusively to the working class, and you will commit a breach of good manners by flaunting its functions in the presence of august society. Were you, for example, in the course of some conversation with a noble principal, to offer him the use of your own brain, or to suggest that he was in need of such an implement, or in the habit of using it, you would commit an indiscretion of the first magnitude, and it is certain the offended spirits would strike you off his visiting list, and decline to haunt you any more. Pardon my insistence on this point, knowing, as I do, how apt you are to talk about your brain. I am naturally apprehensive lest, in an unguarded moment, you should thrust that organ under the nose of some great idea. Believe me, it would be a fatal mistake. Remember, I implore you what I have already said, that in the spiritual world the brain habit is strictly confined to the working class. Before you can persuade me of all this, I said, you will have to turn my intelligence clean inside out. That is precisely what I intend doing, and the first step shall be taken this very instant. Begin the exercises by repeating the formula of initiation. It runs as follows. Till another speaks to me, I am nothing. Why, Panhandle, I said, laughing, this is the very formula they taught me when I first entered a public school, and they enforced it with kicks. The universe enforces it in the same manner, but let us keep to the matter in hand. Repeat the formula at once. Wait, I said. The situation is growing ominous, and I will not embark upon this enterprise till I know more of what it will lead to. Take your own time, said Panhandle. The rules of my system forbid me to hurry the neophyte. If what I have told you already is not enough, you shall hear more. Among the ghosts who haunt this house are beings far mightier than any I have so far described. For a long time their identification baffled me, until one night I overheard them in high debate, and found that they were occupied in an attempt to account for their own existence in the scheme of things. Then I knew who they were. These, I said, catching him up, most assuredly be the ghosts of the great philosophies, or system of thought, but left the problem of their own existence untouched. A most happy anticipation, and one that augurs well for your future success as an entertainer of ghosts. Have we not heard on high authority that no philosophy is complete until it has explained its own presence in the universe? Having neglected this at the first stage of their existence, the systems exercise their wits at the second in attempts to make good the oversight. Do many of them succeed? I asked. Most of them fail, and for that reason their ghosts linger for ages in the neighborhood of houses which, like my own, are hospitable to their presence. For it is a rule of the realm to which they now belong, that so soon as any system succeeds in explaining its own origin, it vanishes and passes on to a higher state of existence. Panhandle, I said, you have identified these ghosts beyond the possibility of cavil. A more conclusive proof could not be given. It is possible that you will be haunted tonight not only by your own ideas and their severality, but by your whole system of thought organized as one synthetic ghost. It will certainly question you on the subject of its creator, that being, as I have said, the central and absorbing interest of all these spirits. But again, let me implore you to be on your guard against claiming to be its author. To inform such a ghost that it originates in a human intelligence, and that intelligence your own, would be treated as an outbreak of impudence deserving the highest resentment, and it is more than likely that the indignant phantom would put a lasting blight on your intellect, or punish your presumption in ways yet more fearful to contemplate. The flow of Panhandle's speech had now become extremely rapid, and my intelligence was beginning to lag in the rear. Give me a breathing space, I cried. I need an interval for silent meditation. Then, in a voice so low that he could not hear me, I repeated to myself the formula of initiation, and, after musing for a few minutes, begged him to proceed. A light is breaking, I said, and your warnings are taking hold. In this connection, he resumed, I could relate many things that would surprise you. Just as the personalities created by genius, so the great philosophies, when translated to the higher state, are apt to disown all connection with the persons to whom their origin is humanly attributed. The philosophy of Spencer, for example, believes its author to be absolutely inscrutable. That of von Hartmann suspects a professor, but declares him to have been unconscious of what he was doing. Pessimism, again, ascribes its beginning to a desire on the part of the primal power to give away the secret of its conspiracies against its own subjects. The doctrine that mind is mechanism believes itself the outcome of a non-mechanical principle, and has become in consequence the most superstitious of all the ghosts. And a group of materialistic systems have concluded, after long debate, that all philosophies originate from ink and a tendency in the ink to get itself transferred to paper. It is evident, I interposed, that even in their higher existence, the systems are by no means free from illusions. Be cautious how you judge them, said Panhandle, for it may be that in accounting for their origin, they are less astray than yourself. None the less, you are right in declaring them defective. Fallacies perpetrated in a system at the first stage of its existence become diseases when translated to the second. The ghost of evolution, for example, will appear before you in a deplorable condition. This ghost has recently learnt that it is suffering from an undistributed middle, a disease unamenable to treatment, being proof even against the method of eloquence, which, as you know, is a potent specific for most logical defects. You may easily identify the spirit by remembering what I have told you. If you encounter an apparition walking about with its hands pressed hard on its middle and groaning heavily, know that the spectre of evolution is before you. Panhandle, I said, your revelations have awakened my uttermost curiosity, and every nerve in my body is tense with eagerness to encounter an apparition. Heaven grant that the ghost of my own philosophy may appear, and yet, in a sense, I am disappointed. You promised that you would furnish me with material for my next book, but the public has no interest in the phantoms you have described, and will not believe in their existence. That remains to be seen, he answered. Meanwhile, I give you my solemn pledge that you shall see a ghost before the night is out. He said this in a tone so ominous that I could not refrain from starting. What could he mean? A sudden thought flashed upon me, and I cried out, My dear friend, you fill me with alarm, and I am on the point of giving way. I begin to suspect that I shall never see the ghost until I have passed to another world. I believe that I am doomed to die in this house tonight. It was indicated in the tone of your voice. With a quick motion, Panhandle swung round in his chair and looked me full in the face. How do you know, he said, that you are not dead now, and already passed to the existence of which you speak? The effort to answer his question revived my courage, but in all my life I have never found a problem half so difficult. To prove that I was not dead already and become a ghost? 40 or 50 times did I lay down a new set of premises, only to be reminded by Panhandle that I begged the question in every one. My ingenuity was taxed to breaking point, my voice was exhausted, the sweat was pouring from my brows, when, once again, from the upper airs where the sky sign was swinging, I heard the same fluttering and rustling which had arrested my attention at a former crisis. It was growing dark, and the arc lamps which outlined the letters were all aglow. I watched the transformation and suddenly saw, flashed out for a moment into the gathering darkness, these words, Give it up. Part 3. Panhandle's Remarkable Adventure. The Ghost Appears. Dinner was now served. We dined alone, and in the intervals when the footman was out of the room, I seized the opportunity to probe further into the mystery of the haunted house. The ghosts, I said, have not appeared. Neither in my own apartment, nor in the corridors, nor in the various empty rooms which I have visited, have I seen or heard anything to suggest that this house is haunted. May I ask, said my companion, for the grounds of your statement that so far the ghost has failed to appear. Save for yourself, I answered, the only person I have seen since entering is the footman. And how do you know the footman is not a ghost? Why, said I, he carried my bag upstairs and pocketed the balance of half-a-crown I gave him to pay for a telegram. I have never heard a feebler argument, he replied. It is obvious that you resemble the majority of mankind who, if they were to see 1,000 ghosts every day, would never recognize one of them for what it was. Now, as to the footman— But at that moment the individual in question entered the room bringing coffee and cigars. When he had gone, Panhandle resumed. We were speaking of the footman. But perhaps it would be wiser to deal with the matter in general terms. I have already said enough to satisfy any reasonable judge of evidence that this is a genuinely haunted house. I have now to add that a doubt may be raised as to who is the haunter and who the haunted. I sat silent, staring at Panhandle with eyes wide of astonishment, for I had no universe of discourse to which I could relate the strange things I was hearing. He went on. From what I have told you already, you have no doubt drawn the inference that the ghosts are haunting me. But the ghosts themselves are not of that mind. In their opinion, it is I who am haunting them. My first discovery of this, which is destined to revolutionize the whole theory of ghosts, was made under circumstances which I will now relate. Many years ago, I was seated in the library late one night, engaged in writing a report of certain mysterious phenomena which have been observed in this house. I had just completed a copy of the signed evidence of the cook, the gardener, and the housemaid, all of whom had left that day without notice in consequence of something they alleged they had seen. Suddenly, I thought I heard a whispered voice from the further side of the room, and looking up, I saw seated at a table 2 beings of human semblance who were gazing intently in my direction. "Do you not see something on the yonder chair?" asked one. "Yes," answered the other. "I certainly see something, probably a gleam of light. Observe, the curtains are not quite closed, and this is about the time when they turn on the searchlight at the barracks. Draw the curtain close, and it will instantly disappear." The speaker went to the window, leaving the other still staring fearfully in my direction. Having closed the curtains, the man returned to his place. By heaven, the thing is still there, and I could see the pallor creeping over his face. A moment later, I heard one of them say, "It has gone." "Well, whatever it was, I have had a shock. I'm trembling all over." And with that, he rang the bell. Presently, a footman appeared with a bottle of spirits and a siphon. Having deposited the tray, he chanced to look towards the place where I had been sitting. A piercing cry followed, and the man ran screaming out of the room. The 2 men also started to their feet and began shouting something I could not hear. I suppose they were calling to some person in the house, for their shouts were quickly followed by the entry of a young fellow of athletic build and truculent countenance. "Show me your damned ghost," he said, "and I'll soon settle him." "It's right over there, in that seat," cried one. "For heaven's sakes, go up to him, Reginald, and see what he's made of." The truculent youth darted forward, but suddenly came to a dead stop, with a face as white as a sheet. Then, with a trembling hand, he whipped a revolver out of his pocket, and at 5 paces fired all 6 barrels point blank at my body. At each shot, I was aware of a painful feeling in the penumbra of my consciousness, like the sudden awakening of a buried sorrow. At this point, Panhandle paused to relight his cigar, and I took the opportunity to make a remark. Count it no grievance, I said, if one who shoots at psychologists is himself occasionally shot at. I surmised that the truculent youth was the ghost of a promising psychologist, foully murdered by your nefarious gun. Name it a righteous execution, and I shall agree, he answered. Or it may be, I added, that many of the sudden and inexplicable pains that break out in our minds and in our bodies are caused by ghosts, or whatever you call them, shooting at us or stabbing at us to test our reality. Panhandle turned a keen glance at my face to see if I was serious, and being satisfied that I was, continued. I have heard more unlikely explanations of such pains, and your theory is precisely one of those which medical science will have to investigate when these discoveries of mine are made public. But let me resume the narrative. At the sound of the firing, the whole household seemed to be aroused, and what a household it was! In a few moments the room was crowded with beings of reverend countenance and stately carriage. Looking round with slow, grave eyes, they conversed in whispers. "Science must investigate this," one of them said. "We will arrange that a committee of the society shall make a thorough examination of the house and test the phenomenon. Don't forget to engage 2 shorthand writers and an expert in spirit photography, and let the room be sealed up till the experts arrive. During the whole of the proceedings, I remained absolutely still, my acquaintance with the other world having taught me the wisdom of reticence. At this point, however, I resolved to attempt communication with my visitors, and looking round for a person to whom I might address myself, I observed a bright little fellow of 12 years old staring about him in an absent-minded way, quite inattentive to all that was going on. As I walked over to where he was standing, he saw me plainly, and showed not the least surprise on being addressed. "What is your name, my little man?" I asked. "Billy Burst," said he. "And what are you thinking about while all those people are making such a fuss?" "I am wondering how people weigh the planets," he answered. "Come along with me," said I, "and I will show you just what you want to know." Then, taking him by the hand, I led him across the room to the seat I had just left, but though the sages who were present saw him cross the room, not one of them saw me, who was leading him by the hand. I took out a sheet of paper and began to draw figures and work formulae, the boy meanwhile standing by the side of my chair and saying not a word. When I had finished, I said, "Do you understand?" "Perfectly," he answered. "I see it at last. Thank you ever so much." "Now, Billy," I said, "there is something you can do for me. I want you to stand on that chair and tell the people that the person they are making the fuss about is named Panhandle, that you know him, and that he is real and quite harmless, and that he hopes they won't shoot at him any more because it hurts. Say you are quite certain he is real, because he has just told you how the planets are weighed." "Dear Pan," said Billy, "don't ask me to do that. I never tell people about you. They would only laugh at me if I did. Let us keep just as we are, old fellow, and not tell our secret to anybody." Unprepared for a style of address so familiar, "Why, Billy," I said, "I have never seen you before." "Are you quite sure you see me now?" he replied. Our positions had become reversed. Billy sitting in my study chair that he might read over what I had written about the planets, I standing by his side. I looked down to answer his last question, and for the briefest fraction of a second, a vision passed before me. The object beneath me was not my study chair, but a small iron bedstead on which there lay a boy, fast asleep.
It passed in the twinkling of an eye, and I found myself seated as before at my desk. The half-finished report was before me, and save myself, not a soul was in the room. It is certain, thought I, that I am haunting somebody. In the name of all the secret powers that guide the fates of men, who am I haunting? A marvelous story, I cried, and more significant than even you, Panhandle, are aware. I knew Billy Burst. He and I were schoolmates, and practiced magic together under the guidance of a mysterious power whose name Billy would never disclose. "You knew Billy Burst?" exclaimed Panhandle. "My friend, you fill me with astonishment and delight. Did I not say we were on the eve of great discoveries? Tell me all you know about Billy, for the matter is of the utmost importance." "You are making me wait for the appearance of the ghost," said I, "and must not be aggrieved if I make you wait for information about Billy." "I again pledge my word to you," he answered, "that you shall see a ghost this very night." "And I pledge mine to you that you shall hear all about Billy as soon as the ghost appears. But it is my turn first. Let us make it a covenant," he said. "Agreed," I answered. "Then shake hands over the bargain." As he said this, he stood up and extended his hand. With the utmost eagerness, I sprang to my feet and made the reciprocating gesture. For an instant, I thought that excitement had unsteadied me, for my hand, seeking his, seemed to move at random in the vacant air. Then I made a second attempt, carefully noting the position of his extended palm, and this time the truth dawned upon me in a flash. My hand, indeed, grasped what seemed to be his, but there was no substance to resist my closing fingers, no hardness of interior bones, no softness of enveloping tissues, no pressure, no contact, no warmth. "Panhandle!" I cried. "You are a ghost!" "Hush!" he answered. "We never use that term in addressing one another. Whatever I am, you are also in the process of becoming. You have been slow in making the discovery. I thought you had found me out when we stood among the cypress in the garden." I was trembling all over and had no control over the next words that came to my tongue. What they were I cannot remember, but Panhandle's reply seemed to indicate that I had been imploring him to tell me what kind of ghost he was. "Certainly not a character taken out of a novel," he was saying. "Think of the other orders of spirits who I told you were haunting the house, and place me in the last and highest." "You are a ghost of a philosophy," I said. "I am." "Whose philosophy are you?" I shouted, for the figure of Panhandle was rapidly sliding away into the distance. "Your own," was the answer. "Come back, beloved Panhandle," I called after the retreating figure. "Come back, and let me fulfill my part of the compact before you go. I have yet to tell you the story of Billy Burst." "I shall read it in the next chapter of your book," was the reply, now almost inaudible, so great was the distance from which it came. I called yet louder. "I have a ghost story to tell you, dear Panhandle, very important, about the ghost of a novelist, far better than yours about the novelist's characters." "I shall read about it in the next chapter but one." Such, I am fain to believe, was the answer. But the voice had now become so faint that this rendering of the words is given with reserve. My first impression was that Panhandle said simply, "Pooh, pooh." I was determined not to let him go. Raising my voice to the uttermost, I continued to call him. "Come back!" I kept shouting, "and arm me with one more word of wisdom for the battle of life. Without you, Panhandle, I have no protector, and the psychologist will surely devour me." At the sound of the word psychologist, Panhandle's flight was suddenly arrested. In one swoop, he retraversed the vast space that now lay between us and returned to his original position. "Hear then my last word," he said. "The chief errors of mankind issue from the notion that thinking is a solitary process, and the thinker an isolated being. In writing their works or monologues, the thinkers, with few exceptions, have mistaken the form which is proper to philosophy, and thereby done violence to the true nature of thought. All thinking is the work of a community. Its form is conversational, and, in the highest stages, dramatic. For want of this knowledge many philosophers have gone astray, ignorant of the other minds with which their own are in communion, deaf to the voices which mingle with theirs in the eternal dialogue of thought. They have uttered their message as a weird monologue, and the vivid interplay of mind with mind, the quick debate of reacting spirits, which is the very life of thought, has fallen dead. In the course of your education, which has properly begun today, you will become acquainted with a multitude of interlocutors whose existence you have never suspected, though they have been addressing you from the first moment you began to think, and contributing much of what you consider most original in your thought. These are the ghosts by whom you will henceforth be haunted, until finally they make you one of themselves, and carry you to heaven in a whirlwind of fire. Farewell." Having said this, he instantly vanished, leaving behind him a faint odor of Havana cigars. At the same moment, a marvelous change, the stages of which have left no record on my memory, passed over me. I found myself in the place where I am at this moment. This identical sheet of paper was under my hand. This pen was writing, and the ink of the last paragraph was still wet. End of Panhandle and the Ghosts by L.P. Jacks. Recording by Angelique G. Campbell. October 2018.
Ooze by Anthony M. Rudd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ooze by Anthony M. Rudd. In the heart of a second-growth, piney woods jungle of southern Alabama, a region sparsely settled by backwoods blacks and queer, half-wild people descended from Acadian exiles of the mid-18th century, stands a strange, enormous ruin. Interminable trailers of Cherokee rose, white-laden during a single month of spring, have climbed the heights of its 3 remaining walls. Palmetto fans rise knee-high above the base. A dozen scattered live oaks, now belying their nomenclature because of choking tufts of gray, Spanish moss, and 2-foot circlets of mistletoe parasite, which have stripped bare of foliage and gnarled, knotted limbs, lean fantastic beards against the crumbling brick. Immediately beyond, where the ground becomes soggier and lower, dropping away hopelessly into the tangle of dogwood, holly, poison sumac, and pitcher plants that is moccasin swamp. Undergrowth of titi and anise has formed a protecting wall, impenetrable to all save the furtive ones. Some few outcasts utilize the stinking depths of that sinister swamp, distilling shinny of pure con, liquor for illicit trade. Tradition states that this is the case, at least a tradition which antedates that of the premature ruin by many decades. I believe it, for during evenings intervening between investigations of the awesome spot, I was often approached as a possible customer by woodbillies who could not fathom how anyone dared venture near without plenteous fortification of liquid courage. I know shinny, therefore I did not purchase it for personal consumption. A dozen times I bought a quart or two, merely to establish credit among the Cajuns, pouring away the vile stuff immediately into the sodden ground. It seems that only through filtration and condensation of their dozens of weird tales regarding Dade House could I arrive at understanding of the mystery and weight of horror hanging about the place. Certain it is that, out of all the superstitious cautioning, head-wagging, and whispered nonsensities, I obtained only 2 indisputable facts. The first was that no money, and no supporting battery of 10-gauge shotguns loaded with chilled shot, could induce either Cajun or darky of the region to approach within 500 yards of that flowering wall. The second fact I shall dwell upon later. Perhaps it would be as well, as I am only a mouthpiece in this chronicle, to relate in brief why I came to Alabama on this mission. I am a scribbler of general fact articles, no fiction writer as was Lee Cranmer, though doubtless the confession is superfluous. Lee was my roommate during college days. I knew his family well, admiring John Corliss Cranmer even more than I admired the son and friend, and almost as much as Peggy Breed, whom Lee married. Peggy liked me, but that was all. I cherish sanctified memory of her for just that much, as no other woman before or since has granted this gangling dyspeptic even a hint of joyous and sorrowful intimacy. Work kept me to the city. Lee, on the other hand, coming of wealthy family and, from the first, earning from his short stories and novel royalties more than I wrested from editorial coffers, needed no anchorage. He and Peggy honeymooned a 4-month trip to Alaska, visited Honolulu the next winter, fished for salmon on Kane's River, New Brunswick, and generally enjoyed the outdoors at all seasons. They kept an apartment in Wilmette, near Chicago. Yet during the few spring and fall seasons they were home, both preferred to rent a suite at one of the country clubs to which Lee belonged. I suppose they spent 3 or 5 times the amount Lee actually earned, yet for my part, I only honored that the two should find such great happiness in life and still accomplish artistic triumph. They were honest, zestful young Americans, the type, and pretty nearly the only type, $2 million cannot spoil. John Corliss Cranmer, father of Lee, though as different from his boy as a microscope is different from a painting by Remington, was even further from being dollar-conscious. He lived in a world bounded only by the widening horizon of biological science, and his love for the two who would carry on that Cranmer name. Many a time I used to wonder how it could be that as gentle, clean-souled, and lovable a gentleman as John Corliss Cranmer could have ventured so far into scientific research without attaining small-caliber atheism. Few do. He believed both in God and humankind. To accuse him of murdering his boy and the girl wife who he had come to be loved as the mother of baby Elsie, as well as blood and flesh of his own family, was a gruesome, terrible absurdity. Yes, even when John Corliss Cranmer was declared unmistakably insane. Lacking a relative in the world, baby Elsie was given to me and the middle-aged couple who had accompanied the 3 as servants about half of the known world. Elsie would be Peggy over again. I worshipped her, knowing that if my stewardship of her interest could make her a woman of Peggy's loveliness and worth, I should not have lived in vain. And at 4, Elsie stretched out her arms to me after a vain attempt to jerk out the bobbed tail of Lord Dick, my tolerant old Airedale, and called me Papa. I felt a deep-down choking. Yes, those strangely long black lashes someday might droop in fun or coquetry. But now baby Elsie had a wistful, trusting seriousness in depths of ultramarine eyes, that same seriousness which only Lee had brought to Peggy. Responsibility in one instant became double, that she might come to love me as more than foster parent was my dearest wish. Still, through selfishness I could not rob her of rightful heritage. She must know in after years, and the tale that I would tell her must not be the horrible suspicion which had been bandied about in common talk. I went to Alabama, leaving Elsie in the competent hands of Mrs. Daniels and her husband, who had helped care for her since birth. In my possession, prior to the trip, were the scant facts known to the authorities at the time of John Corliss Cranmer's escape and disappearance. They were incredible enough. For conducting biological research upon forms of protozoan life, John Corliss Cranmer had hit upon this region of Alabama, near a great swamp teeming with microscopic organisms and situated in a semi-tropical belt where freezing weather rarely intruded to harden the bogs. The spot seemed ideal for this purpose. Through Mobile, he could secure supplies daily by truck, The isolation suited him, with only an octoroon man to act as chef, houseman, and valet for the times he entertained visitors. He brought down scientific apparatus, occupying temporary quarters in the village of Burdett's Corners, while his woods house was in process of construction. By all accounts, the lodge, as he termed it, was a substantial affair of 8 or 9 rooms, built of logs and planed lumber bought at Oak Grove. Lee and Peggy were expected to spend a portion of each year with him. Quail, wild turkey, and deer abounded, which fact made such a vacation certain to please the pair. At other times, all save 4 rooms were closed. This was in 1907, the year of Lee's marriage. 6 years later, when I came down, no sign of a house remained, except certain mangled and rotting timbers projected from viscid soil, or what seemed like soil, and a 12-foot wall of brick had been built to enclose the house completely. One partition of this had fallen inward. I wasted weeks of time first, interviewing officials of the police department at Mobile, the town marshals and county sheriffs of Washington and Mobile counties, and officials of the psychopathic hospital from which Cranmer made his escape. In substance, the story was one of baseless homicidal mania. Cranmer the elder had been away until late fall, attending 2 scientific conferences in the north, and then going abroad to compare certain of his findings with those of a Dr. Gemmler of Prague University. Unfortunately, Gemmler was assassinated by a religious fanatic shortly afterward. The fanatic voiced virulent objection to all Mendelian research as blasphemous. This was his only defense. He was hanged. Search of Gemmler's notes and effects revealed nothing save an immense amount of laboratory data on karyokinesis, the process of chromosome arrangement occurring in first-growing cells of higher animal embryos. Apparently, Cranmer had hoped to develop some similarities, or point out differences between hereditary factors occurring in lower forms of life and those half demonstrated in the cat and monkey. The authorities had found nothing that helped me. Cranmer had gone crazy. Was that not sufficient explanation? Perhaps it was for them, but not for me and Elsie. But to the slim basis of fact I was able to unearth, no one wondered when a fortnight passed without appearance of any person from the lodge. Why should anyone worry? A provision salesman in Mobile called up twice, but failed to complete the connection. He merely shrugged. The Cranmers had gone away somewhere on a trip. In a week, a month, a year they would be back. Meanwhile he lost commissions. But what of it? He had no responsibility for those queer nuts up there in the piney woods. Crazy? Of course. Why should any guy with millions to spend shut himself up among the Cajuns and draw microscoped enlarged notebook pictures of what the salesman called germs? A stir was aroused at the end of the fortnight, but the commotion confined itself to building circles. 20 carloads of building brick, 50 bricklayers, and a 1/4 acre of fine meshed wire, the sort used for screening off pens of rodents and small marsupials in a zoological garden, were ordered. "Damn expense! Hurry!" by an unshaved, tattered man who identified himself with difficulty as John Corliss Cranmer. He looked strange even then. A certified check for the total amount, given in advance, and another check of absurd size slung toward a labor entrepreneur, silenced objection, however. These millionaires were apt to be flighty. When they wanted something, they wanted it at tap of the bell. Well, why not drag down the big profits? A poorer man would have been jacked up in a day. Cranmer's fluid gold bathed him in immunity to criticism. The encircling wall was built and roofed with wire netting which drooped about the squat pitch of the lodge. Curious inquiries of workmen went unanswered until the final day. Then Cranmer, a strange, intense apparition who showed himself more shabby than a quay derelict, assembled every man-jack of the workmen. In one hand he grasped a wad of blue slips, 56 of them. In the other he held a Luger automatic. "I offer each man $1,000 for silence," he announced. "As an alternative, death. You know little. Will all of you consent to swear upon your honor that nothing which has occurred here will be mentioned elsewhere? By this I mean absolute silence. You will not come back here to investigate anything. You will not tell your wives. You will not open your mouths even upon the witness stand in case you are called. My price is 1,000 apiece. In case one of you betrays me, I give you my word that this man shall die. I am rich. I can hire men to do murder. Well, What do you say?" The men glanced apprehensively about. The threatening Luger decided them. To a man they accepted the blue slips, and, save for one witness who lost all sense of fear and morality in drink, none of the 56 has broken his pledge as far as I know. That one bricklayer died later, in delirium tremens. They found him the first time, mouthing meaningless phrases concerning an amoeba, one of the tiny forms of protoplasmic life he was known to have studied. Also, he leaped into a hysteria of self-accusation. He had murdered 2 innocent people. The tragedy was his crime. He had drowned them in ooze. Ah, God. Unfortunately for all concerned, Cranmer, dazed and indubitably stark insane, chose to perform a strange travesty on fishing 4 miles to the west of his lodge on the further border of Moccasin Swamp. His clothing had been torn to shreds. His hat was gone, and he was coated from head to foot with gluey mire. It was far from strange that the good folk of Shanksville, who never had glimpsed the eccentric millionaire, failed to associate him with Cranmer. They took him in, searched his pockets, finding no sign save an inordinate sum of money, and then put him under medical care. 2 precious weeks elapsed before Dr. Quirk reluctantly acknowledged that he could do nothing more for this patient and notified the proper authorities. Then much more time was wasted. Hot April and half of still hotter May passed by before the loose ends were connected. Then it did little good to know that this raving unfortunate was Cranmer, or that the 2 persons of whom he shouted in disconnected delirium actually had disappeared. Alienists absolved him of responsibility. He was confined in a cell reserved for the violent. Meanwhile, strange things occurred back at the lodge, which now, for good and sufficient reason, was becoming known to dwellers of the woods as Dead House. Until one of the walls fell in, however, there had been no chance to see, unless one possessed the temerity to climb either one of the tall live oaks or mount the barrier itself. No doors or opening of any sort had been placed in that hastily constructed wall. By the time the western side of the wall fell, not a native for miles around but feared the spot far more than even the bottomless, snake-infested bogs which lay to the west and north. The single statement was all John Corliss Cranmer ever gave to the world. It proved sufficient. An immediate search was instituted. It showed that less than 3 weeks before the day of initial reckoning, his son and Peggy had come to visit him for the 2nd time that winter, leaving Elsie in the company of the Daniels pair. They had rented a pair of Gordons for quail hunting and had gone out. That was the last anyone had ever seen of them. The backwoods Negro who glimpsed them stalking a covey behind their 2 pointing dogs had known no more, even when sweated through 12 hours of 3rd degree. Certain suspicious circumstances, having to do only with his regular pursuit of shinny transportation, had caused him to fall under suspicious at first. He was dropped. 2 days later, the scientist himself was apprehended, a gibbering idiot who sloughed his pole holding on to the baited hook into a marsh where nothing save moccasins, an errant alligator, or amphibian life could have been snared. His mind was 3/4 dead. Cranmer then was in the slate of the dope fiend who rouses to a sitting position to ask seriously how many Bolshevists were killed by Julius Caesar before he was stabbed by Brutus, or why it was that roller canary sang only on Wednesday evenings. He knew that tragedy of the most sinister sort had stalked through his life, but little more at first. Later, the police obtained that one statement that he had murdered 2 human beings, but never could means or motive be established. Official guess as to the means was no more than wild conjecture. It mentioned enticing the victims to the noisome depths of Moccasin Swamp, there to let them flounder and sink. The 2 were his son and daughter-in-law, Lee and Peggy. Then, awaking with suddenness to assault 3 attendants with incredible ferocity and strength, John Corliss Cranmer escaped from Elizabeth Ritter Hospital. How he hid, how he managed to traverse 60-odd intervening miles and still balk detection remains a minor mystery to be explained only by the assumption that maniacal cunning sufficed to outwit saner intellects. Traverse those miles he did, though until I was fortunate enough to uncover evidence to this effect, it was supposed generally that he had made his escape as a stowaway on one of the banana boats, or had buried himself in some portion of the nearer woods where he was unknown. The truth ought to be welcome to householders of Shanksville, Burdett's Corners, and Vicinage, those excusably prudent ones who to this day keep loaded shotguns handy and barricade their doors at nightfall. The first 10 days of my investigation may be touched upon in brief. I made headquarters in Burdett's Corners and drove out each morning, carrying lunch and returning for my grits and Pineywood's pork or mutton before nightfall. My first plan had been to camp out at the edge of the swamp, for opportunity to enjoy the outdoors comes rarely in my direction. Yet after one cursory examination of the premises, I abandoned the idea. I did not want to camp alone there, and I am less superstitious than a real estate agent. It was, perhaps, psychic warning, more probably the queer, faint, salt odor as of fish left to decay, which hung about the ruin, made too unpleasant an impression upon my olfactory sense. I experienced a distinct chill every time the lengthening shadows caught me near Deadhouse. The smell impressed me. In newspaper reports of the case, one ingenious explanation had been worked out. To the rear of the spot where Deadhouse had stood, inside the wall, was a swampy hollow, circular in shape. Only a little real mud lay in the bottom of the bowl-like depression now, but one reporter on the staff of the Mobile Register guessed that during the tenancy of the lodge, it had been a fish pool. Drying up of the water had killed the fish, who now permeated the remnant of mud with this foul odor. The possibility that Cranmer had needed to keep fresh fish at hand for some of his experiments silenced the natural objection that in a country where every stream holds gar, pike, bass, catfish, and many other edible varieties, no one would dream of stocking a stagnant puddle. After tramping about the enclosure, testing the queerly brittle, desiccated top stratum of earth within, and speculating concerning the possible purpose of the wall, I cut off a long limb of chinaberry and probed the mud. One fragment of fish spine would confirm the guess of that imaginative reporter. I found nothing resembling a piscal skeleton, but established several facts. First, this mud crater had definite bottom only 3 or 4 feet below the surface of remaining ooze. Second, the fishy stench became stronger as I stirred. Third, at one time the mud, water, or whatever had comprised the balance of content, had reached the rim of the bowl. The last showed by certain marks plain enough when the crusty, 2-inch stratum of upper coating was broken away. It was puzzling. The nature of that thin, desiccated effluvium, which seemed to cover everything even to the lower foot or 2 of brick, came in next for inspection. It was strange stuff, unlike any earth I had ever seen, though undoubtedly some form of scum drained in from the swamp at the time of the river floods or cloudbursts, which in this section are common enough in spring and fall. It crumbled beneath the fingers. When I walked over it, the stuff crunched hollowly. In fainter degree, it possessed the fishy odor also. I took some samples where it lay thickest upon the ground, and also a few where there seemed to be no more than a depth of a sheet of paper. Later, I would have a laboratory analysis made. Apart from any possible bearing the stuff might have upon the disappearance of my 3 friends, I felt the tug of article interest, that wonder over anything strange or seemingly inexplicable which lends the hunt for fact a certain glamour and romance all its own. To myself, I was going to have to explain sooner or later just why this layer covered the entire space within the walls and was not perceptible anywhere outside. The enigma could wait, however, or so I decided. Far more interesting were the traces of violence apparent on wall and what once had been a house. The latter seemed to have been ripped from its foundations by a giant hand, crushed out of semblance to a dwelling, and then cast in fragments about the base of wall, mainly on the south side, where heaps of twisted, broken timbers lay in profusion. On the opposite side there had been such heaps once, but now only charred sticks, coated with that gray-black, omnipresent coat of desiccation, remained. These piles of charcoal had been sifted and examined most carefully by the authorities, as one theory had been advanced that Cranmer had burned the bodies of his victims. Yet no sign whatever of human remains was discovered. The fire, however, pointed out one odd fact which controverted the reconstructions made by detectives months before. The latter, suggesting the dried scum to have drained in from the swamp, believed that the house timbers had floated out to the sides of the wall, there to arrange themselves in a series of piles. The absurdity of such a theory showed even more plainly by the fact that, if the scum had filtered through in such a flood, the timbers most certainly had been dragged into piles previously. Some had burned, and the scum coated their charred surfaces. What had been the force which had torn the lodge to bits as if in spiteful fury? Why had the parts of the wreckage been burned, the rest to escape? Right here, I felt, was the keynote to the mystery. Yet I could imagine no explanation that John Corliss Cranmer himself, physically sound, yet a man who for decades had led a sedentary life, could have accomplished such a destruction, unaided, was difficult to believe. I turned my attention to the wall, hoping for evidence which might suggest another theory. The wall had been made an example of the worst snide construction. Though little more than a year old, the parts left standing showed evidence that they had begun to decay the day the last brick was laid. The mortar had fallen from the interstices. Here and there a brick had cracked and dropped out. Fibrils of the climbing vines had penetrated crevices, working for early destruction. And one side already had fallen. It was here that the first glimmering suspicion of the terrible truth was forced upon me. The scattered bricks, even those which had rolled inward toward the gaping foundation ledge, had not been coated with scum. This was curious, yet it could be explained by surmise that the flood itself had undermined this weakest portion of the wall. I cleared away a mass of brick from the spot on which the structure had stood. To my surprise, I found it exceptionally firm. Hard red clay lay beneath. The flood conception was faulty. Only some great force, exerted from inside or outside, could have wreaked such destruction. When careful measurement, analysis, and deduction convinced me, mainly from the fact that the lowermost layers of brick had all fallen outward, while the upper portions toppled in, I began to link up this mysterious and horrific force with the one that had rent the lodge asunder. It looked as though a typhoon or gigantic centrifuge had needed elbow room in ripping down the wooden structure, but I got nowhere with the theory, though in ordinary affairs I am called a man of too great imaginative tendencies. No less than 3 editors have cautioned me on this point. Perhaps it was the narrowing influence of great personal sympathy. Yes, and love. I make no excuses, though. Beyond a dim understanding that some terrific, implacable force must have made this spot its playground, I ended my 9th day of note-taking and investigation almost as much in the dark as I had been while 1,000 miles away in Chicago. Then I started among the darkies and Cajuns. A whole day I listened to yarns of the days which preceded Cranmer's escape from Elizabeth Ritter Hospital, days in which furtive men sniffed poisoned air for miles around Deadhouse, finding the odor intolerable. Days in which it seemed none possessed nerve enough to approach close. Days when the most fanciful tales of medieval superstitions were spun. These tales I shall not give. The truth is incredible enough. At noon upon the 11th day, I chanced upon Rory Pilaran, a Cajun, and one of the least prepossessing of all with whom I had come in contact. Chanced, perhaps, is a bad word. I had listed every dweller in the woods within a 5-mile radius. Rory was 16th on my list. I went to him only after interviewing all 4 of the Crabbiers and 2 whole families of Pichons, and Rory regarded me with the utmost suspicion until I made him a present of the 2 quarts of shinny purchased of the Pichons. Because long practice had perfected me in the technique of seeming to drink another man's awful liquor. No, I'm not an absolute prohibitionist. Fine wine or 12-year in-cask bourbon whiskey arouses my definite interest. I fooled Pilaran from the start. I shall omit preliminaries and leap to the first admission from him that he knew more concerning Deadhouse and its former inmates than any of the other darkies or Cajuns roundabout. But I ain't talking. Sacre, if I should open my gab, what might fly out? It is for keeping silent. You're damn right. I agreed. He was a wise man, educated to some extent in the queer schools and churches maintained exclusively by Cajuns in the depths of the woods, yet naive withal. We drank, and I never had to ask another leading question. That made him want to interest me, and the only extraordinary in this whole neck of the woods was the dead house. 3/4 of a pint of acrid, nauseous fluid, and he hinted darkly. A pint, and he told me something I could scarcely believe. Another 1/2 pint, but I shall give his confession in condensed form. He had known Joe Sibley, the octoroon chef, houseman, and valet who served Cranmer. Through Joe, Rory had furnished certain indispensables in way of food to the Cranmer household. At first, these saleable articles had been exclusively vegetable, white and yellow turnip, sweet potatoes, corn and beans, but later, meat. Yes, meat especially. Whole lambs, slaughtered and quartered. The coarsest variety of Piney Woods pork and beef. all in immense quantity. In December of the fatal winter, Lee and his wife stopped down at the lodge for 10 days or thereabouts. They were en route to Cuba at the time, intending to be away 5 or 6 weeks. Their original plan had been to wait over a day or so in the piney woods, but something caused an amendment to the scheme. The two dallied. Lee seemed to have become vastly absorbed in something, so much absorbed that it was only when Peggy insisted upon continuing their trip that he could tear himself away. It was during those 10 days that he began buying meat. Meager bits of it at first, a rabbit, a pair of squirrels, or perhaps a few quail beyond the number he and Peggy shot. Rory furnished the game, thinking nothing of it except that Lee paid double prices, and insisted upon keeping the purchases secret from other members of the household. "I'm putting it across on the governor, Rory," he said once with a wink. "Gonna give him the shock of his life, so you mustn't let on, even to Joe, about what I want you to do. Maybe it won't work out, but if it does, Dad'll have the scientific world at his feet. He doesn't blow his own horn anywhere near enough, you know." Rory didn't know. Hadn't a suspicion what Lee was talking about. Still, if this rich, young idiot wanted to pay him $50 in good silver coin for a quail that anyone, himself included, could knock down with a 5-cent shell, Rory was well satisfied to keep his mouth shut. Each evening he brought some of the small game, and each day Lee Cranmer seemed to have use for an additional quail or so. When he was ready to leave for Cuba, Lee came forward with the strangest of propositions. He fairly whispered his vehemence and desire for secrecy. He would tell Rory, and he would pay the Cajun $500, half in advance and half at the end of 5 weeks when Lee himself would return from Cuba, provided Rory agreed to adhere absolutely to a certain secret program. The money was more than a fortune to Rory. It was undreamt of affluence. The Cajun acceded. "He was telling me, then, how old man had raised some kind of pet," Rory confided, "and wanted to get shed of it. So he give it to Lee, telling him to kill it, but Lee was sot on fooling him. What I ask you is, what kind of pet is it what lives down in the mud sinking and eats a couple hogs every night?" I couldn't imagine, so I pressed him for further details. Here, at last, was something which sounded like a clue. He really knew too little. The agreement with Lee provided that if Rory carried out the provisions exactly, he should be paid extra and at his exorbitant scale of all additional outlay when Lee returned. The young man gave him a daily schedule which Rory showed. Each evening he was to procure, slaughter, and cut up a definite, and growing, amount of meat. Every item was checked, and I saw that they ran from 5 pounds up to 40. "What in heaven's name did you do with it?" I demanded, excited now and pouring him an additional drink for fear caution might return to him. "Took it back through the brushes and slung it in the mud sink there, and something come up and drug it down." "A gator?" "Diable, how should I know? It was dark. I wouldn't go close." He shuddered, and the fingers which lifted his glass shook with a sudden chill. "Maybe you'd have done it, huh? Not me, though. The young fella told me to sling it in, and I slung it. A couple times I come around in the light, but there wasn't nothing there you could see, just mud and some water. Maybe the thing didn't come out in daytimes." "Perhaps not," I agreed, straining every mental recourse to imagine what Lee's sinister pet could have been. "But you said something about 2 hogs a day? What did you mean by that? This paper, proof enough you're telling the truth so far, states on the 35th day you were to throw 40 pounds of meat, any kind, into the sink. 2 hogs, even the Piney Woods variety, weigh a lot, more than 40 pounds. Then was after he come back." From this point onward, Rory's tale became more and more enmeshed in the vagaries induced by bad liquor. His tongue thickened. I shall give his story without attempt to reproduce further verbal barbarities or the occasional prodding I had to give in order to keep him from maundering into foolish jargon. Lee had paid munificently. His only objection to the manner in which Rory had carried out his orders was that the orders themselves had been deficient. The pet, he said, had grown enormously. It was hungry, ravenous. Lee himself had supplemented the fare with huge pails of scraps from the kitchen. From that day, Lee purchased from Rory whole sheep and hogs. The Cajun continued to bring the carcasses at nightfall, but no longer did Lee permit him to approach the pool. The young man appeared chronically excited. He had a tremendous secret, one the extent of which even his father did not guess, and one which would astonish the world. Only a week or 2 more, and he would spring it. First, he would have to arrange certain data. Then came the day when everyone disappeared from Deadhouse. Rory came around several times, but concluded that all of the occupants had folded tents and departed, doubtless taking their mysterious pet along. Only when he saw from a distance Joe, the octoroon servant, returning along the road on foot toward the lodge, did his slow mental processes begin to ferment. That afternoon, Rory visited the strange place for the next to last time. He did not go to the lodge himself, and there were reasons. While still some hundreds of yards away from the place, a terrible, sustained screaming reached his ears. It was faint, yet unmistakably the voice of Joe. Throwing a pair of No. 2 shells into the breech of his shotgun, Rory hurried on, taking his usual path through the brush at the back. He saw, and as he told me, even shinny drunkenness fled his chattering tones. Joe, the octoroon. Aye, he stood in the yard, far from the pool into which Rory had thrown the carcasses, and Joe could not move. Rory failed to explain in full, but something, a slimy, amorphous something, which glistened in the sunlight, already engulfed the man to his shoulders. Breath was cut off. Joe's contorted face writhed with horror and beginning suffocation. One hand, all that was free of the rest of him, beat feebly upon the rubbery, translucent thing that was engulfing his body. Then Joe sank from sight. 5 days of liquored indulgence passed before Rory, along in his shaky cabin, convinced himself that he had seen a fantasy born of alcohol. He came back the last time to find a high wall of brick surrounding the lodge, and including the pool of mud into which he had thrown the meat. While he hesitated, circling the place without discovering an opening, which he would not have dared to use, had he even found it, a crashing, tearing of timbers and persistent sound of awesome destruction came from within. He swung himself into one of the oaks near the wall, and he was just in time to see the last supporting stanchions of the lodge give way outward. The whole structure came apart. The roof fell in. It seemed to move after it had fallen. Logs of wall, deserted layers of plywood in the grasp of the shearing machine. That was all. Soddenly intoxicated now, Rory mumbled more phrases, giving me the idea that on another day when he became sober once more, he might add to his statements. But I, numbed to the soul, scarcely cared. If that which he related was true, what nightmare of madness must have been consummated here? I could vision some things now which concerned Lee and Peggy. Horrible things. Only remembrance of Elsie kept me faced forward in the search, for now it seemed almost that the handiwork of a madman must be preferred to what Rory claimed to have seen. What had been that sinister translucent thing? That glistening thing which jumped upward about a man, smothering, engulfing. Queerly enough, though such a theory as came most easily to my mind now would have outraged reason in me if suggested concerning total strangers, I asked myself only what details of Rory's revelation had been exaggerated by fright and fumes of liquor. And as I sat on the creaking bench in his cabin, staring unseeing as he lurched down to the floor, fumbling with a lockbox of green tin which lay under his cot, and muttering, the answer to all my questions lay within reach. It was not until the next day, however, that I made the discovery. Heavy of heart, I had re-examined the spot where the lodge had stood, then made my way to the Cajun's cabin again, seeking sober confirmation of what he had told me during intoxication. In imagining that such a spree for Rory would be ended by a single night, however, I was mistaken. He lay sprawled almost as I had left him. Only 2 factors were changed. No shinny was left, and lying open with its miscellaneous contents strewed about was the tin box. Rory somehow had managed to open it with the tiny key still clutched in his hand. Concern for his safety alone was what made me notice the box. It was a receptacle for small fishing tackle of the sort carried here and there by any sportsman. Tangles of dowagiac minnows, spool hooks ranging in size to silver-backed No. 8s, 3 reels still carrying line of different weights, spinners, casting plus wobblers, floating baits were spilled out upon the rough plank flooring where they might snag Rory badly if he rolled. I gathered them, intending to save him an accident. With the miscellaneous assortment in my hands, however, I stopped dead. Something had caught my eye, something lying flush with the bottom of the lockbox. I stared, and then swiftly tossed the hooks and other impediments upon the table. What I had glimpsed there in the box was a loose-leaf notebook, the sort used for recording laboratory data. and Rory scarcely could read, let alone write. Feverishly, a riot of recognition, surmise, hope, and fear bubbling in my brain, I grabbed the book and threw it open. At once I knew that this was the end. The pages were scribbled in pencil, but the handwriting was that precise chirography I knew as belonging to John Corliss Cranmer, the scientist. Could he not have obeyed my instructions? Oh God! These were the words at top of the first page which met my eye. Because knowledge of the circumstances, the relation of which I pried out of the reluctant Rory only some days later when I had him in Mobile as a police witness for the sake of my friend's vindication, is necessary to understanding, I shall interpolate. Rory had not told me everything. On his late visit to the vicinage of Deadhouse he saw more. A crouching figure, seated Turk fashion on top of the wall, appeared to be writing industriously. Rory recognized the man as Cranmer, yet did not hail him. He had no opportunity. Just as the Cajun came near, Cranmer rose, thrust the notebook which had rested across his knees into the box. Then he turned, tossed outside the wall both the locked box and a ribbon to which was attached the key. Then his arms raised toward heavens. For 5 seconds he seemed to invoke the mercy of power beyond all of man's scientific prying. And finally he leaped. Inside. Rory did not climb to investigate. He knew that directly below this portion of wall lay the mud sink into which he had thrown the chunks of meat. This is a true transcription of the statement I inscribed, telling the sequence of actual events at Deadhouse. The original of the statement now lies in the archives of the detective department. Cranmer's notebook, though written in a precise hand, yet betrayed the man's insanity by incoherence and frequent repetitions. My statement has been accepted now both by alienists and by detectives who had entertained different theories in respect to the case. It quashes the noisome hints and suspicions regarding 3 of the finest Americans who ever lived, and also one queer supposition dealing with supposed criminal tendencies in poor Joe, the octoroon. John Corliss Cranmer went insane for sufficient cause. As readers of popular fiction know well, Lee Cranmer's forte was the writing of what is called, among fellows in his craft, pseudo-scientific theory. In plain words, this means a yarn based upon solid fact in the field of astronomy, chemistry, anthropology, or whatnot, which carries to logical conclusion improved theories of men who devote their lives to searching out further nadirs of fact. In certain fashion, these men are allies of science. Often they visualize something which has not been imagined even by the best of men from whom they secure data, thus opening new horizons of possibility. In a large way, Jules Verne was one of these men in his day. Lee Cranmer bade fair to carry on the work in worthy fashion, work taken up for a period by an Englishman named Wells, but abandoned for stories of a different, and, in my humble opinion, less absorbing type. Lee wrote 3 novels, all published which dealt with such subjects. 2 of the 3 secured from his father's labors, and the other speculating upon the discovery and possible uses of interatomic energy. Upon John Corliss Cranmer's return from Prague that fatal winter, the father informed Lee that a greater subject than any with which the young man had dealt now could be tapped. Cranmer, Sr., had devised a way in which the limiting factors in protozoic life and growth could be nullified. In time, and with cooperation of biologists who specialized upon karyokinesis and embryology of higher forms, he hoped, to put the theory in pragmatic terms, to be able to grow swine the size of elephants, quail or woodcock with breasts from which 100 weight of white meat could be cut away, and steers whose dehorned heads might butt at the 3rd story of a skyscraper. Such result would revolutionize the methods of food supply, of course. It also would hold out hope for all undersized specimens of humanity, provided only that if factors inhibiting growth could be deleted, some methods of stopping gianthood also could be developed. Cranmer the Elder, through use of an undescribed, in the notebook, growth medium of which one constituent was agar-agar, and the use of radium emanations, had succeeded in bringing about apparently unrestricted growth to the paramecium protozoan, certain of the vegetable growths, among which were bacteria, and in the amorphous cell of protoplasm known as the amoeba. The last a single cell containing only a nucleolus, nucleus, and a space known as the contractile vacuole, which somehow aided in throwing off particles impossible to assimilate directly. This point may be remembered in respect to the piles of lumber near the outside walls surrounding Deadhouse. When Lee Cranmer and his wife came south to visit, John Corliss Cranmer showed his son an amoeba, normally an organism visible under a low-power microscope, which he had absolved from natural growth inhibitions. This amoeba, a rubbery amorphous mass of protoplasm, was the size then of a large beef liver. It could have been held in 2 cupped hands, placed side by side. "How large could it grow?" asked Lee, wide-eyed and interested. "Well, so far as I know," answered his father, "there's no limit now. It might, if it got food enough, grow to be as big as the Masonic Temple, but take it out and kill it. Destroy the organism utterly, burning the fragments, else there is no telling what might happen. The amoeba, as I have explained, reproduces by simple division. Any fragment remaining might be dangerous." Lee took the rubbery, translucent giant cell, but he did not obey orders. Instead of destroying it as his father had directed, Lee thought out a plan. Suppose he should grow this organism to tremendous size. Suppose, when the tale of his father's accomplishment were spread, an amoeba of many tons weight could be shown in evidence. Lee, of somewhat sensational cast of mind, determined instantly to keep secret the fact that he was not destroying the organism, but encouraging its further growth. Thought of possible peril never crossed his mind. He arranged to have the thing fed, allowing for normal increase of size in an abnormal thing. It fooled him only by growing much more rapidly. When he came back from Cuba, the amoeba practically filled the whole of the mud sink hollow. He had to give it much greater supplies. The giant cell came to absorb as much as 2 hogs in a single day. During daylight, while hunger still was appeased, it never emerged, however. That remained for the time that it could secure no more food near at hand to satisfy its ravenous and increasing appetite. Only instinct for the sensational kept Lee from telling Peggy, his wife, all about the matter. Lee hoped to spring a coup which would immortalize his father and surprise his wife terrifically. Therefore he kept his own counsel and made bargains with the Cajun, Rory, who supplied food daily for the shapeless monster of the pool. The tragedy itself came suddenly and unexpectedly. Peggy, feeding the 2 Gordon setters that Lee and she used for quail hunting, was in the lodge yard before sunset. She romped alone as Lee himself was dressing. Of a sudden, her screams cut the air. Without her knowledge, 10-foot pseudopods, those flowing tentacles of protoplasm sent forth by the sinister occupant of the pool, slid out and around her pâtéed ankles. For a moment at first she did not understand. Then the horrid suspicion of truth. Her cries rent the air. Lee, at that time struggling to lace a pair of high shoes, straightened, paled, and grabbed a revolver as he dashed out. In another room, a scientist, absorbed in his note-taking, glanced up, frowned, and then, recognizing the voice, shed his white gown and came out. He was too late to do aught but gasp with horror. In the yard, Peggy was half engulfed in a squamous, rubbery something which at first he could not analyze. Lee, his boy, was fighting with the sticky folds and slowly, surely, losing his own grip upon the earth. John Corliss Cranmer was by no means a coward. He stared, cried aloud, then ran indoors, seizing the first 2 weapons which came to hand, a shotgun and hunting knife which lay in sheath in a cartridged belt across hook of the hall tree. The knife was 10 inches in length and razor keen. Cranmer rushed out again. He saw an incandescent fluid, something which as yet he had not had time to classify, lumped into a 6-foot-high center before his very eyes. It looked like one of the microorganisms he had studied, one grown to frightful dimensions. An amoeba. There, some minutes suffocated in the rubbery folds, yet still apparent beneath the glistening ooze of this monster, were 2 bodies. They were dead. He knew it. Nevertheless, he attacked the flowing, senseless monster with his knife. Shot would do no good, and he found that even the deep, terrific slashes made by his knife closed together in a moment and healed. The monster was invulnerable to ordinary attack. A pair of pseudopods sought out his ankles, attempting to bring him low. Both of these he severed and escaped. Why did he try? He did not know. The 2 whom he had sought to rescue were dead, buried under folds of this horrid thing he knew to be his own discovery and fabrication. Then it was that revulsion and insanity came upon him. There ended the story of John Corliss Cranmer,
by Anthony M.
save
Rudd.
for one hastily scribbled paragraph, evidently written at the time Rory had seen him atop the wall. May we not supply with assurance the intervening steps? Cranmer was known to have purchased a whole pen of hogs a day or two following the tragedy. These animals were never seen again. During the time the wall was being constructed, it is not reasonable to assume that he fed the giant organism within to keep it quiet. His scientist brain must have visualized clearly the havoc and horror which could be wrought by the loathsome thing if it were ever driven to hunger to flow away from the lodge and prey upon the countryside. With the wall once in place, he evidently figured that starvation or some other means which he could supply would kill the thing. One of the means had been made by setting fire to several piles of the disgorged timbers. Probably this had no effect whatsoever. The amoeba was to accomplish still more destruction. In the throes of hunger, it threw its gigantic formless strength against the walls from the inside. Then every edible morsel within was house assimilated, the logs, rafters, and other fragments being worked out through the contractile vacuole. During some of its last struggles, undoubtedly, the side wall of brick was weakened, not to collapse, however, until the giant amoeba no longer could take advantage of the breach. In final death lassitude, the amoeba stretched itself out in a thin layer over the ground. There it succumbed, though there is no means of estimating how long a time intervened. The last paragraph in Cranmer's notebook, scrawled so badly that it is possible some words I have not deciphered correctly, reads as follows. In my work I have found the means of creating a monster. The unnatural thing in turn has destroyed my work and those whom I held dear. It is in vain that I assure myself of innocence of spirit. Mine is the crime of presumption. Now, as expedition, worthless though that may be, I give myself. It is better not to think of that last leap and the struggle of an insane man in the grip of the dying monster. The end. End of Ooze. This was recorded by Mr. Mike 79, also known as Mike Golczynski, from Lowell, Michigan, United States of America. Thank you.
The Trial for Murder by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Trial for Murder by Charles Dickens. I have always noticed a prevalent want of courage, even among persons of superior intelligence and culture, as to imparting their own psychological experiences when those have been of a strange sort. Almost all men are afraid that what they could relate in such wise would find no parallel or response in a listener's internal life, and might be suspected or laughed at. A truthful traveler, who should have seen some extraordinary creature in the likeness of a sea-serpent, would have no fear of mentioning it, but the same traveler having had some singular presentiment, impulse, vagary of thought, vision, so-called, dream, or other remarkable mental impression would hesitate considerably before he would own to it. To this reticence I attribute much of the obscurity in which such subjects are involved. We do not habitually communicate our experiences of these subjective things as we do our experiences of objective creation. The consequence is that the general stock of experience in this regard appears exceptional, and really is so in respect of being miserably imperfect. In what I am going to relate, I have no intention of setting up, opposing, or supporting any theory whatever. I know the history of the bookseller of Berlin. I have studied the case of the wife of a late Astronomer Royal as related by Sir David Brewster, and I have followed the minutest details of a much more remarkable case of spectral illusion occurring within my private circle of friends. It may be necessary to state as to this last, that the sufferer, a lady, was in no degree, however distant, related to me. A mistaken assumption on that head might suggest an explanation of a part of my own case, but only a part, which would be wholly without foundation. It cannot be referred to my inheritance of any developed peculiarity, nor had I ever before any at all similar experience, nor have I ever had any at all similar experience since. It does not signify how many years ago, or how few, a certain murder was committed in England, which attracted great attention. We hear more than enough of murderers as they rise in succession to their atrocious eminence, and I would bury the memory of this particular brute if I could, as his body was buried in Newgate Jail. I purposely abstained from giving any direct clue to the criminal's individuality. When the murder was first discovered, no suspicion fell. Or, I ought rather to say, for I cannot be too precise in my facts, it was nowhere publicly hinted that any suspicion fell on the man who was afterwards brought to trial. As no reference was at that time made to him in the newspapers, it is obviously impossible that any description of him can at that time have been given in the newspapers. It is essential that this fact be remembered. Unfolding at breakfast my morning paper, containing the account of that first discovery, I found it to be deeply interesting, and I read it with close attention. I read it twice, if not 3 times. The discovery had been made in a bedroom, and when I laid down the paper I was aware of a flow. I do not know what to call it. No word I can find is satisfactorily descriptive, in which I seemed to see that bedroom passing through my room, like a picture impossibly painted on a running river. Though almost instantaneous in its passing, it was perfectly clear, so clear that I distinctly, and with a sense of relief, observed the absence of the dead body from the bed. It was in no romantic place that I had this curious sensation, but in chambers in Piccadilly, very near to the corner of St. James Street. It was entirely new to me. I was in my easy-chair at the moment, and the sensation was accompanied with a peculiar shiver, which started the chair from its position. But it is to be noted that the chair ran easily on casters. I went to one of the windows. There are 2 in the room, and the room is on the 2nd floor, to refresh my eyes with the moving objects down in Piccadilly. It was a bright autumn morning, and the street was sparkling and cheerful. The wind was high. As I looked out, it brought down from the park a quantity of fallen leaves, which a gust took and whirled into a spiral pillar. As the pillar fell and the leaves dispersed, I saw 2 men on the opposite side of the way going from west to east. They were one behind the other. The foremost man often looked back over his shoulder. The second man followed him at a distance of some 30 paces, with his right hand menacingly raised. First, the singularity and steadiness of this threatening gesture in so public a thoroughfare attracted my attention, and next, the more remarkable circumstance that nobody heeded it. Both men treaded their way among the other passengers with a smoothness hardly consistent even with the action of walking on a pavement, and no single creature that I could see gave them place, touched them, or looked after them. In passing before my windows, they both stared up at me. I saw their 2 faces very distinctly, and I knew that I could recognize them anywhere. Not that I had consciously noticed anything very remarkable in either face, except that the man who went first had an unusually lowering appearance, and that the face of the man who followed him was of the color of impure wax. I am a bachelor, and my valet and his wife constitute my whole establishment. My occupation is in a certain branch bank, and I wish that my duties as head of a department were as light as they are popularly supposed to be. They kept me in town that autumn, when I stood in need of change. I was not ill, but I was not well. My reader is to make the most that can be reasonably made of my feeling jaded, having a depressing sense upon me of a monotonous life, and being slightly dyspeptic. I am assured by my renowned doctor that my real state of health at that time justifies no stronger description, and I quote his own from his written answer to my request for it. As the circumstances of the murder, gradually unraveling, took stronger and stronger possession of the public mind, I kept them away from mine by knowing as little about them as was possible in the midst of the universal excitement. But I knew that a verdict of willful murder had been found against the suspected murderer, and that he had been committed to Newgate for trial. I also knew that his trial had been postponed over 1 sessions of the Central Criminal Court, on the ground of general prejudice and want of time for the preparation of the defense. I may further have known, but I believe I did not, when or about when the sessions to which his trial stood postponed would come on. My sitting room, bedroom, and dressing room are all on one floor. With the last there is no communication but through the bedroom. True, there is a door in it, once communicating with the staircase, but a part of the fitting of my bath has been, and had then been for some years, fixed across it. At the same period, and as a part of the same arrangement, the door had been nailed up and canvassed over. I was standing in my bedroom late one night, giving some directions to my servant before he went to bed. My face was toward the only available door of communication with the dressing-room, and it was closed. My servant's back was toward the door. While I was speaking to him, I saw it open, and a man look in, who very earnestly and mysteriously beckoned to me. That man was the man who had gone second of the two along Piccadilly, and whose face was of the color of impure wax. The figure, having beckoned, drew back and closed the door. With no longer pause than was made by my crossing the bedroom, I opened the dressing-room door and looked in. I had a lighted candle already in my hand. I felt no inward expectation of seeing the figure in the dressing-room, and I did not see it there. Conscious that my servant stood amazed, I turned round to him and said, "Derek, could you believe that in my cool senses I fancied I saw a—" As I there laid my hand upon his breast, with a sudden start he trembled violently, and said, "Oh, Lord, yes, sir, a dead man beckoning." Now, I do not believe that this John Derek, my trusty and attached servant for more than 20 years, had any impression whatever of having seen any such figure until I touched him. The change in him was so startling, when I touched him, that I fully believed he derived his impression in some occult manner from me at that instant. I bade John Derek bring some brandy, and I gave him a dram and was glad to take one myself. Of what had preceded that night's phenomenon, I told him not a single word. Reflecting on it, I was absolutely certain that I had never seen that face before, except on the one occasion in Piccadilly. Comparing its expression when beckoning at the door with its expression when it had stared up at me as I stood at my window, I came to the conclusion that on the first occasion it had sought to fasten itself upon my memory, and that on the second occasion it had made sure of being immediately remembered. I was not very comfortable that night, though I felt a certainty, difficult to explain, that the figure would not return. At daylight I fell into a heavy sleep, from which I was awakened by John Derek's coming to my bedside with a paper in his hand. This paper, it appeared, had been the subject of an altercation at the door between its bearer and my servant. It was a summons to me to serve upon a jury at the forthcoming sessions of the Central Criminal Court at the Old Bailey. I had never before been summoned on such a jury, as John Derek well knew. He believed, I am not certain at this hour whether with reason or otherwise, that that class of jurors were customarily chosen on a lower qualification than mine, and he had at first refused to accept the summons. The man who served it had taken the matter very coolly. He had said that my attendance or non-attendance was nothing to him. There the summons was, and I should deal with it at my own peril, and not at his. For a day or two, I was undecided whether to respond to this call or to take no notice of it. I was not conscious of the slightest mysterious bias, influence, or attraction, one way or another. Of that I am as strictly sure as of every other statement that I make here. Ultimately I decided, as a break in the monotony of my life, that I would go. The appointed morning was a raw morning in the month of November. There was a dense brown fog in Piccadilly, and it became positively black, and in the last degree oppressive east of Temple Bar. I found the passages and staircases of the courthouse flaringly lighted with gas, and the court itself similarly illuminated. I think that, until I was conducted by officers into the old court and saw its crowded state, I did not know that the murderer was to be tried that day. I think that until I was so helped into the old court with considerable difficulty, I did not know into which of these two courts sitting my summons would take me. But this must not be received as a positive assertion, for I am not completely satisfied in my mind on either point. I took my seat in the place appropriated to jurors in waiting, and I looked about the court as well as I could through the cloud of fog and breath that was heavy in it. I noticed the black vapor hanging like a murky curtain outside the great windows, and I noticed the stifled sound of wheels on the straw or tan that was littered in the street. Also, the hum of the people gathered there, which a shrill whistle or a louder song or hail than the rest occasionally pierced. Soon afterwards, the judges, 2 in number, entered and took their seats. The buzz in the court was awfully hushed. The direction was given to put the murderer to the bar. He appeared there, and in that same instant I recognized in him the first of the 2 men who had gone down Piccadilly. If my name had been called then, I doubt if I could have answered to it audibly, but it was called about 6th or 8th in the panel, and I was by that time able to say, "Here." Now, observe. As I stepped into the box, the prisoner, who had been looking on attentively, but with no sign of concern, became violently agitated and beckoned to his attorney. The prisoner's wish to challenge me was so manifest that it occasioned a pause, during which the attorney, with his hand upon the dock, whispered with his client and shook his head. I afterwards had it from that gentleman that the prisoner's first affrighted words to him were, "At all hazards, challenge that man." But that as he would give no reason for it, and admitted that he had not even known my name until he heard it called and I appeared, it was not done. Both on the ground already explained, that I wished to avoid reviving the unwholesome memory of that murderer, and also because a detailed account of his long trial is by no means indispensable to my narrative, I shall confine myself closely to such incidents in the 10 days and nights during which we, the jury, were kept together, as directly bear on my own curious personal experience. It is in that, and not in the murder, that I seek to interest my reader. It is to that, and not to a page of the Newgate calendar, that I beg attention. I was chosen foreman of the jury. On the 2nd morning of the trial, after evidence had been taken for 2 hours, I heard the church clocks strike. Happening to cast my eyes over my brother jurymen, I found an inexplicable difficulty in counting them. I counted them several times, yet always with the same difficulty. In short, I made them one too many. I touched the brother juryman whose place was next to me, and I whispered to him, "Oblige me by counting us." He looked surprised by the request, but turned his head and counted. "Why," says he suddenly, "we are but no, it's not possible. No, we are 12. According to my counting that day, we were always right in detail, but in the gross we were always one too many. There was no appearance, no figure to account for it, but I had now an inward foreshadowing of the figure that was surely coming. The jury were housed at the London Tavern. We all slept in one large room on separate tables, and we were constantly in the charge and under the eye of the officer sworn to hold us in safe keeping. I see no reason for suppressing the real name of that officer. He was intelligent, highly polite and obliging, and, I was glad to hear, much respected in the city. He had an agreeable presence, good eyes, enviable black whiskers, and a fine sonorous voice. His name was Mr. Harker. When we turned into our 12 beds at night, Mr. Harker's bed was drawn across the door. On the night of the 2nd day, not being disposed to lie down, and seeing Mr. Harker sitting on his bed, I went and sat beside him and offered him a pinch of snuff. As Mr. Harker's hand touched mine in taking it from my box, a peculiar shiver crossed him, and he said, "Who is this?" Following Mr. Harker's eyes and looking along the room, I saw again the figure I expected, the second of the two men who had gone down Piccadilly. I rose, and I advanced a few steps and then stopped, and looked round at Mr. Harker. He was quite unconcerned, laughed, and said in a pleasant way, "I thought for a moment we had a 13th juryman without a bed, but I see it is the moonlight." Making no revelation to Mr. Harker, but inviting him to take a walk with me to the end of the room, I watched what the figure did. It stood for a few moments by the bedside of each of my 11 brother jurymen, close to the pillow. It always went to the right-hand side of the bed, and always passed out, crossing the foot of the next bed. It seemed, from the action of the head, merely to look down pensively at each recumbent figure. It took no notice of me or of my bed, which was that nearest to Mr. Harker's. It seemed to go out where the moonlight came in, through a high window as by an aerial flight of stairs. Next morning at breakfast, it appeared that everybody present had dreamed of the murdered man last night, except myself and Mr. Harker. I now felt as convinced that the second man who had gone down Piccadilly was the murdered man, so to speak, as if it had been borne into my comprehension by his immediate testimony. But even this took place, and in a manner for which I was not at all prepared. On the 5th day of the trial, when the case for the prosecution was drawing to a close, a miniature of the murdered man, missing from his bedroom upon the discovery of the deed, and afterwards found in a hiding-place where the murderer had been seen digging, was put in evidence. Having been identified by the witness under examination, it was handed up to the bench, and thence handed down to be inspected by the jury. As an officer in a black gown was making his way with it across to me, the figure of the second man who had gone down Piccadilly impetuously started from the crowd, caught the miniature from the officer, and gave it to me with his own hands, at the same time saying, in a low and hollow tone, before I saw the miniature which was in the locket, "I was younger then, and my face was not then drained of blood." It also came between me and the brother juryman, to whom I would have given the miniature, and between him and the brother juryman, to whom he would have given it, and so passed it on through the whole of our number and back into my possession. Not one of them, however, detected this. At table, and generally when we were shut up together in Mr. Harker's custody, we had from the first naturally discussed the day's proceedings a good deal. On that 5th day, the case for the prosecution being closed, and we having that side of the question in a completed shape before us, our discussion was more animated and serious. Among our number was a vestryman, the densest idiot I have ever seen at large, who met the plainest evidence with the most preposterous objections, and who was sided with by 2 flabby parochial parasites, all the 3 impaneled from a district so delivered over to fever that they ought to have been upon their own trial for 500 murders. When these mischievous blockheads were at their loudest, which was toward midnight, while some of us were already preparing for bed, I again saw the murdered man. He stood grimly behind them, beckoning to me. On my going towards them and striking into the conversation, he immediately retired. This was the beginning of a separate series of appearances confined to that long room in which we were confined. Whenever a knot of my brother jurymen laid their heads together, I saw the head of the murdered man among theirs. Whenever their comparison of notes was going against him, he would solemnly and irresistibly beckon to me. It will be borne in mind that down to the production of the miniature on the 5th day of the trial, I had never seen the appearance in court. 3 changes occurred now that we entered on the case for the defense. 2 of them I will mention together. First, the figure was now in court continually, and it never there addressed itself to me, but always to the person who was speaking at the time. For instance, the throat of the murdered man had been cut straight across. In the opening speech for the defense, it was suggested that the deceased might have cut his own throat. At that very moment, the figure with its throat in the dreadful condition referred to, this it had concealed before, stood at the speaker's elbow, motioning across and across its windpipe, now with the right hand, now with the left, vigorously suggesting to the speaker himself the impossibility of such a wound having been self-inflicted by either hand. For another instance, a witness to character, a woman, disposed to the prisoner's being the most amiable of mankind, the figure at that instant stood on the floor before her, looking her full in the face, pointing out the prisoner's evil countenance with an extended arm and an outstretched finger. The third change, now to be added, impressed me strongly as the most marked and striking of all. I do not theorize upon it. I accurately state it, and there leave it. Although the appearance was not itself perceived by those whom it addressed, its coming close to such persons was invariably attended by some trepidation or disturbance on their part. It seemed to me as if it were prevented by laws to which I was not amenable from fully revealing itself to others, and yet as if it could invisibly, dumbly, and darkly overshadow their minds. When the leading counsel for the defense suggested that hypothesis of suicide, and the figure stood at the learned gentleman's elbow, frightfully sawing at its severed throat, it is undeniable that the counsel faltered in his speech, lost for a few seconds the thread of his ingenuous discourse, wiped his forehead with his handkerchief, and turned extremely pale. When the witness to character was confronted by the appearance, her eyes most certainly did follow the direction of its pointed finger, and rest in great hesitation and trouble upon the prisoner's face. 2 additional illustrations will suffice. On the 8th day of the trial, after the pause which was every day made early in the afternoon for a few minutes' rest and refreshment, I came back into court with the rest of the jury some little time before the return of the judges. Standing up in the box and looking about me, I thought the figure was not there, until, chancing to raise my eyes to the gallery, I saw it, bending forward and leaning over a very decent woman, as if to assure itself whether the judges had resumed their seats or not. Immediately afterwards that woman screamed, fainted, and was carried out. So, with the venerable, sagacious, and patient judge who conducted the trial, when the case was over and he settled himself and his papers to sum up, the murdered man, entering by the judge's door, advanced to his lordship's desk and looked eagerly over his shoulder at the pages of his notes which he was turning. A change came over his lordship's face. His hand stopped. The peculiar shiver that I knew so well passed over him. He faltered. "Excuse me, gentlemen, for a few moments. I am somewhat oppressed by the vitiated air," and did not recover until he had drunk a glass of water. Through all the monotony of 6 of those interminable 10 days, the same judges and others on the bench, the same murderer in the dock, the same lawyers at the table, the same tones of question and answer rising to the roof of the court, the same scratching of the judge's pen, the same ushers going in and out, the same lights kindled at the same hour when there had been any natural light of day, the same foggy curtain outside the great windows when it was foggy, the same rain pattering and dripping when it was rainy, the same footmarks of turnkeys and prisoner day after day on the same sawdust, the same keys locking and unlocking the same heavy doors, through all the wearisome monotony which made me feel as if I had been foreman of the jury for a vast period of time, and Piccadilly had flourished coevally with Babylon. The murdered man never lost one trace of his distinctness in my eyes, nor was he at any moment less distinct than anybody else. I must not omit, as a matter of fact, that I never once saw the appearance which I call by the name of the murdered man look at the murderer. Again and again I wondered, Why does he not? But he never did. Nor did he look at me, after the production of the miniature, until the last closing minutes of the trial arrived. We retired to consider at 7 minutes before 10 at night. The idiotic vestryman and his 2 parochial parasites gave us so much trouble that we twice returned into court to beg to have certain extracts from the judge's notes reread. 9 of us had not the smallest doubt about those passages, neither, I believe, had any one in the court, the dunder-headed triumvirate, having no idea but obstruction, disputed them for that very reason. At length we prevailed, and finally the jury returned into court at 10 minutes past 12. The murdered man at that time stood directly opposite the jury box on the other side of the court. As I took my place, his eyes rested on me with great attention. He seemed satisfied, and slowly shook a great grey veil, which he carried on his arm for the first time, over his head and whole form. As I gave our verdict, guilty, the veil collapsed. All was gone, and his place was empty. The murderer, being asked by the judge according to usage whether he had anything to say before sentence of death should be passed upon him, indistinctly muttered something which was described in the leading newspapers of the following day as a few rambling, incoherent, and half-audible words, in which he was understood to complain that he had not had a fair trial, because the foreman of the jury was prepossessed against him. The remarkable declaration that he really made was, "My lord, I knew I was a doomed man when the foreman of my jury came into the box. My lord, I knew he would never let me off, because, before I was taken, he somehow got to my bedside in the night, woke me, and put a rope round my neck." End of The Trial for Murder by Charles Dickens. Recording by John Van Stan. Savannah, Georgia. The Middle Toe of the Right Foot by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Middle Toe of the Right Foot by Ambrose Bierce. Part 1. It is well known that the old Manton house is haunted. In all the rural district near about, and even in the town of Marshall, a mile away, not one person of unbiased mind entertains a doubt of it. Incredulity is confined to those opinionated persons who will be called cranks as soon as the useful word shall have penetrated the intellectual demesne of the Marshall advance. The evidence that the house is haunted is of 2 kinds. The testimony of disinterested witnesses who have had ocular proof, and that of the house itself. The former may be disregarded and ruled out on any of the various grounds of objection which may be urged against it by the ingenious, but facts within the observation of all are material and controlling. In the first place, the Manton house has been occupied by mortals for more than 10 years, and with its outbuildings is slowly falling into decay, a circumstance which in itself the judicious will hardly venture to ignore. It stands a little way off the loneliest reach of the Marshall and Harriston road, in an opening which was once a farm, and is still disfigured with strips of rotting fence and half covered with brambles overrunning a stony and sterile soil long unacquainted with the plough. The house itself is in tolerably good condition, though badly weather-stained and in dire need of attention from the glazier, the smaller male population of the region having attested in the manner of its kind its disapproval of dwelling without dwellers. It is 2 stories in height, nearly square, its front pierced by a single doorway flanked on each side by a window boarded up to the very top. Corresponding windows above, not protected, serve to admit light and rain to the rooms of the upper floor. Grass and weeds grow pretty rankly all about, and a few shade trees, somewhat the worse for wind, and leaning all in one direction, seem to be making a concerted effort to run away. In short, as the Marshalltown humorist explained in the columns of the Advance, the proposition that the Manton house is badly haunted is the only logical conclusion from the premises. The fact that in this dwelling Mr. Manton thought it expedient one night some 10 years ago to rise and cut the throats of his wife and 2 small children, removing at once to another part of the country, has no doubt done its share in directing public attention to the fitness of the place for supernatural phenomena. To this house, one summer evening came 4 men in a wagon. 3 of them promptly alighted, and the one who had been driving hitched the team to the only remaining post of what had been a fence. The 4th remained seated in the wagon. "Come," said one of his companions, approaching him, while the others moved away in the direction of the dwelling. "This is the place." The man addressed did not move. "By God," he said harshly, "this is a trick, and it looks to me as if you were in it." "Perhaps I am," the other said, looking him straight in the face and speaking in a tone which had something of contempt in it. "You will remember, however, that the choice of place was with your own assent left to the other side. Of course, if you are afraid of spooks—" "I am afraid of nothing," the man interrupted with another oath, and sprang to the ground. The 2 then joined the others at the door, which one of them had already opened with some difficulty, caused by rust of lock and hinge. All entered. Inside it was dark, but the man who had unlocked the door produced a candle and matches and made a light. He then unlocked the door on their right as they stood in the passage. This gave them entrance to a large, square room that the candle but dimly lighted. The floor had a thick carpeting of dust, which partly muffled their footfalls. Cobwebs were in the angles of the walls and depended from the ceiling like strips of rotting lace, making undulatory movements in the disturbed air. The room had 2 windows in adjoining sides, but from neither could anything be seen except the rough inner surfaces of boards a few inches from the glass. There was no fireplace, no furniture. There was nothing. Besides the cobwebs and the dust, the 4 men were the only objects there which were not a part of the structure. Strange enough, they looked in the yellow light of the candle. The one who had so reluctantly alighted was especially spectacular. He might have been called sensational. He was of middle age, heavily built, deep-chested and broad-shouldered. Looking at his figure, one would have said that he had a giant's strength, at his features, that he would use it like a giant. He was clean-shaven, his hair rather closely cropped and gray. His low forehead was seamed with wrinkles above the eyes, and over the nose these became vertical. The heavy black brows followed the same law, saved from meeting only by an upward turn at what would otherwise have been the point of contact. Deeply sunken beneath these glowed in the obscure light a pair of eyes of uncertain color, but obviously enough too small. There was something forbidding in their expression, which was not bettered by the cruel mouth and wide jaw. The nose was well enough as noses go. One does not expect much of noses. All that was sinister in the man's face seemed accentuated by an unnatural pallor. He appeared altogether bloodless. The appearance of the other men was sufficiently commonplace. They were such persons as one meets and forgets that he met. All were younger than the man described, between whom and the eldest of the others who stood apart there was apparently no kindly feeling. They avoided looking at each other. "Gentlemen," said the man holding the candle and keys, "I believe everything is right. Are you ready, Mr. Rosser?" The man standing apart from the group bowed and smiled. "And you, Mr. Grossmith?" The heavy man bowed and scowled. "You will be pleased to remove your outer clothing." Their hats, coats, waistcoats, and neckwear were soon removed and thrown outside the door in the passage. The man with the candle now nodded, and the 4th man, he who had urged Grossmith to leave the wagon, produced from the pocket of his overcoat 2 long, murderous-looking Bowie knives, which he drew now from their leather scabbards. "They are exactly alike," he said, presenting one to each of the two principals, for by this time the dullest observer would have understood the nature of this meeting. It was to be a duel to the death. Each combatant took a knife, examined it critically near the candle, and tested the strength of blade and handle across his lifted knee. Their persons were then searched in turn, each by the second of the other. "If it is agreeable to you, Mr. Grossmith," said the man holding the light, "you will place yourself in that corner." He indicated the angle of the room farthest from the door, whither Grossmith retired, his second parting from him with a grasp of the hand which had nothing of cordiality in it. In the angle nearest the door Mr. Rosser stationed himself, and after a whisper consultation his second left him, joining the other near the door. At that moment the candle was suddenly extinguished, leaving all in profound darkness. This may have been done by a draught from the open door. Whatever the cause, the effect was startling. "Gentlemen," said a voice which sounded strangely unfamiliar in the altered condition affecting the relations of the senses. "Gentlemen, you will not move until you hear the closing of the outer door." A sound of trampling ensued, then the closing of the inner door, and finally the outer one closed with a concussion which shook the entire building. A few minutes afterward, a belated farmer's boy met a light wagon which was being driven furiously toward the town of Marshall. He declared that behind the two figures on the front seat stood a third, with its hands upon the bowed shoulders of the others, who appeared to struggle vainly to free themselves from its grasp. This figure, unlike the others, was clad in white, and had undoubtedly boarded the wagon as it passed the haunted house. As the lad could boast a considerable former experience with the supernatural thereabouts, his word had the weight justly due to the testimony of an expert. The story, in connection with the next day's events, eventually appeared in the Advance, with some slight literary embellishments and a concluding intimation that the gentleman referred to would be allowed the use of the paper's columns for their version of the night's adventure. But the privilege remained without a claimant. Part 2. The events that led up to this duel in the dark were simple enough. One evening, 3 young men of the town of Marshall were sitting in a quiet corner of the porch of the village hotel, smoking and discussing such matters as 3 educated young men of a southern village would naturally find interesting. Their names were King, Sancher, and Rosser. At a little distance, within easy hearing, but taking no part in the conversation, sat a fourth. He was a stranger to the others. They merely knew that on his arrival by the stagecoach that afternoon, he had written in the hotel register the name Robert Grossmith. He had not been observed to speak to anyone except the hotel clerk. He seemed, indeed, singularly fond of his own company, or, as the personnel of the Advanced expressed it, grossly addicted to evil associations. But then it should be said in justice to the stranger that the personnel was himself of a too convivial disposition fairly to judge one differently gifted, and had, moreover, experienced a slight rebuff in an effort at an interview. "I hate any kind of deformity in a woman," said King, "whether natural or acquired. I have a theory that any physical defect has its correlative mental and moral defect." "I infer, then," said Rosser gravely, "that a lady lacking the moral advantage of a nose would find the struggle to become Mrs. King an arduous enterprise." "Of course you may put it that way," was the reply. "But seriously, I once threw over a most charming girl on learning quite accidentally that she had suffered amputation of a toe. My conduct was brutal, if you like, but if I had married that girl I should have been miserable for life, and should have made her so." "Whereas," said Sancher with a light laugh, "by marrying a gentleman of more liberal views, she escaped with a parted throat." "Ah, you know to whom I refer. Yes, she married Manton, but I don't know about his liberality. I'm not sure but he cut her throat because he discovered that she lacked that excellent thing in woman, The middle toe of the right foot. "Look at that chap," said Rosser in a low voice, his eyes fixed upon the stranger. That chap was obviously listening intently to the conversation. "Damn his impudence," muttered King. "What ought we to do?" "That's an easy one," Rosser replied, rising. "Sir," he continued, addressing the stranger, "I think it would be better if you would remove your chair to the other end of the veranda. The presence of gentlemen is evidently an unfamiliar situation to you." The man sprang to his feet and strode forward with clenched hands, his face white with rage. All were now standing. Sancher stepped between the belligerents. "You are hasty and unjust," he said to Rosser. "This gentleman has done nothing to deserve such language." But Rosser would not withdraw a word. By the custom of the country and the time, there could be but one outcome to the quarrel. "I demand the satisfaction due to a gentleman," said the stranger, who had become more calm. "I have not an acquaintance in this region. Perhaps you, sir," bowing to Sancher, "will be kind enough to represent me in this matter." Sancher accepted the trust, somewhat reluctantly it must be confessed, for the man's appearance and manner were not at all to his liking. King, who during the colloquy had hardly removed his eyes from the stranger's face, and had not spoken a word, consented with a nod to act for Rosser, and the upshot of it was that the principals having retired, a meeting was arranged for the next evening. The nature of the arrangements has been already disclosed. The duel with knives in a dark room was once a commoner feature of southwestern life than it is likely to be again. How thin a veneering of chivalry covered the essential brutality of the code under which such encounters were possible, we shall see. Part 3. In the blaze of a midsummer noonday, the old Manton house was hardly true to its traditions. It was of the earthy. The sunshine caressed it warmly and affectionately, with evident disregard of its bad reputation. The grass greening all the expanse in its front seemed to grow, not rankly, but with a natural and joyous exuberance, and the weeds blossomed quite like plants. Full of charming lights and shadows, and populous with pleasant-voiced birds, the neglected shade trees no longer struggled to run away, but bent reverently beneath their burdens of sun and song. Even in the glassless upper windows was an expression of peace and contentment, due to the light within. Over the stony fields, the visible heat danced with a lively tremor incompatible with the gravity which is an attribute of the supernatural. Such was the aspect under which the place presented itself to Sheriff Adams and 2 other men who had come out from Marshall to look at it. One of these men was Mr. King, the sheriff's deputy. The other, whose name was Brewer, was a brother of the late Mrs. Manton. Under a beneficent law of the state relating to property which has been for a certain period abandoned by an owner whose residence cannot be ascertained, the sheriff was legal custodian of the Manton farm and appurtenances thereunto belonging. His present visit was in mere perfunctory compliance with some order of a court in which Mr. Brewer had an action to get possession of the property as heir to his deceased sister. By a mere coincidence, the visit was made on the day after the night that Deputy King had unlocked the house for another and very different purpose. His presence now was not of his own choosing. He had been ordered to accompany his superior, and at that moment could think of nothing more prudent than simulated alacrity and obedience to the command. Carelessly opening the front door, which to his surprise was not locked, the sheriff was amazed to see, lying on the floor of the passage into which it opened, a confused heap of men's apparel. Examination showed it to consist of 2 hats and the same number of coats, waistcoats, and scarves, all in a remarkably good state of preservation, albeit somewhat defiled by the dust in which they lay. Mr. Brewer was equally astonished, but Mr. King's emotion is not of record. With a new and lively interest in his own actions, the sheriff now unlatched and pushed open a door on the right, and the 3 entered. The room was apparently vacant. No. As their eyes became accustomed to the dimmer light, something was visible in the farthest angle of the wall. It was a human figure, that of a man crouching close in the corner. Something in the attitude made the intruders halt when they had barely passed the threshold. The figure more and more clearly defined itself. The man was upon one knee, his back in the angle of the wall, his shoulders elevated to the level of his ears, his hands before his face, palms outward, the fingers spread and crooked like claws. The white face turned upward on the retracted neck had an expression of unutterable fright. The mouth half open, the eyes incredibly expanded. He was stone dead. Yet, with the exception of a bowie knife, which had evidently fallen from his own hand, not another object was in the room. In thick dust that covered the floor were some confused footprints near the door and along the wall through which it opened. Along one of the adjoining walls, too, past the boarded-up windows, was the trail made by the man himself in reaching his corner. Instinctively, in approaching the body, the three men followed that trail. The sheriff grasped one of the outthrown arms, and it was as rigid as iron, and the application of a gentle force rocked the entire body without altering the relation of its parts. Brewer, pale with excitement, gazed intently into the distorted face. "God have mercy!" he suddenly cried. "It is Manton!" "You are right," said King with an evident attempt at calmness. "I knew Manton. He then wore a full beard and his hair long, but this is he." He might have added, "I recognized him when he challenged Rosser. I told Rosser and Sancher who he was before we played him this horrible trick. When Rosser left this dark room at our heels, forgetting his outer clothing in the excitement and driving away with us in his shirt-sleeves, all through the discreditable proceedings we knew whom we were dealing with, murderer and coward that he was." But nothing of this did Mr. King say. With his better light, he was trying to penetrate the mystery of the man's death. That he had not once moved from the corner where he had been stationed, that his posture was that of neither attack nor defense, that he had dropped his weapon, that he had obviously perished of sheer horror of something that he saw, these were circumstances which Mr. King's disturbed intelligence could not rightly comprehend. Groping in intellectual darkness for a clue to his maze of doubt, his gaze directed mechanically downward in the way of one who ponders momentous matters, fell upon something which, there, in the light of day and in the presence of living companions, affected him with terror. In the dust of years that lay thick upon the floor, leading from the door by which they had entered straight across the room to within a yard of Manton's crouching corpse, were 3 parallel lines of footprints, light but definite impressions of bare feet, the outer ones those of small children, the inner a woman's. From the point at which they ended, they did not return. They pointed all one way. Brewer, who had observed them at the same moment, was leaning forward in an attitude of rapt attention, horribly pale. "Look at that!" he cried, pointing with both hands at the nearest print of the woman's right foot, where she had apparently stopped and stood. "The middle toe is missing! It was Gertrude!" Gertrude was the late Mrs. Manton, sister to Mr. Brewer. End of The Middle Toe of the Right Foot by Ambrose Bierce. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.